Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter Report live draft show. It is day 2 of Pewter Report's live draft show, and we are brought to you by PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the #1 sports pick application when it comes to daily fantasy sports in all of America. Click on the link in our YouTube description to download the PrizePicks app and get $50 instantly when you use the code HMA after you use your first $5 entry. That's code HMA. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 entry. It's super easy to use, picking more or less on a couple of different stats. So big thanks to PrizePicks for being the title sponsor of the Pewter Report live draft show. Man, oh man, do we have a lot to get to on this afternoon. I am your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is the face that runs the place at PewterReport.com, SR, Scott Reynolds. We're coming off the heels of a press conference with the Bucs' first-round pick, Ruben Bain Jr., but we have a lot of focus on rounds 2 and 3, inside linebacker, Jacob Rodriguez, a couple other positions as well that the Bucs might be interested. So let's get it rocking and rolling today, folks.
Looking forward to this show, and if you didn't have a chance to catch it, we have a mini little podcast here. It was our actually that's the Bucs draft recap. There we go. Tampa Bay. We just finished this podcast about 15 minutes ago. But if you're looking for our thoughts on Ruben Bain and what he had to say today, what Todd Bowles and Jason Light had to say at his introductory press conference, we're going to kind of encapsulate everything there. It's a 30-minute podcast that you can watch. We'll talk a little bit about it, answer some of your super chats, but we're going to be kind of moving on to what this team's going to be doing now on day 2 and rounds 2 and 3. If you read my SR's Bucs insider for today, that had some names to know in terms of the linebackers, and we'll go over those because I feel like today, Matt, they've got to get a linebacker. They had an outside linebacker yesterday. They need to get an inside linebacker today. Then it's kind of a wild card position, right? Because then you could go defensive tackle, tight end. Those are some positions they've really been zeroing in on, whether it was formal interviews at the combine, whether it was official 30 visits. Defensive tackle and tight end might be what's next on deck. You can't rule out cornerback, though, because they have, I think, a need there, maybe not for a starter, but for some depth. And we have a couple of announcements to make on, we have a podcast coming out on Monday. That's going to be our Bucs draft recap, where we're going to analyze all of the Bucs draft picks, day 1, day 2, day 3. That's Monday. On Tuesday, no graphic for it yet, but Trevor Sikkema, friend of the program, Pewter Report alum, he will be on our podcast at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, breaking down the Bucs draft for the Bucs fans out there, and we're super excited to have Trevor back on the podcast. He of the NFL Stock Exchange fame. So Trevor Sikkema will be on the show on Tuesday as we continue to wrap up the Bucs draft. But before we do that, we have to actually finish the draft. And Matt, this is the time where if you're Todd Bowles and Jason Light, you went defense in the first round, you might be able to afford to go with an offensive player here. The other position of a wild card might be wide receiver.
Still on the board, a couple of names there. Denzel Boston still available. And, you know, we saw an opponent of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC South go with the wide receiver with the New Orleans Saints going with Jordan Tyson. So do they try to fight fire with fire and go with that position as well? I think that would be a little bit of a stretch, just kind of based on the talent that the Buccaneers already have at wide receiver. But I do get this sort of vibe or feeling that there will be an offensive player taken. And I don't want to jump past the second round, but you mentioned tight end before, and I get this feeling that tight end is going to be a position that maybe is taken in the third round because, I mean, there's a lot on the board right now that could lead to, if it leaks over into day 3, then, okay, fine. You take that in the 4th round, and the Bucs have had success with finding tight ends in the 4th round of drafts. But, yeah, I don't think when it's all said and done, and we'll see what happens, you know, there could be trades, Bucs moving closer so they can get some other players. But I think when it's all said and done after today's show, I don't think it's just going to be all defense across the board. But we'll see. I mean, yesterday's first round brought so many surprises in terms of the way that the board fell for Tampa Bay. You would love for a repeat of that. It's kind of difficult for Lightning to strike twice. And yes, we do want Lightning to strike plenty of times in Montreal tonight with the Bolts taking on the Habs. But yeah, I mean, the world is the Bucs oyster right now. There is a number of avenues that they can go. I think corner's still on the table.
I agree.
It wouldn't be my first choice overall because I think, and people want to keep making the comparison, and I get it because they went Ruben Bain, Miami player that slid further back. Okay, this next pick, it's got to be linebacker. Now, Derek Brooks was also in the first round, so it'd be a little bit different. But I don't know. This would be kind of history repeating itself in a good way in the NFL, and for the Bucs specifically, if they did find their next stud linebacker to pair with this edge rusher. Again, a little bit different because Warren Sapp was on the interior, but it feels like second round has to be the linebacker position and who's still available. Not just one guy. I know we talk a lot about the one guy, but there are a couple of other names that, could be on the board and be top billing too.
For sure. We're going to go over those names just a moment, but and we're talking about, this draft show. It's possible because of you. I mean, Matt and I, we could sit here and talk about the draft over there in the Bucs media room as we're waiting for these picks to come in, but it's much more fun interacting with you.
Yes.
Answering your questions. You guys crack us up with some of your comments. We love the interaction. We love doing the show with you. And you all have blown us away because we actually have really hit some milestones with our Pewter Report podcast and with our draft show. I think one of the biggest milestones we've hit has been the fact that we're now at 23,000 subscribers. Thanks to you.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody. We love seeing these milestones. It could not be done without each and every one of you. So we got the tight key. We have 23,000 subscribers to Pewter Report TV. This was a goal of ours, and we hit it, and we are so happy. What we are unhappy about is that Josh Capo literally just walked in the room. Just kidding. Josh Capo has entered the building. He will be on the show at some point today. Very excited to see him. But yes, Josh, 23,000 subscribers to the Pewter Report YouTube channel. Thank you so much, everybody. It really means a lot from the bottom of our hearts. And great way to start the show because it's going to be a marathon today. We're only about to be 8 minutes in. We're going for hours and hours and hours. So appreciate everybody, and we're going to keep it moving all night long.
Here's the cool thing, right? So we hit this goal. This was a goal that we established last night. We were about 75 or so subscribers away from hitting 23,000. We've adjusted our goals now because not only did you absolutely crush that goal, we're now moving the goalpost a little bit to 23,100. We'd love to get that number by the end of tomorrow. So if you're so inclined, please hit the subscribe button on Pewter Report TV. It's free. Help us get to 23,100 subscribers by the end of the draft tomorrow. That would be awesome. Now, this is what's really cool. We had a stated goal of $1,200 in super chats for all 3 days.
For all three.
We actually had $1,208 yesterday. You all crushed that goal in 1 day.
Yes. That's amazing. Amazing.
That means so much because, we have such a fun time covering this team for you, and it allows us to all go to the Senior Bowl and all go to the NFL Scouting Combine and make sure we're at the NFL annual meeting and to make sure that we go to the joint practices, whether they're in New York, as Matt and Adam went to a couple years ago, or Pittsburgh or Jacksonville, like we went to just a couple of years ago as well. So the YouTube revenue we get funds those trips to send us on location to report for you. The information, the intel we get, we put it right back into these Pewter Report podcasts. We put it right back into our stories on pewterreport.com. So we're thrilled to hit that number. We're going to put this number out there, and if you hit it, that's great. If you don't, you've already got the mission accomplished. But we're going to put the goal at $2,000 only because we have 2 more nights. We have tonight, or actually 2 more days, tonight and tomorrow. So over the next 2 days, we get another $800. You will have absolutely blown us away again.
Yes. And a friendly reminder as well, any $100 super chat or an accumulation of by one person of $100, a round of applause $500, I will sing. And someone gave a $200 super chat last night.
Yeah.
That gets a round of applause and a request. Whatever that request is, if it's reasonable and manageable, we will consider it.
What dollar should I rebuild the Will Levis?
Oh, yes. You know what? That has been brought up on the show. Josh Capo, a couple of years ago, did the Will Levis of drinking the coffee with the banana and the mayo.
Coffee with the mayo in it, and then the banana with the peel.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. So he did the Will Levis drink. That was an awesome moment.
I'll do it for any $50 super chat.
Yeah.
He says any $50.
No, that's a little too low, I think. We don't want you to get sick for that, for just $50 here.
Yeah.
The final goal we have is we got a couple of subscribers yesterday. We have 20 more to go to get to 250. We're at 230 YouTube channel members. So please consider hitting subscribe to support our channel, because that's the best way you can do it. You can support Pewter Report by becoming a Pewter Report TV channel member. We have different membership options available. The Pewter Premier and Platinum members they get access to the Pewter Insider shows, which usually take place on Fridays at 1:30. Matt, we were a little busy today with all this draft coverage, but that will resume next week. So greatly appreciate all the support. We have a couple new Pewter Report TV channel members today. So absolutely awesome. We're going to get to our pre-draft coverage here in just a moment, but I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that the place to go to watch the game or the draft tonight is Walk-Ons. 3 Tampa Bay area locations: Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. The picks are in. Are you? Make sure you watch tonight's draft as well as tomorrow's action in the draft over at Walk-Ons. You can also watch the Lightning play tonight. They're going to have all of those events on all of the TVs. Drop the puck, raise the energy. And remember, today, $5 Bacardi or Captain Morgan and Coke. Every Friday, $5. And then tomorrow and Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, $17 select domestic buckets, $20 neutral buckets at Walk-Ons. Make sure you get there. Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, or Lakeland.
Saw a couple people in the comments. Our very own Bailey Adams, who's here but in another room, says, shout out Pewter people. Let's go. Thank you, chat. And says, so what I'm learning is Josh actually liked that mayo coffee and banana combo. What a sicko.
Well, somebody's got to be a sicko on the staff. Might as well be Josh.
Josh is chuckling off to the side. Delgado, we gave a shout out. So we just had a show about 15 minutes ago talking about Ruben Baines. He became a Pewter Report YouTube channel member then, but it's on our StreamYard again. So thank you again.
You get the
Delgado,
double shout out. That's
for
awesome.
sure. And we're starting out with a bang with these super chats.
Oh
A $49.99 super chat. I'll give that 2 claps.
There we go.
Thank you for this $49.99 super chat, who says, let's get this 2000. Hell of a pick last night. It has a sap feel in terms of attitude shift. Let's go and get Jacob Rodriguez no matter what.
That's what we like to say around here. Jacob Rodriguez, no matter what. That's if we speak it into existence, maybe it happens. You know, I don't think, and I've heard from some team sources, they don't believe he's going to be there at 46. And of course, that begs the question, well, you know, you are allowed to trade up and go get him if you want. I haven't heard anything definitive about that, anything that I can report. So I, like you, will be waiting anxiously to see if J-Rod becomes a Buccaneer, if he goes somewhere else, if the Buccaneers have to get another linebacker. There are some others they like. C.J. Allen from Georgia, Josiah Trotter from Missouri. Jake Golday is one of those. I don't think the team is that hot on Texas linebacker Anthony Hill, but we'll talk about the linebacker in just a moment. Let's get to some of these super chats here.
Geist85 with a $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Says, what teams are likely to draft Jacob Rodriguez before the Bucs?
I mean, that's a great question.
That is an interesting one.
You know, I think there are other Pewter reporters that might have a better scope of other NFL teams and their needs. I just have such tunnel vision on the Buccaneers, and then my outer periphery extends to the NFC South, and so I really don't have a great answer to that question. Let's put these on pause for 1 second, just to kind of set the table for tonight. So we know that the Buccaneers have drafted Reuben Bain in the first round with their first round pick.
Shout out to the Baniacs out there. Big Reuben Bain fan.
Yes. Tampa Bain. So the Buccaneers now with Bain in the fold have picks number 46 and 77 today. And as we mentioned earlier, the Falcons, the Panthers, and the Saints also have second and third round picks. The Panthers started off the day with Monroe Freeling from Georgia as their offensive tackle. They will be picking number 51 and 83 today. And then the New Orleans Saints got Jordan Tyson, who I think is going to be a problem in this division. If he is healthy, he will be a problem. They will be picking ahead of the Buccaneers, number 42 overall and number 73. I would hate to see J-Rod go into the NFC South. I know they lost to Mario Davis. Did they fill that void at middle linebacker in New Orleans?
Man, I could see you going on like a Britney Spears type of freak out. If J-Rod goes to the Saints, you might like have to shave your head or something like that.
I probably will, and probably be checked into an institution after that. The Falcons, well, the Falcons, they don't have a first round pick this year.
Yeah.
They do have a second and third round pick, though, and they're going to be picking right after the Buccaneers at 48 and also 79. So, again, all three of the Bucs NFC South foes will be having some selections today. We'll have a better idea of their team as the night continues here.
Moving on, we got a $1.99 super chat from Casey Cranford, who says, will SR match shotgun a beer if Jacob Rodriguez is drafted? We'll be live on the air. We don't want to make a mess in the Bucs facility, which they are kind enough to allow us to do the show in
We're
here.
Also technically and legally not allowed to consume alcoholic beverages on the premise here. So
yes. With that said, once we're out of this building and off the premises and stuff like that, I don't think we could post it online, but hey, if you want to shoot me a DM, I'm happy to oblige and help you out. I'd rather just chug it, though, because doing a shotgun itself, every time I do it, it sprays up
a little
first.
messy, exactly. Yeah, you're losing good beer that way.
Right. Yeah. But, if you want to DM me or something and want the video, I will oblige to our Pewter fans. Because that's what we do. This show is for you, right? That's what we say.
That's what we say. Yeah, that's right.
Confused Boat Lake, thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Appreciate it. Marshall Walker has now been a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 9 months. We appreciate it. Says, trying to level up, help a brother out. I think he's legitimately asking for help. how to move up the YouTube.
I think you hit the join button, and if you're already a subscriber, there's a way you can change your membership level, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's in the same area as the join thing. But thank you so much for your support.
Very much appreciated.
Eric Dever, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, first ever super chat as I save for my wedding. Will y'all come to upstate New York as guests? If the AFC East game is in September. Great work, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the support. What part of upstate New York?
Yeah.
I'm curious to know. My sister-in-law is from Rochester. A bunch of my friends went to the SUNY schools.
We just got a wedding invite. That's
If we got the wedding invitation, again, this show is for you. If you want us at your wedding, this show's for you. And then we'll shotgun a beer there.
So we can do that,
But yeah, thank you so much. Congrats on your upcoming
of course.
on your upcoming wedding. That's super exciting. So thank you. Turning Wenches, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Says Hurricane Bane.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yes, I've been trying to think about fun puns with Reuben Bane. Obviously, there's Bane, the Batman villain, the Reuben sandwich that I came up with as well. I was thinking for those that are fans of The Who, there's that song, We Won't Get Fooled Again. You can say, the Bucs got Reuben Bane. And then, of course, the Baniacs. So, yeah. And that's only with less than 24 hours since he's been. The Bane train.
Yeah.
I thought of another one that cannot be said on this podcast. I'll probably end up texting it to Josh at some point. But I've been trying to come up with sayings, puns, and everything like that. I like doing the Chris Berman style of things. Yes.
When he signs his rookie deal, they made it Bane. and they made it great.
Yes, yeah. I make it Bane on. Yeah, I'll stop there. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Turning Wenches. That's it for super chats.
Okay. Let's talk about the linebackers because that's what everybody wants to discuss. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have made no secret about the fact that they've been scouting linebackers. You take a look at this list here. Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech got a formal interview at the Combine. So did Sonny Styles. Of course, he's off the board. C.J. Allen also got a formal interview from Georgia. Cincinnati's Jake Golday, also formal interview. This is interesting because Missouri linebacker Jeremiah Trotter had a formal and a 30 visit. And I think they've really shown a lot of interest in him. I kind of come around on him from the standpoint that I'm going to give him a little bit of grace because he's only been a 2-year player in this league. I should say in college football. 21 years old, just turned 21 in March. Very young prospect. He's more of a downhill player. The coverage, it's a work in progress. That's probably putting it kind. But it doesn't mean that he can't learn and get better in coverage. The Buccaneers do like their middle linebackers to be the downhill guy. And does a very good job of staying clean, shedding blocks. He can get the tackles for loss. He can rush the passer, although he only had 2 sacks. My biggest issue with him, I guess, is in 2 years, only 1 takeaway.
Mm.
And, it's like, to me, special linebackers take the ball away. Look at Levante David. What makes him better than Barrett Rude or Mason Foster or other okay linebackers. I'm not even saying Servatier Inez. I'm saying like guys that were just okay, what makes them different? The takeaways. Derek Brooks, Hardy Nickerson, Levante David. Those are the elite linebackers. And to me, when you can take the ball away, interceptions, forced fumbles, fumble recoveries, you change the game.
Yeah.
And I don't see that from Josiah Trotter, and that is my sticking point. Doesn't mean it can't happen, because if you look back at Quan Alexander's college statistics back at LSU, he wasn't that guy. He got a little bit more turnover friendly when he went to the NFL with the Buccaneers before his ACL injury. So it's not to say that he's buried and can't rise up, but that's a little bit of a concern for me. Kyle Lewis, 220 pounds, Matt. He's not a middle linebacker, and I think that's the distinction. They're looking for a middle linebacker. They're looking for somebody that can start opposite of Alex Anzalone and replace Servatier Dennis, somebody that has some size to him. Kyle Lewis ain't that guy at 220 pounds. Same with Justin Jefferson from Alabama, 220-pound linebacker, more of that overhang, slot, weak side, Mo backer that Alex Anzalone's playing, but Anzalone's over 230 pounds. There's a big difference there. Jimmy Rolder, more of that in between the box, Mike linebacker, 240 pounds. And again, Trotter's also 240 as well. So those are some bigger guys to kind of keep in mind. And Kendall Daniels, another player that I like. He was in our mock draft. I want to say mock draft number 4 that Josh and I did. Big guy. You talk about big, 6'5", 245 pounds, former safety who grew out of the safety position, almost similar to like Sonny Styles.
Yeah. That's the first name that came to mind, of playing the safety position, then moving to linebacker and doing a pretty good job about it. I think what's so important with this, whoever the Bucs end up going with at inside linebacker, and it does very much feel like that will be the pick in the second round for Tampa Bay if they stay where they are, even if they move around a little bit. They're not just drafting someone to pair with Alex Anzalone. They are drafting someone that is going to be the future of this team and hopefully the next Derek Brooks and Levante David. Even though it's not a first-round pick, there's been a slew of productive inside linebackers in the second round and even further on in the draft. So it's important that it's just as important as the Ruben Bain pick, in my opinion, because they need to nail inside linebacker or they're going to be in this same situation again going into next year's draft. Yes, they will have Anzalone again because it's a 2-year deal, but until they find that future cornerstone at the inside linebacker position, it's going to be a little bit of like, the wheel just keeps spinning over and over and over, and the Bucs got to get off it at some time. So hopefully they make the right pick this afternoon.
Yeah, I agree. Other guy too is Wade Woodaz, who came in for a local visit, the Clemson linebacker,
Friend of the program.
Yeah, but he and Rolder probably day 3 picks. Rolder might sneak into the 3rd round, but he seems more as a 4th or 5th round profile. Really, only a 1-year starter at Michigan. But so those are the linebackers. Let's take a look at our Bucs best bets real quick, as we have those, and really only one guy is kind of off the board, taken, if you will. The Bucs best bets will start on the offensive side of the board. All of these players still in play, I believe. Yep, I believe so. Yes, all the players.
Yeah, except for
Venga Iwane. Yeah, he's the only player that is off the board. But that was a little bit of a fallback pipe dream,
sure,
I think, for the Buccaneers. But you see some wide receivers there. Tight end might be a position today. Oscar Delp, I think, is going to go today on day 2.
Yeah.
Ted Hurst from Georgia State probably will go on day 2. There's a chance. I've seen DeJon Stribling anywhere from the 2nd round to the 6th.
He is an interesting figure. I remember doing the write-up about him after he had his meeting with Tampa Bay. He played for a couple of different schools, but, I mean, he was pretty productive everywhere he went. I mean, It wasn't like he was the number 1 guy, consensus All-American and stuff like that, but he was a big part of especially Ole Miss's offense as well. I am intrigued where he's going to end up, because the production was there, and I think it says something when you're able to produce for a couple of different teams, whether it's at the best schools in college, or if you go from a smaller school to a larger school. I think the consistent production, and I think it's something that in the past Tampa Bay has found to be beneficial, that they're hoping to get with Ruben Bain as well, but in this case, the wide receiver position.
And these are our Bucs best bets for the defensive side. Again, everybody but Akeem Messidor is still available for selection here. I think Traden Stukes from Arizona, I say cornerback. Is he a safety? Is he a corner? Is he a nickel? He can probably do it all. He's probably going off the board today. Chris Johnson is also off the board, the San Diego State cornerback. That was a little bit of a pipe dream there, too. If the Bucs are going to trade down in the 1st round, would they possibly get Chris Johnson? He would have been in that pool, I think. But Lee Hunter from Texas Tech, the defensive tackle, is a player that I could see them maybe targeting in the 2nd or 3rd round. And Josiah Trotter, the Missouri linebacker.
Yeah.
We have him in as a Bucs best bet rather than Jacob Rodriguez, because Josh Capo and I, when we were putting together this list, we talked about it. And you know what? You don't always get what you want in life.
You're right.
And we had J-Rod in the mock draft, but that was really as a result of trades. And I think that if the Buccaneers were going to get J-Rod tonight, it would have to be as a result of trades. I can't see him sliding to 46, and some of my sources have said that it doesn't seem like he is going to be there at 46 by any means of it all. So that being said, all right, which linebacker would they get? Which linebacker would be available? Josiah Trotter was the pick there. They might go C.J. Allen. We just have a feeling they might like Trotter a little bit better.
Just a smidge more for some of the things that he brings. But we got some more super chats to get to. Harry Buttle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I believe you said this last night as well, but thank you. It says Ruben Bain. Now it's stuck in your head for the night. I hope it's stuck in my head for his career in Tampa Bay, because that probably means a good thing, because we're not going Braswell.
I do think that when Tampa Bay, and they love a good chant like Bucky.
Yes.
I think when Tampa Bay does the iconic chant that has been around since the 70s, since the inception of this team, the Tampa Bay. Right now it's Tampa Bay. I could see that on 3rd down. I could totally see that.
Yes.
That Tampa Bay chant on 3rd down.
Sounds a little bit better than Tampa Bake, just because the
Well, also Baker doesn't want you making noise when he's out there on the field.
That's true.
He'll be doing this, whereas as Bain will be doing this. So
it's a good point.
He wants the crowd fired up.
Can't wait for him to shoot the come on, everybody, like when they pre-shoot it. T Level, thank you for the $2 super chat, says comfy at 46 ? I think you're okay with it, unless you really have to get Jacob Rodriguez. I think you're fine at 46. I mean, unless all the running linebackers end up going off the board. But I don't see
I've heard that for the Buccaneers to move up, it would really take a third-round pick. And the teams would want a third-round pick this year rather than next year. The team is not fond of parting ways with future draft picks, right? They don't want to give away next year's premium draft picks, not knowing where they're going to pick and what their needs are going to be, et cetera. So that's just a little bit of a shot in the dark that the Buccaneers don't typically like to do. I have a feeling they're not ruling that out, though. But from what I've been told this morning, they really want to keep their third-round pick, and that's going to be the collateral to move up because they feel like they can get 2 starters, one in the second round and one in the third round, especially this year with the positions that are available on day 2. They just feel like, and I'm not saying J-Rod's not worth it because to me he is, but they feel like they can get 2 starters here, 2 really good players. And again, when you're talking third-round pick in Jason Light's mind, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, Tyke Smith, those are some names that come to mind.
We got $20
Jamel
super
Dean,
chat.
another one,
Don't make a scene.
Yeah.
We got a $20 super chat from B. Shucker. Thank you so much. It's mighty, mighty kind. Says my favorite days 2 and 3. It's always a good time on day 2 of the draft because you get 2 more rounds. You already get your feet wet with like getting back to the swing of things of the NFL draft. And you can still find key impact players, contributing players. I mean, we've seen the Bucs do that on day 3 as well. And then, it's a bonanza on day 3 with the Pewter Report live draft show and, all the rounds as well. I mean, like, that's where you get all the hijinks of, oh, hey, a parrot's going to announce this pick or like this guy's going to bungee jump and and yell out who the pick is and everything like that. But day 2 is kind of that sweet spot. It's still players that you're like more familiar with. It's players that are going to start for this team as well. So thank you for the super chat.
Let's take a look at real quick at the defensive tackles here, because this is another position where we have a lot of names to go through.
Yeah.
Texas Tech defensive tackle Lee Hunter, a formal and a 30 visit. Caden McDonald, Caleb Banks, Daryl Jackson Jr., Tyler Onyedem, Xavier Harris, Kristen Miller, Grayson Halton, DeMonte Capehart, Caleb Proctor, Jordan Vandenberg, and Jordan Garrard. Those are some players that have either had formal visits or 30 visits now. Caleb Banks already off the board.
Yep.
So here is what I found, and I wrote about this in my insider, which you can find on pewterreport.com. Not very high on Caleb Banks at all. And Keldrick Falk was not a first-round grade by the Buccaneers, not a second-round grade by the Buccaneers. I'm not going to tell you what grade he got, but it was down there. So it's cool when the team sees it the way we see it at Pewter Report. And we didn't think Keldrick Falk was going to be a fit at all. Not as a 3-4 outside linebacker, not as a guy you could move inside. They tried that with Logan Hall, and they failed miserably. So thankfully, Keldrick Falk was not anywhere near the consideration. And that's why when we see all these national media members throw Keldrick Falk out there,
we should mock those mock drafts.
It's like I get it. I mean, that would be like me
trying to do a Seahawks mock draft.
Say Seahawks or
running
Chargers.
Back. No, that would actually make sense this year. But
sure. Keldrick Falk was never ever in consideration, and rightfully so.
That's why you got to listen to Pewter Report podcast, all of our mock draft shows, everything we've done, because we are dialed in to what this team wants, needs, what the fits are. So there you go.
Tight ends, a lot of them, Matt, 30 visits, formals, etc.
Yeah, and all of them on the board with the exception of Kenyon Sadiq. Oscar Delp is a very intriguing prospect for Tampa Bay and really for everyone. Did not have the ideal production that you would have wanted out of Georgia, but the speed and a lot of the great skill set is there. So, it's one of those things. If he comes to a better system in the NFL, is he going to end up doing some great things for this team? Sadiq is off the board. Don't need to worry about him. Max Clare had a formal and a top 30 visit from Ohio State. Sam Rash, we saw him at the Senior Bowl, had a formal. Most of these are formals. Eli Raridan over from Notre Dame. Ohio State tight end Will Kakmarek also had a formal, along with Nate Bowricker From Texas A&M, Justin Joly had a top 30 out of NC State. Cincinnati's Joe Royer had a top 30. LSU's Bauer Sharp. Syracuse's Dan Villari. And Mississippi State's Seydou Traore also had a top 30 visit. Yes, Josh. Oh, never mind. Yeah, so that's the tight end room. Some interesting names there. I believe it was Claire was formerly at Purdue, where he was teammates with Payne Durham. Wanted a little bit more skill and competition. Noticeably not there is Stowers from Vanderbilt, kind of considered the second best tight end on the board, but
he's not a very good blocker at all.
Right.
And I think that's something that Tampa Bay wants is they want a player that they can really, get after it in the run game and not be a liability there. They already had that player in Devin Culp, right? So you don't want another type of one-dimensional player like Devin Culp who just can't get on the field because he can't block. He's had 2 different offensive coordinators. He's had 2 years to get in the weight room and get better as a blocker. It just hasn't happened.
By the way, may have missed this super chat. My bad. Kevin Thomas, thank you for this $25 super chat.
You,
Says,
Kevin.
keep up the good work, per usual, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
You.
Thank you for being a Pewter Platinum member. We greatly appreciate that. Trying to think where I missed. Okay. Jonathan Stutzman Creates, thank you for this $10 super chat. Says, thanks for all the great coverage. As always, happy late birthday, SR.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Y'all made my birthday so special last night. It was awesome. Not many people, Matt, get to spend their birthday with like 13,000 people last night. But we had over 13,000 people watch the Pewter Report podcast on YouTube alone. Haven't even checked the Facebook or X numbers yet, but that number might be closer to 15,000. But we had a lot of fun. It was fantastic.
Grand old time. I think it made it better that the Bucs, made a fantastic pick as well.
It always helps. Thank you, Jason Light, for a great birthday gift, because the last one I got on my birthday was Tristan Wirfs. So this is right up there.
Confused Boat Lake, thank you for this $1.99 super chat. Says, could they go back to back on linebacker like they did with, looks like you're talking about the corners when they did it with Carlton Davis and MJ Stewart. They also did it with Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish last year. I think they should go back to back at inside linebacker. And that's where we kind of talked about the Kyle Lewis factor of like, you're not going to draft him first and have him be your starting inside linebacker, but you take him in a little bit of a later round after already securing your top inside linebacker. That's definitely on the table.
Yeah. And to kind of piggyback off that, Todd Bowles will cross train. He and Mike Caldwell will cross train those linebackers to play Mike and Mo. One of them's going to be better at one of them's going to be better at the other, but you need to come away with a starting Mike. The other player can be more of a backup Mike who will also learn Mo and give you some positional flexibility there in case something happens to Anzalone, right? Servasi Dennis can play both spots in a pinch. And actually, I think Servasi might even be better as a money backer where he's not in the box having to stack and shed. He's not bad at that. And I'm not saying he's like great in coverage, but I think he is better as a read and react, see ball, get ball linebacker.
Yeah, for sure.
Someone with that, here comes the guard. I got to stack and shed and I got to fill the hole.
Yeah, he's a smart player. He's good at like identifying stuff, but it's, some of the other parts of it that
it's just the physical part of it. He's a maxed out 230 pounds and he's not that big.
Yeah. Thank you, Kevin Thomas, for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 20 months now. Yes, we did get your super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And this one comes from SS John NYG. Thank you for the $6.99 super chat. Bless you, Josh. Says, how many linebackers have to go before we look at a different position at 46? That's an interesting question. I like that. Let me pull up.
I would say too that the Buccaneers, you can't go wrong sticking to your board. That's the thing too. It's like, I know you need a linebacker. Todd Bowles has said between 10 to 12 linebackers are in this draft that he likes. So, and they're not all on day 2, right? You got some guys on day 3 that can also be had. And, you think that first round is the best, second round's the second best, third round's, it doesn't always happen that way. Dre Greenlaw, I believe, was a 5th-round pick out of Arkansas, and Fred Warner was a 3rd-round pick out of BYU, right? So those were the 49ers starting linebackers, and actually now again with Dre Greenlaw going back to San Fran.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just goes to show you don't have to necessarily get a guy in the 1st or 2nd round to have him be that player. Now, Carson Schwarzenegger was a 2nd-round pick, and he turned out to be the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. So, but yeah, I do think that if you stick to your board, it might be a linebacker, it might be a defensive tackle, it might be a tight end. Those would be the positions, I think, unless you have a corner sliding down.
Yeah.
That is really, really appealing there. But, Matt, they just haven't done, at least visibly to us, the work on the corners, bringing him in for 30 official visits.
They only had one at
Trading Stoops
at the combine. Yeah.
It feels like they're saying we drafted 2 last year. We have Zion, and there's our 3.
Right.
We draft another one,
and they got to grow up a little bit.
Yeah,
they got to develop.
They got to show us they can play.
Zion needs to bounce back for sure. By the way, some of the linebackers still available: Anthony Hill, C.J. Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, Jake Golday, Josiah Trotter. Those are probably all the ones kind of bunched together. If they all got taken before the Bucs were on the clock at 46. By the way, starting out in the 2nd round is San Fran, then the Cardinals, the Bills, Raiders, Giants, Texans, Browns, Chiefs, Bengals, Saints, Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So really with not too many linebackers taken, there's an opportunity for all the teams ahead of Tampa Bay to go and select one. So we'll see.
Sure.
But yeah, the Bucs aren't going to panic. I think that's really important to communicate to everybody. They never seem to panic when it comes to their draft board, which has led to a overall good draft board over the past couple of years.
The other thing too is we could see a flurry of trades early in the 2nd round, because we saw a flurry of trades, Matt, at the end of the 1st round.
Yeah.
Right. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. As of right now, the number 33 pick has not been for sale. That could happen when the 49ers are on the clock, though. The Buccaneers were in this position back in 2022 and decided to stay put and pick Logan Hall. It didn't really pan out that well. They had Trey McBride as another player they liked.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up being a Pro Bowl tight end for the Arizona Cardinals. Bailey, what happened to the fan?
I don't know.
Can you check on that? Can you see if you can run maintenance on that? There we go. Thank you. Slack. Thank you.
Moving on. The fan is working, folks.
Yes.
So there's an update for everyone. Yes.
Resident handyman, Adam Slovan.
Little rivalry there, too. All things gay. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Asking about an LSU player. Says, thoughts on Harold Perkins in the 3rd round?
Wow. Interesting guy, because he's a player without a position, if we're being honest. I mean, he's undersized. You know what he does best? He rushes the quarterback. He's a good blitzer. That's really about it. He's not good in coverage. He gets fooled easily. He's not big enough to really be in the box. He is a niche situational player, and you don't draft that kind of player in the 3rd round. He probably, to me, is a late round draft pick. I'm not a fan, really. He had a great freshman season at LSU, and then he tore his knee, but he hasn't been the same player. And also too, he really hasn't gotten out of that one-trick pony phase that he was in. So I'm not that big of a Harold Perkins fan.
Eric Carlson, thank you for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 1 month now. Says, I get wanting to get multiple potential starters, but there is one middle linebacker who makes plays on the board, and it's now your biggest need. And then he puts in all caps, go get the stash.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just you wait.
I'm with you.
It all comes down to the capital. What do they have to give up to move up and get him? And kind of laid that out, be a 3rd rounder, and then future picks as well. It's the future picks that Tampa Bay does not want to deviate
If
from.
this was a shallow draft, if it really just for whatever reason, the talent at the positions of need fell off the cliff after the second round, and you might do that. But again, let's look at the defense, Matt. They've made a lot of moves in the defense, but let's state the obvious. Alex Anzalone, 31.
Mhm.
Ashawn Robinson, 31. Al-Quadin Muhammad, 31. Raheem Nunez-Roches, 32. Vita Vea in a contract year, 31. This is a quick fix defense right now that is trying to kickstart better production, better play, more wins here. But these are guys that are going to quickly hand the baton off to the next guy.
Correct.
And right now at defensive tackle, there is no next guy.
Mhm.
Right now at linebacker, there is no next guy.
They are the Hardy Nickersons for like the next
Yeah.
group that's coming in.
That's exactly right. And even Christian Roseman, 29 years old, right? 1 year deal.
Yeah.
So the problem is if you do trade up, you're sacrificing maybe another defensive tackle that you could get in the third round to help out that defensive front.
And
It could be the other linebacker that you want to get if
Right.
you want to double dip in
I just
on day
think
two.
like the Bucs have been so afraid to give up draft picks for proven commodity players.
Yeah.
Now they're going to do it for players that, they do say that the draft is a crapshoot. It's kind of funny to go there.
According to Josh Capo, who is our resident Mike Greenberg in terms of
Just say nerd.
nerd.
Josh, not all heroes wear capos. I'm going to throw in as many Chris Berman stuff as I can.
But
today.
what he had to say was the third round pick, the Bucs' third round pick, would get the Buccaneers up to 36. So it would get them within striking distance. But then again, you're giving up the third round pick, which this team, as I've been told, really values this year. Next year's third round pick, if you just want to just say, hey, we'll give you next year's third round just to move up, no other collateral outside of just swapping second round picks. That can get the Bucs up to 39 based upon the value draft charts.
All right, keep that in mind, folks. Thank you to Darnell Murphy for this $10 super chat. Says, how many sacks do you see Reuben Bain getting his rookie year if healthy? What was the record that Myles Garrett just broke? Just kidding. It's tough to say right now. I mean, there's so many other variables that come into play. How is the whole defense playing? Is Kalijah Cansey healthy on this team? How much does Yaya develop as well on the other side? These are all
I'll say
things
this.
that are
Yaya Diaby was a starter halfway through his rookie season. He finished with 7.5.
Yeah.
If Reuben Bain can get 7 sacks this year as a rookie, that would be a phenomenal number in year one. I think a realistic number would be 5. If you got 5 sacks, think about it this way: if you got 5 sacks, that's double what Hassan Reddick got last year.
Yeah, right.
So to me, that would be a huge win. Anywhere between 5 and 10, but 5 would be a realistic number that, to me, I would feel pretty good about.
The cooler thing is how many can create for everyone.
Yeah, Josh, if maybe you didn't hear him, he said the cooler thing is like how many sacks that he'll be able to create for other players along this defensive line. That's something we spoke about a little bit yesterday. Like, how much does this benefit Yaya Diaby and what he'll be able to do with his ability to kind of finish and keep his motor going and never give up on a play and stuff like that. And then, yeah, of course, Kalijah Cansey, Vita Vea in that middle as well, all helping each other. I mean, there's been years where the leading sacker on this team was either Vita Vea or Kalijah Cansey. And, if that ends up being the case once again, so be it. But I think traditionally you like having your edge rusher, an outside linebacker being the team leader in sacks. So, I don't know. It's tough to sit here and say, oh, he's going to get 12 sacks this year. But I think it's important as well to differentiate. Like, in his time in Miami, some people will be like, oh, he only had 9.5 sacks. Like, he never had a double-digit sack season. He was getting all of the attention. He was the guy that opponents game plan for.
Yeah, he was the alpha. He was the guy that I think Akeem Messidor and Reuben Bain played off each other quite well. They worked in tandem, and that's really what you want. Probably a little skewed more towards Bain. All right. If you have to slide your protection one way, it's probably going to be towards Bain rather than Messidor if you're a quarterback, if you're an offensive coordinator.
Moving on, Gabriel Kelber, thank you for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 13 months now. It's awesome to see. Thanks for your support. Says, I've missed the show thus far. Give me a crash course on who we're possibly looking at tonight. So thankful to Pewter Report for your coverage. As always, a Bucs fanatic stream.
Thank you. The cool thing is I do a rundown of my SR's Bucs Insider Day 2. You can check that out on pewterreport.com. And again, linebacker, defensive tackle, wide receiver could be a wild card position.
Yeah.
If the right guard is there, I could see Jason Light. You think the second round, Luke Edeke, Cody Malkin in the second round, Alex Kapp in the third round. You could make a case Ben Bredesen. He is under contract through next year. Can you upgrade that position? Yeah. Ben is not a Pro Bowl caliber player. Good player. You don't want him. You'd rather have him on your roster than not, right? But is he replaceable? I don't think he's irreplaceable. Cody Malk also coming off of a knee injury. The team is hopeful. Cody is hopeful. He returns to full health this year. That still, though, remains to be seen. Even like Chris Godwin coming back from that broken ankle injury. What happened, right? He came back, hurt his fibula, was out for a couple other games. So you just don't know.
But for the second round, very much feels like linebacker if that's available. But
I would think so.
My gut feeling tonight is linebacker, tight end.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Bruce Ogilvy, thank you for the $4.99. Ogilvy, maybe? Yeah, like Jeff Ogilvy, the golfer. Thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Says, thoughts on interior offensive line in the third round? Malk injury worries me.
Yep.
And Bredesen, in my opinion, needs an upgrade.
Jennings Dunker kind of comes to mind.
Yeah.
From Iowa. I mean, he checks a lot of boxes. Iowa offensive lineman.
The hay toss champion or whatever that
hay
was.
Bale champion.
Yeah, hay bale.
He's got a mullet. He's got
red hair,
mustache, and he's a ginger. So that to me, that's a Jason Light profile.
Exactly.
Right,
it checks every
Jason
board.
has a type, and that's the type.
Yeah. Brian Goody, thank you for this $2 super chat. We appreciate you. And SRQ Salt, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Says, if Caden McDaniel is available, that's the pick. Vita Vea will be 32 and a free agent next year. Over under on games Cansey plays in 2026. I asked Elijah Cansey, I think it was last week, what his goals were for this season. He said, I don't care about stats or anything like that. I want to play in every game this season. So his goal, stats be damned, he wants to play all 17 games this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Will he do it? I don't know. I'm going to say no. But that's his goal.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong.
One thing you can't go wrong about, if you are my age, and I'm now 54, you witnessed me turn 54 yesterday, is low testosterone. It's a real thing, fellas. If you are feeling sluggish, if you feeling like your workouts in the gym aren't getting you the results that you want, if you feel like you're kind of swimming upstream in life, some mental fog, some fatigue in the afternoon, I was falling asleep on the couch like at 9 o'clock at night. Something was wrong with me. And my wife said, hey, go get your testosterone checked out. So glad I did, because it was low. And believe it or not, 1 in 4 men have low testosterone levels over the age of 30. Now you might think 30, that's young. Well, yes, but the problem is 30 in this day and age is not what it used to be, because of processed foods, because of poor diet, because of lack of exercise. The testosterone levels are dropping sooner in today's men than maybe men of yesteryear. But here's the cool thing. With testosterone replacement therapy, you can get back to feeling like your old self. Call today, Game Day Men's Health, for your complimentary testosterone test and consultation. West Shore, South Tampa, Brandon, Palm Harbor, Largo, or Sarasota. Weight gain's another thing, right? Your metabolism slows down. If you're feeling like you're gaining weight and that's a little new and different for you, well, it might be a testosterone issue. So go get your testosterone checked out with that free complimentary visit at Game Day Men's Health. You can find it a location near you, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Again, West Shore, South Tampa, Brandon, Palm Harbor, Largo, and Sarasota in the Tampa Bay area. They have in-house laboratories where you're going to have the answers, the test results in 15 minutes. They also can help you get optimal health with peptides and vitamins, treatments for sexual wellness and ED, and weight loss and GLP-1. Folks, this is a game changer. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. I cannot stress how much of a difference this has made in my life. Please heed my warning. I should have done this back in my 40s. I waited too long. I've now been on testosterone replacement therapy for about 4 to 5 years, and it has just made a world of difference. So there's no shame in this. This is a natural biological function. It just happens to some men more than others. I'm one of those guys. So please do yourself a favor. Stop feeling overweight, tired, sluggish, mental fog, fatigue, all that stuff. Go get your testosterone checked. The folks at Game Day Men's Health want to help you.
It is past 7 p.m., so that means round 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft has begun. That's right. Day 2 starts now for the 2026 NFL Draft and for Pewter Report's live draft show presented by PrizePicks. Make sure you download the PrizePicks app in the link in our description. It's super easy to use. You just pick more or less than on a couple of different player stats. That's how you set your lineup. And when you set your lineup, use the promo code HMA. That's letters HMA. And you can get $50 instantly after you set your $5 lineup. So big thanks to PrizePicks. I've enjoyed using it so much. So, yeah, make sure you download the app, get those lineups in. And thanks again to Walk-Ons. Or PrizePicks, but we love Walk-Ons too.
We love Walk-Ons. We love Game Day Men's Health. We love all of our sponsors for this draft show. And we're super excited that you've joined us for day 2. We had a record crowd join us for the first day of the draft. It only gets even more exciting because there's 2 picks today. And as we've talked about before, Matt, the NFC South foes, here they come. They're going to be getting reinforcements as well and probably getting some starters. I'm really curious to see what the Falcons are going to do because they really didn't do much in free agency.
No,
biggest splash
they
signing.
had the worst free agency out of the NFC South, and it wasn't even close. It was almost like how during the season the Saints were not even close to the rest of the NFC South, with everyone ending at 8-9. Although the Saints did make a run at the end of the year, also defeating Tampa Bay. But when it came to free agency, it was, again, 3 teams kind of clustered at the top, or I don't think there was any breakaway winner in free agency, but the Falcons were way far away down on the other side of it.
What do we say, Matt? The Falcon.
They falconed.
I'm not even a big fan of the Kevin Stefanski hire. I don't think that's a needle mover for me at all. I just don't have. I know he won the NFL head coach of the year honors twice. Okay, well, but he also had more losing seasons than winning seasons too. You know who else is not a fan of the hire? Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to Baker for that for that wild storyline kind of coming out of nowhere. Just quote tweeting another tweet about Stefanski and pretty much saying that he didn't call or talk to him after he moved on from Cleveland, and of course being see ya twice a season now, coach, and everything. By the way, congrats to Baker and Emily. They just welcomed their second child, baby boy, the other day, I think 2 or 3 days ago. So exciting times in the Mayfield household. They're now a family of 4 plus a dog as well. So I guess technically 5. But the funny thing about the Mayfields is all of their birthdays are within, I think, 2 weeks of each other, right around this time in April. So very happy times for the Mayfields, and we're very excited for them.
April's a great month to have a birthday.
Kayvon Thibodeau just posted goodbye on Instagram. Reports are the Saints are the team.
Oh my goodness. So Adam Slavon telling us off the air that Kayvon Thibodeau, I guess still technically current New York Giant, posted saying his goodbyes. And the thoughts and reports is that Thibodeau is heading to New Orleans, which would very, very much impact the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this upcoming season. Another edge rusher to deal with. I like Thibodeau. There's no secret about it. I had him in my Bucs battle plan. I had the Bucs trading for Kayvon Thibodeau. Not a lot of production last season, but that was more of the other players
kind of crowded room
that was added in. I will say with any edge rusher that comes to the division or goes to a team that the Bucs are going to have to play on the schedule that year, when you have Tristan Wirfs and when you have Luke Gedeke, it's not as intimidating going against any edge rusher that isn't named essentially, Myles Garrett.
Yeah. And here's Thibodeau going after Michael Penix. He might be doing that more often if he goes to New Orleans, as some reports have suggested. Wonder what the draft compensation is going to be. Is that Saints second-round pick? Is that now property of the New York Giants? Is it a second-round pick? Is it a third-round pick and maybe a day 3 selection? It'll be interesting to see what actually happens, because the Saints do pick ahead of the Buccaneers in the second round. They will have the first crack at it. Let's take a quick peek at where the NFC South teams are picking. The Saints, again, do have that pick ahead of the Buccaneers at number 42. They got Jordan Tyson yesterday. Let's see how Kellen Moore fleshes out that roster, and if he does go for some defensive help, or if he just trades that pick and says, we're going to go with an experienced veteran player. The reigning division champs, I guess we can say that. It's technically true. Yeah. Carolina Panthers, the Fighting Dave Canales, got Monroe Freeling yesterday, the Georgia offensive tackle. They will be picking 51 behind Tampa Bay, who was picking at number 46. And the Atlanta Falcons, as we mentioned, don't have a pick until number 48 in the second round. So there will be a flurry of NFC South picks coming up in short order here after we get we're starting at 33 with the 49ers. They're on the clock right now. And we'll see if Jason Light heeded my call for Jacob Rodriguez. No matter what, it would be quite the trade if that actually ended up happening. So,
yeah, I want to get back to Thibodeau real quick. I just think that a second round is a little bit too much for him. Remember, he's a guy that's like going into a contract year as well. So you're kind of going in saying like a second round pick with the risk of him not even returning after the season, I think would be a little bit too much. I think a third rounder is probably more the situation for Thibodeau. But again, it takes one team to kind of make that mistake. So,
yep, for sure.
Yeah, we'll see.
While we're waiting, just wanted to give a quick thank you to everybody. You met some of our goals yesterday. We had 23,000 subscribers if you're just joining the program here. That's fantastic. We've adjusted the goal. We'd love to get to 23,100 by the end of tomorrow. We're going to have a huge audience tonight and Saturday. We'd love to have some more subscribers. That's free. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube, on our Pewter Report TV YouTube channel. That's free. You guys crushed our 3-day goal of $1,200 in super chats in one night. The goal was $1,200. The final tally was $1,208. Wow. We're blown away by that. So, listen, y'all have come strong. We greatly appreciate that. We're adjusting the goal to 2,000. If we don't make it, hey, the original goal, mission accomplished. Right. We're just trying to, see if we can hit 2,000 by the end of the day tomorrow. That'll be $800 over the next 2 days, $400 per day. We'll see what happens. We're close to getting 250 channel members, and we need 20 more. We're at 230 right now. So 20 more Pewter Report TV channel members. You can hit the join button on Pewter Report TV and become a Pewter Report TV channel member. You get some cool perks, use of the emojis and the badges, as well as the Pewter Insider podcast that Matt and I do on Fridays at 1:30 if you are a Pewter Premier or Platinum member. So we're excited to see if we can hit the trifecta. We've already got the subscriber goal. We already got the goal for the super chats, and we'll see if we can get the YouTube channel members up as well. So greatly appreciate everybody tuning in. We had record numbers last night. I think we're on our way to doing that again today.
Yeah, would love to hit a 3-leg parlay. That'd be awesome. Harry Buttle, thank you for this $2 super chat. says, if we trade up for Jermod McCoy, a number 1 cornerback, how you feeling?
Well,
Not feeling too good.
I was going to say, if they trade up for that, I'd feel pretty good because the Buccaneers have done their homework and said that he is worth that. So I trust Jason Light and the medical staff.
Yeah.
I'm with you though, Matt. I don't. You already have a second round cornerback that you have to find out, can he play? That's Benjamin Morrison.
Sure.
He's coming off some injuries. Do you want to have another injured player?
Because
at the position?
we could play that same game with Benjamin Morrison and be like
The Zahn Stribling.
Oh, Stribling?
Yeah.
Stribling
Went to the Niners.
to the 49ers.
That seems like a 49ers type of pick.
wow.
Watch out, Mike Evans. Sorry, too soon. Wow. That's crazy. For those maybe tuning in, we were talking about DeZon Stribling before. He played for a couple schools, but finished his career at Ole Miss. He's going to the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah. But the conversation was that he can go anywhere from the 2nd round to the 6th round.
And he's second round.
He's the 33rd pick, the Logan Hall pick, if you will. But to get back to this, with McCoy, like I think you could say the same thing about when they went with Benjamin Morrison last year. It was like, oh well, the Bucs did their research, they felt fine. Now, is this to be said that McCoy is as injury prone or is going to have the same injury issues that Benjamin Morrison did? No,
right.
But you're already starting with someone that has an injury history. So I don't know. Something makes me feel uneasy about it, and I would just stay away. Stribling going to the 49ers.
Yeah.
Wow.
So next on the clock would be the Arizona Cardinals. They drafted a running back, which was an interesting move yesterday.
Bananas. Yeah.
I mean, you have Jacoby Brissett. The running back room is actually pretty good now. You've got
For sure. Yeah.
Jeremiah Love. You've got Tyler Algier. You've got James Conner. You better run.
Benson.
And Trey Benson. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's a
what's the old
RBU
saying?
over there.
Like only one rock to go around?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, unless they
crazy.
just keep running the pony package, you know?
Now, I have heard the Bills do like Jacob Rodriguez, so that's a hurdle right there at number 3.
Yeah.
That's pick number 35. So we shall see. We shall see if the Buccaneers are, in position to make any kind of move. You know what? If you're interested in making a move, maybe getting a different type of insurance for your vehicle, well, the folks over at Briar Greaves can help you out with that. And I know because I'm a Briar Greaves customer. Now, the best part about Briar Greaves Insurance, aside from the fact that they're family owned and locally operated right here in the Tampa Bay area, is they can write coverage all across the state for more than just one car insurance company. So why would you, with your busy life, want to do all of that investigating yourself? Why would you want to call all these different insurance companies or go online and go all these different websites? One phone call to Briar Greaves can save you time, and time is money. So if you want to upgrade your car insurance, if you want to just get a better rate, give the folks over at Briar Greaves a call, and they will do all of the legwork for you. Protecting your assets starts with the company you can count on. That's Briar Greaves Insurance. Not just for auto folks, maybe homeowners, flood, boaters, or business insurance. BriarGreavesInsurance.com is the website to go to. Give them a call at 813-876-4166. That's 813-876-4166. The late, great Mark Cook told me about Briar Greaves Insurance, and I became a Briar Greaves Insurance customer myself. Also, Jason Light, friend of the program.
That's right. Big
is
friend of the
also
program.
a
Jason Light.
Briar Greaves Insurance customer.
Chase Besantis for the Cardinals.
Chase Besantis to the Cardinals. So now they have an offensive lineman to block for.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Love. Okay.
That's another one that falls for Tampa Bay. But yeah, now with Buffalo on the clock, keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Bucs fans. Oh, wouldn't it be a dagger though with the Raiders? Oh, the Raiders need help like everywhere.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
man, that would
if
hurt.
John Spytek did Jason Light dirty and took Jacob Rodriguez,
Oh,
that would
be
painful.
be getting a knuckle sandwich. If he began.
Knuckle sandwich. That's fantastic.
Other teams with linebacker needs, this is according to NFL.com. The G-Men, but not one of their first needs. Texans. The Bengals, they were listed as like their top need as linebacker.
Yeah.
So that's a little tough.
And they just got Demetrius Knight last year, who the Bucs also
Right.
liked, South Carolina.
Yeah. So that's another team to watch if Buffalo does not end up taking him.
You know, I just wonder too if I'm just trying to think of like what could be a surprise pick here, right? Caden McDonald, we had the super chat earlier.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle is a position that is not deep this year. There's not that many guys. And for Todd Bowles to sit there and say there are 10 to 12 linebackers we like, and only one's been off the board really so far, and that's Sonny Styles, right?
Yeah.
So if Jacob Rodriguez goes off the board, that's 2 out of the 10, and I'm pretty sure in Todd's mind, Sonny
I see what you're
Styles
saying. Yeah.
and Jacob Rodriguez were linebackers in that 10 to 12. So now you're looking at 8 to 10 left, right? So I'm just wondering, defensive tackle, we know that Jason Light puts a premium on the trenches, not just offensive line, defensive line. Vita Vea, first-round pick, 2018. The second overall pick, but the first pick by the Buccaneers in 2022, defensive tackle Logan Hall. The next year, defensive tackle Kalijah Kancey. The year after that, if it wasn't going to be a trench player, Graham Barton, the center at number 24, the Bucs were going to draft Illinois defensive tackle Johnny Newton. So I'm just saying, when you look at the premier positions, first round, second round, and all that, they put a lot of value. Jason Light does, and I think Todd Bowles certainly does as a defensive-minded head coach, into the trenches. And we've talked about that defensive line, Matt. Vita Vea 31. Ashawn Robinson, 31. Raheem Nunez-Roches, 32. You got oft-injured Kalijah Kancey, who this team will give the fifth-year option to, right? Pick that up. But then what do you have? You've got Elijah Roberts after that. You've got Jason Jones after that, right? So there's a huge drop-off between those positions. And in Arizona, when I asked Todd Bowles, what's your strongest position on defense, he said, defensive tackle. Those 3 guys, Vita Vea, Ashawn Robinson, Kalijah Kancey. That's the strength right now.
TJ Parker off the board.
That's good. Thank you, Buffalo.
That is very, very good. TJ Parker.
That makes a lot of sense because the Bills did not re-sign AJ Epinesa, their former first-round pick.
Yeah, out of Iowa, yeah.
And they've not re-signed Joey Bosa either. So that's 2 edge rushers that they had last year. They don't have this year. So TJ Parker makes some sense for Buffalo right there.
There's also a trade.
Texans on the clock.
The Texans are on the clock. They're trading with the Raiders.
This is going to be Jacob Rodriguez right here.
You think so?
Yeah.
Staying in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yep. This is it. Yep. I'm sorry. I hate.
I will remember you.
God. Oh, J Rod, you were so close.
Yeah.
We were so
say
close.
It ain't so.
Yeah.
Man,
I don't want to say it, but I think this feels like. I mean, D'Amico Ryans, defensive-minded head coach, he knows defense.
there's just no way that
this
the Texans don't
this
take
guy
Jacob
was
Rodriguez.
right in their backyard, right?
It would be impossible for the Texans to not take Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah. The rich get richer on defense.
Oh, my goodness. Let's just start the rivalry now. Move over. Bucs versus Liam Cohen. It's Bucs versus D'Amico Ryan.
I mean, when you look at the Texans depth chart, right, at the linebacker position, you know, they have Azeez Al-Shahir.
Yeah, when he's not getting suspended and fined.
They have EJ Speed, who's kind of like a journeyman guy, and they have Henry 2020.
Yeah.
Right. Jacob Rodriguez is better than any of those players, right? It just is. I know they traded for Marte Mapu, that he's more of a special teams player and more of a depth player for the Texans. So this just feels like J-Rod right here. And I'm trying to use some of...
You can call him down. It's Caden McDonald.
It's Caden McDonald.
The
Yes.
J-Rod dream is still alive, folks. It's still alive. Jacob Rodriguez.
See,
Come on home.
I was using some reverse
So
psychology
was I.
there,
I said it was impossible.
and it worked. It worked. So, really,
staying alive.
really interesting move right there, because this team up front, right, when you look at what the Texans have, you have Sheldon Rankins, you've got Logan Hall, who they acquired, they paid big money to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got Naquan Jones, you have Tommy Togai. I guess looking for another nose tackle. I mean, Caden McDonald, 2nd-round pick. So
I like Caden McDonald.
I did too. Good player, young player. He's he's going to need some development, but whew, that was close.
Oh,
that was a close
my goodness. Staying alive. J. Rod, staying alive.
Now we're looking at the. Wait a minute, hold on. So the Texans traded up with the Raiders. Okay,
yeah. So the Giants are on the clock.
Giants are on the clock at number 5 here. Okay,
yeah, and that's the Raiders.
Yeah,
yeah. So it's Giants, Raiders,
Is this going
Browns.
to be? They need
Chiefs,
a defensive tackle here to replace
Dexter
Lawrence. Maybe that's why the Texans moved up, because Caden McDonald could have gone right there to the Giants to replace Dexter Lawrence. So we might see a little run here on defensive tackles, Matthew.
That would be fantastic. I'm trying to see linebackers for the Giants. Tremaine Edmonds. They have Arvell Reese, but he's going to be all over.
We're going to take a quick look at the defensive tackles here, just because we're talking about defensive tackles. The Bucs are also interested in those.
Texas Tech defensive tackle Lee Hunter had a formal and a top 30 visit. The only player on this list to have both. Big dude out of Texas Tech. Great attitude as well. Just the perfect type of attitude that you would want. Big guy, but he's got a little bit of a push as well. I think that's really important to specify. He's not just hey, he's gigantic, he's going to stuff the run. Dude's got a little motion. He can definitely push the pocket back a little bit, which obviously Tampa likes to have with their defensive linemen. Caden McDonald just got taken. Caleb Banks was a 1st-round pick. Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida State had a formal. This man is gargantuan. Absolutely gargantuan. Had a great showing at the Senior Bowl, too. Only got there the second day, immediately truck-sticked an offensive lineman trying to block him in the one-on-one pass rush drill. So I like Darrell Jackson. I had him in my Bucs battle plan as a mock draft. Tyler Onyedem from Texas A&M had a formal. Xavier Harris out of Ole Miss with the formal. And then these were top 30 visits. Kristen Miller out of Georgia. Grace Halton from Oklahoma. Clemson defensive tackle Demont Capehart. Caleb Proctor out of Southeastern Louisiana. Jordan Vandenberg was another top 30 visit. This from Georgia Tech. And Louisville defensive tackle, also named Jordan Garrard, was a local visit. So those are the D tackles being looked at by Tampa Bay. I still think it's a little bit early to go D tackle at the moment, especially with McDonald off the board. But we'll see. I think Lee Hunter, I like him as a player. I don't know if that necessarily means that Tampa Bay is going to be the ones picking him. Speaking of Tampa Bay, the Lightning are unfortunately down 1-0
Yeah, I saw that.
to the Canadians. Long way to go, though.
The Rays are up.
And the Rays are up 1-0. So some good, some bad. Let's get to some super chats. First of all, thank you to Top Shelf 555 for becoming a Pewter Report YouTube channel member. Thank you for helping us try to reach our new goal, because we accomplished a lot of those goals last night. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. The Poplar Bluff, thank you for the $2 super chat. This super chat came before the Bills pick, but said the Bills will take Denzel Boston. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Poor Josh Allen.
Yeah, it's like the Aaron Rodgers thing all over again. They just won't give this guy weapons.
I mean, traded for DJ Moore, but I mean, I'm not even sold on DJ.
That's
Moore,
true. I like DJ Moore, but he is like he's getting up there in age, you know.
Giants take Colton Hood.
Colton, welcome to my hood, taken by the New York
Tennessee
Football Giants.
Cornerback, yeah.
And Harry Buttle, thanks for the $2 super chat.
Thank
Says Bucs trade pick 46 to San Francisco for Michael Lynn Evans.
Wouldn't that be something if
I can see Jason doing that.
Exactly. That would be a turn of events, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be like The Office when like Ryan becomes the district manager and then he like ends up working for them again. Cincy Kid has now become a Pewter Report YouTube channel member.
Yes.
Let's go. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Cincy Kid, isn't he the Ric Flair fan?
Yes. Yeah. Usually does the woo styling profiling.
Yep.
Usually on game days, but thank you for becoming a member.
That's awesome.
Right now. The Poplar Bluff, thank you very much for this $5 super chat. Says there are several very good inside linebacker prospects stacked now. The run will come when the first is taken.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I can see once one goes, you're going to start to see them start to cascade down here. And wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some defensive tackles now start to go too with Caden McDonald. So I can tell you that from what my sources tell me, Darrell Jackson is a player that we've had on, I think, our third mock draft to the Buccaneers in the third round. Probably not a Bucs fit. And also Xavier Harris, a player that both those players, Darrell Jackson and Xavier Harris, they interviewed formally at the Combine. Sometimes when they interview you formally, they hear something in those meetings that kind of turns them off.
Yeah. That's true, too.
Sometimes we sit there and say, well, they had him in for a 30 visit. We had him in for a formal interview. Sometimes those interviews, the answers they get, it can be a turnoff. Mm-hmm. So we don't know the outcome of those meetings. We don't know the outcome. You can have a player that comes down here for a 30 visit. They meet the kid. They send him around, the room to meet with Jason Light, Todd Bowles, the scouts, the assistant coaches, the coordinators, and they just say,
not feeling it.
Yeah, not feeling it. Wasn't really impressive. So that can be something too, just because they've had the opportunities to meet these kids doesn't mean that every interview that they have, every formal or official 30 visit goes the right way, and they're actually interested in drafting those players. Sometimes those are the turn off events. So
Scott, the people want to know, are you getting nervous?
I started the day nervous, Sly. He asked me, he said, the people want to know, am I getting nervous? Yes. I forgot my high blood pressure medicine at home, so we might be in trouble here. Might be in trouble. Either way, like if they draft Jacob Rodriguez, there could be a cardiac moment.
Right.
And if another team drafts him, it could be a cardiac moment, but like not. I mean, really, neither cardiac moment would be a good one, but one would be worse than the other.
Yes, that would be. Cincy Kid says, "Woo!"
There we go.
There we go,
Cincy Kid. Appreciate it.
Shout out to you, Cincy Kid.
Have we heard anything else on the Kayvon Thibodeau possible trade?
Not yet.
Okay. Was that from a reliable source?
It's from Jordan Schultz.
Okay. Yeah. He's a good insider for sure. So we've had the Giants on the clock now. The Giants, the pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock. So do we know who the Giants selected? We do. Colton Hood. Yeah. Sorry, the Raiders is what I meant to say. The Raiders are now on the clock. John Spytek. You just drafted Fernando Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need a wide receiver to pair with him? That wide receiving core is shallow.
Yeah.
Is Denzel Boston, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good point. They absolutely have to go wide receiver with this pick.
Denzel Boston is not Mike Evans, but as we saw with even Jameis Winston, when you pair a young quarterback with a big wide receiver, sometimes you can not be as accurate. You can throw it up, and you can have a little help from your big receiver winning those contested catches. you don't have to be as accurate. So I wonder if Denzel Boston is the selection here for the Las Vegas Raiders, the Fighting John Spytex. Let's see here. Let's look at the receivers that are still on the board. Denzel Boston would be the next guy up. He's probably the next rated receiver. Cornell Tate's off the board. Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, KC Concepcion, Omar Cooper. I would say Denzel Boston would be a good fit here for John Spytek, and more importantly, Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, that you have to surround your quarterback with, with weapons. And yeah, you got Genty. Yes, they do need an offensive line as well. They need a lot of help there. There's no doubt about it. But I think you gotta, if you don't have the quarterback, your team is screwed. So
trade in Stoops.
Trade in Stoops.
Okay.
Going to the Raiders.
Wow. All right. Good player. Really good player. A player that we had as a Bucs best bet on the defensive side of the ball. Didn't really think that the Buccaneers were going to go corner this early. Kind of felt like cornerback might be a day 3 option just because you spent day 2 picks on Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish. You got to give these young guys a chance to play. And if you drafted another corner, we have a lightning goal.
Hey, Braden Point.
There we go. Looks like it.
Awesome.
1-1 up there in Canada.
Let's go. There you go, Bolts.
Yeah.
By the way, I just made a pick on PrizePicks. I'll let everybody know about it in just a moment. But I took Jacob Rodriguez to be the second linebacker drafted in the NFL draft over on PrizePicks. Obviously, the first one was Sonny Styles. Next one is going to be Jacob Rodriguez. So you can head on over to PrizePicks and get that
I'm
pick in.
Do the same pick.
I like that, Matt. About to tweet it out as well. I'll do an audio tweet. Make picks on the 2026 NFL draft.
All right, so I'm going to go right here to NFL draft, Matt. Is that right?
Go to hit players. Go to teams.
There we go. There we go.
And then go over to scroll, like where it says NBA, NHL. Just scroll over a little bit. And NFL draft.
There we go.
And then if you go to
doing it right here live with PrizePicks.
If you scroll across where it says like landing spot, draft category, defensive positions.
Boom.
Then right there, first linebacker or second linebacker drafted. If you think it's going to be Jacob Rodriguez, you say yes. And then you can put in whatever you want to put in.
Okay.
NFL draft. Using PrizePicks. Prize. No, that's not what I wanted. Typing is hard. Using PrizePicks.
Browns have taken Denzel Boston.
Oh, Denzel Boston to the Browns.
Wide receiver in the first round.
Sure. Taken in this draft. Use the code HMA link. All right. The Rodriguez pick is in and posted on social media. So big thanks to PrizePicks. Thanks for all of their support and their contributions to Pewter Report and the Pewter Report podcast. So I'm actually going to show my pick in just a moment. Big thanks to PrizePicks. Again, download the app with the link that we have on the screen, or you can see PrizePicks there. Download the app with the link that we have in our YouTube channel description and use the code HMA. You can play $5, get $50 instantly. Get those $50 after you set up your first $5 entry. And the pick I made, you can make picks on the draft as well. We just made our picks. Jacob Rodriguez to be the next linebacker taken in the NFL draft. So obviously the first round, it was Sonny Styles. J-Rod is going to be the next linebacker off the board. You could do it very, very quickly. We just did it on the show. Did not take long at all. So make sure you download the app using the QR code HMA and start using PrizePicks. Big thanks to PrizePicks and all of their support of Pewter Report and Pewter Report TV. Jacob Rodriguez. There it is. Boom. Second linebacker drafted. So make the picks over on PrizePicks. We have a super chat as well from Mr. King. Thank you very, very much. Says, what are Atlanta and New Orleans targets today?
Chiefs have taken R. Mason.
Ooh, R. Mason
R.
Thomas.
Mason Thomas. That was a player the Buccaneers had a lot of interest in. But obviously with the selection of Reuben Bain, the outside linebacker, no longer a top need. That would be a luxury pick and probably upset David Walker a little bit. Like, wait a minute, you drafted me in the 4th round. Haven't even showed you what I could do yet, and you're already trying to replace me. So R. Mason Thomas to the Chiefs, that's a hell of a pick. That's a good pick. As for the Falcons, they need wide receiver help, I think, outside of Drake London. When he went down last year, the cover was really bare, right? They need another wide receiver, especially when you have quarterbacks like Penix and Tua, right? I mean, you got to have some targets for them to throw to. Another area that could go in is offensive line. I know they saw Caleb McGarry retire. They signed the former Chiefs right tackle to replace him, but that's a short-term fix. Probably an offensive tackle. I could see them go there. As for the Saints, wide receiver, they didn't have the opportunity to get Carnell Tate.
Well, they got
Jordan Tyson. Yeah, my bad. They got Jordan Tyson. An edge rusher here, I think, would be an option for them. Cam Jordan was not re-signed, so an edge position, maybe Zion Young. I could see them go there. Cornerback also might be a need, but the Bengals are going to be on the clock next.
Yeah, so this super chat from Flame Pillar Diaz, thank you for the $1.99, says, do y'all think we'll get J-Rod at this point? I think there's a legit chance if he gets past the Bengals. The problem is the Bengals have a really bad defense. They did just get Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like they're just going to put every single resource and asset into the defensive side because they got everything. Cassius Howell. They did go defense, but it wasn't the defensive player that the Bucs want. That's big. That's huge. There's a legit chance that Jacob Rodriguez could be coming to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers one day after SR's birthday. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're getting close, folks. We're in the end game now. We're in the end game.
The Bengals took Cassius Howell.
Yeah. Saints, Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, Buccaneers.
Right now, the Saints are on the clock.
Yes.
When you look at New Orleans in terms of their depth chart now, let's take a look and see. We talked about the receiver. They drafted their guy. They do have Pete Werner and Caden Ellis as their linebackers. So maybe they don't go Jacob Rodriguez here. If Jacob Rodriguez falls to number 46 and Reuben Bain fell to number 15.
It's one of the greatest drafts ever. On paper. You got to prove it.
Yeah. So.
By the way, we have, and this is, I believe, Vietnamese currency, but it's a $500,000 super chat.
Oh, wow.
Again, Vietnamese currencies. I don't know what that equates to American.
Probably $5.
Regardless, thank you so much To
Sly, can you get a currency exchange on here for us? And see
Jay
Viet
84. Thank you so much. Says shout out from Florida. Yeah, Florida boy 84 relocated here in Hanoi, Vietnam. Wow.
Yeah.
What a move. Enjoying the content and watching the draft at 6:30 a.m.
Wow.
Can see a Tyke Smith, Bain, and J-Rod / Allen trio being the. It's about $20.
Yeah. Hell
wow.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Can see a Tyke Smith, Bain, and J-Rod / Allen trio being the defensive foundation for the next 7 to 10 years, a la the 95 Buccaneers. Make it happen, Jason. I really like that comparison and equation. Makes a lot of sense. And thank you so much for watching. 6:30 in the morning.
That's crazy.
Damn. Really appreciate your support. Just shows how cool our fans are, our Pewter people, to be watching at 6:30 in the morning. Completely different part of the country, of the world.
Yeah.
Incredible. Truly incredible. So thank you.
No doubt. So the Saints are on the clock. We're looking at Saints, Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, and then the Buccaneers. Unless, of course, the team moves up.
Yeah. Harry Buttle, thanks for the $2 super chat, says reaction if Bucs draft Jake Golday at 46. We're too much in the end game.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I think they like Rodriguez better than the other linebackers. But I've come to find things that I like in CJ Allen, in Jake Golday, in Josiah Trotter. I would have a hard time criticizing those picks. I would prefer Jacob Rodriguez. I think he's a more complete linebacker, does more from a leadership standpoint, speed, football IQ, playmaking potential for sure. But if they wanted to go in a different direction, I'd love to hear why they went that way. What was the concern with J-Rod? I understand he's got a little bit of a short arm thing. Luke Kuechly also had short arms.
Defensive tackle
Christian Miller to the Saints.
Wow.
Wow.
We're on to something. We are on to something. J-Rod. Put it out there into the world. J-Rod.
Come on down, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Come on down.
J what? J-Rod. What I'm saying.
So Saints putting together a pretty good draft here.
Yeah.
Keep in mind they drafted Brian Breesy. He really hasn't panned out.
Yeah, no, he has not.
That player that they were hoping he would be as a first round pick. But I'd say all of a sudden maybe it's the Kellen Moore influence. I don't know, but they're having some better drafts in New Orleans over the last couple of years.
For sure.
It was a big reason why the Saints took a big downward turn. Is they drafted these players, these older players, and time was running out. Not like Demario Davis wasn't a Saints draft pick, but Cam Jordan was, right? And so they really weren't replenishing these players. Plus, they drafted a guy like Marcus Davenport in the first round, and they let a player like Trey Hendrickson out of the building. Why? To get Marcus Davenport, their first round pick, on the field. Davenport's not even a Saint anymore. He's a backup for the Lions. So they've just made some mistakes from a draft standpoint, but they seem to be getting their act
they're picking
together
up the
now.
pieces for sure. Mr. King 03, thanks for the $2 super chat, says imagine they just draft CJ Allen over Jacob Rodriguez. I mean,
it would surprise me, but
yeah, I wouldn't hate it overall.
I wouldn't hate it. No. I found enough things that I like in all of the linebackers that we've mentioned. Now, if it's Anthony Hill, I would have that would give me pause. I'm just not big on Anthony Hill. The instincts are questionable to me. I don't think he is as physical of a player as they would want or need. So to me, that would be a surprise if they were to do that.
The Poplar Bluff, thanks for the $2 super chat, says SR's birthday is 364 days away. Being a Weisenheimer, because before I was like, one day after SR's birthday. And Michael Hayes, now a Pewter Report YouTube channel member. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. A proverbial tip of the cap to you. Thank you so much. Awesome to see.
And I'll remind you, we don't have Jacob Rodriguez as a Bucs best bet because we didn't think he would be there. And we shall see if that becomes fact or fiction. And literally,
Right now, it's fan fiction.
yeah,
Yeah.
literally in I don't say a few moments, but we're getting closer pick by pick to when the Buccaneers are going to be on the clock, and then we shall see.
The Dolphins are on the clock. Dolphins, Jets, Ravens.
The Dolphins also took another Texas Tech inside linebacker. It was pretty good. Remember him?
Is he a Hall of
Thomas?
Famer?
Zach
I was
Thomas?
about to say
Yeah.
Zach Thomas.
Zach Thomas, yeah.
Just didn't know if he played there.
I would hope that they would just pick somebody else. That would be my preference.
Remember, they passed on Reuben Bain the first time around.
Yeah.
That opened the door for the Bucs.
That's true. We'll see if that ends up helping Tampa Bay's cause here.
Yeah, for a second time. Oh, man, we are on pins and needles.
He's doing a little bit of work here behind the scenes, prepping for different scenarios just in case the Buccaneers
Got to be ready
make a
for
move or maybe don't make a move, but we shall see.
No doubt about that. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, Cowboys are trading for the 49ers. Oh, linebacker D. Winters. Okay, so they're actually trading for a player, not a draft.
That's good because I could see Dallas wanting him.
I saw linebackers.
I know.
Yeah.
With Dallas and linebacker, that would be...
freaking out me on. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Man, oh man. Where did my beast go? There we go.
I mean, as much as we want linebacker, like if they went Lee Hunter here, defensive tackle.
Yeah, I
would
don't
not be
want to
upset.
put all the eggs in the
Yeah.
J-Rod basket, but I don't know. It's just something in the air, right?
I know. Yep.
Let's get to this super chat. Thank you to Sam Howell for this $9.99 super chat. It says, LOL, all that testosterone therapy going to give SR would if Rodriguez makes it to 46.
Fair point. Cannot. What was the saying?
Confirm or deny.
Can I confirm or deny?
Gus Swayze, thanks for the $5 super chat, says, can't wait to get back to $1 for a visit to the facility and meet our new draft picks. Do you think J-Rod's stash can compete with mine? Oh, man, it's kind of a Spider-Man meme.
I know.
Kind of staring at each other that way.
I'm with you on that. I don't know.
And then Jay Viet out in Vietnam, becoming a Pewter Report YouTube channel member.
There we go.
So much.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff.
We're having there's a run on Pewter Report TV channel members.
Yes,
right now,
we're getting a run on members.
which is fantastic.
Oh, geez.
No,
No,
Oh, my God, I'm going to puke.
Dolphins have taken them.
Oh, the Miami Dolphins. They helped the Bucs by not picking Reuben Bain, but they hurt the Bucs by taking Jacob Rodriguez.
Yep.
Okay, I'm over it. Oh, well, he's not in Tampa. Damn. A lot of people are unhappy. But you know what? We did hit on our prize picks
right, we
lineup
did.
of Jacob Rodriguez being the next linebacker taken.
we won some money for our suffering, Matt.
Yes.
we did.
So thank you to
So-
Prize Picks for being able to place some entries on the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So again, download the Prize Picks app. You can do it on the link in our description.
Farewell, J-Rod.
Yeah.
Farewell.
So long, Jay.
That hurts. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It stings.
He comes to Florida.
That's
Yeah, right.
yeah. I tell you that this is shaping up to possibly be Jeremiah Trotter here
Okay.
for the Buccaneers. Is what I'm guessing. Again, a quick look at our Bucs best bets. I said Jeremiah. I meant Josiah. I'm thinking of his dad right now.
Yeah.
who's still alive. I'm not saying
Right.
I'm not saying that like I'm
Thinking about your dad in this moment,
right?
during this time.
Yeah, really good player for
Yes.
the Eagles. But yeah, Josiah Trotter, Missouri.
Lions acquired pick 44 from the Jets.
Okay. Jets wheeling and dealing. Oh, man.
So the linebackers the Bucs could be looking at, and of course, Sonny Styles, and now Jacob Rodriguez off the board. Jake Golday, CJ Allen, Josiah Trotter. Those seem like the most likely candidates here for the Buccaneers. We have some super chats to get to, Matt.
Yes. One moment. We got the Gus Swayze. Shout out to Aaron the Buck, who has
Thank
gifted
you.
5 Pewter Report YouTube
Wow, there we go.
channel memberships. That's mighty, mighty kind. Thank you so much for that. And then our latest super chat from Wayne Hilton. Thank you for the $22.22.
Thank you.
Says, how about a tight end in this spot? Interesting. We haven't seen the run on tight ends. There has to be a team that does it. I think because there's still so many on the board, I kind of would rather than just
That hurts,
wait.
Matt.
Oh, yeah. We got
hurts.
the TV on the side. It's
Oh,
showing.
God, they're showing him against Kansas State. I was there.
Oh, geez, you were there.
Oh,
You
my
were
God, he
living it.
forces a fumble right here on Garrett Oakley. What are we doing? This is traumatic. I'm getting some PTSD here.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think tight end,
God.
you can kind of wait till the third round now, to be honest with you.
man, that hurts. I got to look away.
Yeah.
I can't look at that.
Stink bastard says somebody check on Scott.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's tough over here.
Yeah. Oh, my God. The dream has died.
It's over.
Okay.
Over.
Let's get a Bucks best bet here and make me feel better.
Yeah.
We can go with the Red Raiders defensive tackle, Lee Hunter. We can go Josiah Trotter from Missouri. Those would be some good finds. If you want to go tight end, Oscar Delp from Georgia. Fine with that too. Good players. CJ Allen from Georgia, I think.
I'm good with that too.
CJ Allen,
He was in my mock draft.
CJ Allen reminds me, he was in our mock draft too.
Yeah.
We had him in a first round, which was a little early, but CJ Allen for me, he's got some Levante David type traits to him. Like when you look at him, you could sit there and say, CJ Allen could be a Todd Bowles.
He fits the I am that man billing
no
as
doubt.
well. All I've seen and read and everything like that is that he's like the greatest citizen that this country has ever seen.
Yeah.
So,
Take Michigan defensive end Derek Moore.
all right.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. Second round.
Interesting.
It's a little rich. But now they've got bookend Wolverines, right? Aiden Hutchinson and Derek Moore in the second round. That's ahead of Zion Young, ahead of Gabe Akis. Okay. All right.
But yeah, to get back to Wayne Hilton's super chat, I don't see tight end right here. I just don't.
You'd have to really love a particular tight end for that to be here.
But we'll see. We're very, very close to the Bucs being on the clock. So this is the time to tune in, tap into Pewter Report TV.
Yep.
Like, subscribe, leave a comment, join us in the chat. Give us your thoughts, your feelings about this pick that is coming up for Tampa Bay. We are mighty, mighty close.
You know what? At least we made some money with PrizePicks, man. We
Yes,
at least
thank
got
you.
that right. So,
Thank you very much to PrizePicks. Just having the ability to place entries on different picks, place picks on the NFL draft. Such a super cool little app tool, everything that you can use.
It is. And the thing is like you can do this for the rest of the night. You can do it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to have these draft oriented team picks. So it's super easy to get in there and place your bets, and not your bets, but your game.
Yeah, you can place your picks, or you
Your
can set
picks.
your lineups as well. And that's with like certain players specifically. So that's not for the draft, but you can place your picks on the draft. You could set up other lineups like I did. I put it on our other podcast that we did right before the start of this show. Had more than saves on Vasilevsky, shots on goal for Jake Gensel,
The
a
pick
couple
is
other
in for
ones
the Ravens,
as well.
So you know what that means.
Oh,
If
yeah.
the pick is in for the Ravens, then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Buccaneers are on the clock. Second round pick getting ready to be selected by Jason Light, unless he wants to move down a little bit.
Wouldn't rule that out.
Wouldn't rule that out
for Trader Jason, as we used to call him, especially with one more time. The board has fell, I think, in a pretty good way for Tampa Bay. Certainly, there wasn't the one ideal inside linebacker that we would like to see in Tampa Bay. But outside of that, there's pretty much all the other inside linebackers at their free reign. Same at the tight end position if they want to go that route. If they want to get crazy and go corner or, safety or offensive line, that's possible as well. So we shall see in the coming moments.
My condolences. Where can I send flowers?
That's okay.
Zion Young, 45th by the Ravens.
Zion Young going to the Ravens.
Yeah. Now, Zion Young was a player that the Buccaneers had some interest in, but obviously with the Akeem Messidor selection, it just didn't make sense that they were going to pick him here. But they did have him in for an official 30 visit and a formal interview. I just didn't see the fit. He's just not a pass rusher. He's really good in terms of setting the edge and playing the run. He's better. He's a better version of Chris Braswell, but Reuben Bain is better than Braswell and Zion Young combined.
Yeah, I just never saw it with the production.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Man, oh man, who are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to select with this pick?
It's not going to be Zion Young because he just got picked.
Thank you for the super chat, though, Sean T.
CJ was not productive, according to Geist. $2 super chat. Thank you. Gotta think this is a linebacker.
Has to be.
Yeah, Zion Young. Yeah.
Yep. Scott Federico said CJ Allen,
sorry.
no matter what. Thank you for that super chat. Big Joker said that is frustrating. Light should have traded up. Thank you for that super chat.
We have this one here to get to.
Which one?
This one.
Ramin, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says fan of Pewter Report since 2012, back when the great Mark Cook was wheeling and dealing. Love y'all. Best in the biz. Happy belated, Scott.
Cowboys traded for a linebacker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Josiah Trotter.
All right, the pick. All right. So the pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And to no one's surprise, because you read Pewter Report, the pick is Josiah Trotter, a Bucs best bet.
Nailed it.
I like this pick. I know that he was originally in my Pewter Pulse video I did about a month ago or 3 weeks ago, where I said, these are the players you probably shouldn't pick. And you know what? I've come around on Josiah Trotter because while he is a player that needs to grow in terms of coverage, this is a player that's 240 pounds. It checks the box of the Bucs want to get bigger up front.
Right.
He is a downhill player, a player that can get after the quarterback. He's a very good blitzer. He's young. He just turned 21 years old. So now you've got a 21-year-old Reuben Bain.
Yep. You
have a 21-year-old Josiah Trotter. He comes from NFL bloodlines. His brother, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., is in the league as well. The only thing that I'm waiting to see from him, and maybe it's on the horizon, is the takeaways. Where is the extra? Where is something other than the tackles you're supposed to get as a linebacker, the pressures you're supposed to get as a blitzer? Let's see some takeaways. That, to me, is why Jacob Rodriguez was head and shoulders over guys like C.J. Allen and Josiah Trotter. But interesting, they picked Trotter over C.J. Allen.
Yeah.
And again, this is a player that we had in our Bucs best bets rather than C.J. Allen. Even though we had CJ in our mock draft a couple of mocks ago, Josh and I were kind of out on CJ Allen a little bit based upon some things we had seen on film, based upon some things we had heard. So Josiah Trotter to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They have their Mike linebacker, and this is a Mike linebacker.
Yes.
This is a guy that will come downhill, will stack and shed, has good sideline to sideline speed. He does need work in zone coverage, but you know what? You have some coverage with Josiah Trotter. He doesn't have to come in even as a second-round pick and start right away.
For sure.
You have Christian Roseboom.
Yeah.
Who is not the caliber of a player of Josiah Trotter, but he has experience. You have Servasi Dennis.
You have options at the inside linebacker position where you can kind of ease him into the system, the defense, how to play at the NFL level. Has 2 years starting experience. 2 seasons ago, 2024, he was at West Virginia, made 92 tackles. So makes a lot of tackles because his last season, 2025, with Mizzou, had 84 tackles. Only 1 career interception that happened in 2024. Scott was talking about. With the lack of turnovers. But I think there is a theme with the first 2 picks of Tampa Bay, and that's the violent nature of how they play football.
Yeah. This
Trotter is a
violent
type of player on the field in all the right ways. And has that downhill ability as well. I can already see Todd Bowles using him in certain blitzing ways to just go right up front, stonewall the running back, get to the quarterback, and make plays that way. So obviously, as Scott said as well, he comes from a family that has played at the NFL level, and it goes with the entire theme of this offseason of attitude and the nature of play. So another violent style of player for Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
This time it comes at the inside linebacker position, a position that was definitely still a need for this team. And a solid pick by Jason Light and company.
You can see here, too, the kid is not shy about hitting the weight room, right? I mean, he's a big linebacker. We talked about Jacob Rodriguez, 230 pounds. We talked about C.J. Allen, 230 pounds. This is a 240-pound linebacker, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and he can move. K.J. Britt was stacked, too, right? He had muscles galore. But this is a player that can actually move. He can go sideline to sideline. He can, I think he does his best work in drive rather than reverse right now, but we'll see how he continues to develop. But the other thing, too, is you're getting a very high energy player.
Yes.
Matt, that was something that Alex Anzalone brings to this team, high energy. And, they really need to get some players that are more fire starters that can ignite the defense the way Baker Mayfield ignites the offense. The way Luke Gedeke up front ignites that offensive line. Now you've got a guy at the linebacker level, and no disrespect to Levante David. He was a great leader in his own right, but sometimes you need a little bit of a guy who plays with his hair on fire, and he'll let you know about it. And every picture you see of Josiah Trotter, the dude is lit. He is on fire. Right. And I think that has got certain appeal to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I highly applaud this pick. I've done, I want to say a full 180 on Josiah Trotter, but I've come around to understanding why this team wants to go in this direction and take a chance on a player that really has only played 2 years of football. But the arrow's pointing up. You know who the SEC, the all-SEC first team linebacker was last year? It was C.J. Allen for Georgia. It was also Missouri's Josiah Trotter.
For sure, which you wouldn't necessarily think that just given all of the talent, especially on the defensive side in the SEC, but it was Josiah Trotter. One way that he is described as a player is contagious energy. So it very much feels like this pick is as much about the person, the mentality, the attitude, than it is the player and the traits that he brings. Because I'll be honest, I am a little concerned about you bringing a player that has some coverage issues. It's like, are you just going to get back into the same situation of having a team with linebackers that struggle in coverage?
It's a concern.
It's definitely a concern, and that's why he's not a first-round pick, and that's why the Bucs are taking him in round 2. But if there is that commitment to a changing of the guard on the defensive side, saying you're not going to take crap from anybody anymore. He's pretty good stopping the run as well, and stopping the run on first and second down, or on first down, getting another stop on second down to earn your third and longs, and those type of situations. Trotter can help with that, and that's the attitude that Tampa Bay's defense wants to have. So hopefully that can really shine through. He's a tough football player as well. Dane Brugler, who writes The Beast, his overall write-up of Josiah Trotter is that Trotter doesn't have playmaking awareness in coverage, at least not yet, but his run instincts and take-on skills are among the best in this draft class. He looks like a starting NFL Mike linebacker.
Yeah.
So a hard hitter for sure, a tackling machine. Missed tackles was a little hurtful for the Bucs last season. Josh Capo.
I was just going to say, I have a scouting report that I did earlier this offseason. If we can drop it in the chat.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh Capo has a scouting report of Josiah Trotter that we are going to put in the chat
Put a story.
as well. Adam, you put it up there?
I also have a story. I put it in there too.
Adam also has a story on Josiah Trotter, so make sure you check that out. And speaking of Josh Capo, he is about to be joining us in just a moment. In the meantime, we got a couple of super chats to get to. Geist8569, thanks for the $2 super chat. Not a fan of this pick. Says our linebacking core will suck again. Remains to be seen, but not loving it. The Poplar Bluff says he compliments Anzalone very well. Geist8569, thanks for the $2 super chat. Says weak GM that values his picks too much. And K. Leard says, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, isn't Trotter another KJ Britt a thumper but can't cover? Britt was a disaster. I wouldn't go that far and say it's comparison to KJ Britt, but appreciate the super chats for sure. Coming on to the show right now is my main man, Josh Capo, all the way from Atlanta. He's with us now. Josh, it's fantastic to see you, my man.
You too, buddy. It's been a while. It's
Yeah.
good to see. I think Senior Bowl's last time we were in a room together.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. You remember the dad joke that I told you?
I don't. I have a shit memory though.
How do you fit an elephant into a subway? Anyway, we'll get to that later. Tell us about Josiah Trotter. Your thoughts about this pick that Tampa Bay has just made?
Yeah, I think the Bucs really, really like him, and part of it is because there is so much upside due to his age, right?
Yeah.
Because he did just turn 21 years old. I know you mentioned there was a comment about KJ Britt. I think he moves in space a lot better than KJ Britt. And I think the biggest thing there is he complements Alex Anzalone so well. Anzalone is more of that coverage backer. He'll play the will.
Yeah.
Or Scott, I know you say the Mo all the time, right? Trotter is that natural Mike, and he works so well going forward. He will be a definite value add as a blitzer or as just a pressure player when they do try and drop a couple of people and throw a different look. So he works really well going forward. I want to say he was in the 90 something percentile in terms of tackles last year.
Yeah.
Among all linebackers. So he makes plays in the box, and he's not afraid to just lay the wood down on everyone. Now, can he develop into a coverage backer? You noted that Dane Brugler said he doesn't have coverage instincts.
Not yet. Yes, he put that in parentheses.
And
as well.
that's what I think it comes down to. You've got a guy with good run instincts. That means there's probably just good football instincts overall. And you hope that develops. Here's the honest to God truth when it comes to all college linebackers. When they all get to the NFL, none of them can cover. It's really what it is. A guy can be a really good coverage backer in college, and he gets the NFL, and it's just a different world. And they all struggle early. You really want to see, can the guy develop those coverage instincts by year 3? And I'm telling you, the same thing's going to happen with Jacob Rodriguez, who is everybody's favorite pick.
Yeah.
Now, Trotter over Allen, I think that's really interesting.
Yes.
I think that a lot of people in the Bucs war room, if you will, that are split on those two. I think that those two and Jacob Rodriguez were probably all valued in the same range, which is why we didn't see a trade up, even as it got 3 picks away. J-Rod went 3 picks.
Yeah, Miami.
So
very close.
I think what you're seeing there, we can infer that all 3 linebackers were seen in a similar mold or a similar grouping, if you will, tier. And the difference between J-Rod and Trotter was not worth losing an extra draft asset. And I think that's really important there.
What do you think about the overall mindset that Tampa Bay appears to be going with on the defensive side? Whether it was A'Shawn Robinson at defensive tackle, bringing back Nacho. Trotter kind of fits that billing as well in terms of rah-rah type of guy that is going to be emphatic with making plays, being a fire starter, as Scott likes to say. Your thoughts about the Bucs maybe going for him for as much as what he'll bring to the team outside of his traits on the field versus what he overall is.
Yeah, I think I like it. I wouldn't want a team to overvalue something like that, but I think there's something to be said for how the defense essentially collapsed last year. And it seems like the Bucs didn't feel like they had enough players in that room to say enough's enough, and I'm going to do something about this on an individual basis and hold other people accountable through my own play and just by holding them accountable to stop that type of slide. Now, you want to make sure you don't overdo that. You don't need a bunch of those guys in the room. You still need to value the overall talent more so, but finding talented players who fit that mold is preferential to finding players who have that talent who don't fit that mold. So kind of like a tiebreaker, if you will.
For sure. What do you say to the people that are like, this is just another KJ Britt?
He's more athletic than KJ Britt. Younger. I think that he plays downhill much better. Like KJ Britt was just he was stiff. He was also like a 1980s linebacker. I'm just going to play in the box. And with modern day linebackers, you have to be able to play the box. Like that is the base level and entry fee to play that position. And then you have to be a value add in the passing game in one of two ways, right? And if you can find somebody who's a value add in all three, well, then you have Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles and you go in the top 10. But one of the two is either you are a plus in coverage or can develop into one, or you can affect the passer as a pass rusher, right? As a part of these very complicated blitz assignments or pressure packages, sim pressures. It's what everyone in the NFL is incorporating into their game plan at some point. And Trotter matches that. I don't think KJ Britt did. KJ Britt was not a great pass rusher. He was not a great blitzer. He didn't loop well. He wasn't a part of those stunts and twists. Whereas Trotter absolutely is. I'm going to find the clip, but there is an absolutely amazing play from this past year. I'm trying to remember who it was against, where he literally leaps over a would-be blocker on his way to the quarterback. Just absolute reckless abandon. He moves a lot better than KJ Britt. You do not have to worry about this being a KJ Britt athlete.
You heard it here first from Josh Capo. By the way, the Atlanta Falcons just selected Avion Terrell, the Clemson cornerback. So another corner going to Atlanta after they they've addressed defense a pretty good amount over the last couple years in the draft. The blitzing ability of Trotter, you've mentioned it a little bit. Todd Bowles typically likes to have that blitzing linebacker. I mean, Levante was great at everything, but like Devin White was certainly that character as well. It feels like they're kind of getting back to that bread and butter here with Trotter and what he's able to do. Yeah,
I've said this a few times, and I need to be very clear with my communication on this, but the Bucs defense has not been the same since Devin White left. Now, here's the catch with that. That is not me advocating for they should have never let Devin White go, but he served a certain archetype that they have not been able to replicate. So again, KJ Britt was not that guy because he couldn't play downhill. Servassier Dennis is not a good enough athlete, and Levante David was just on the downside of his career. And what was interesting was after Devin left, they tried to put what Devin did more and more on Levante's plate, and he did it better than the other two guys. But again, at that point in his career, he just couldn't do all of those things very well. So finding somebody who can play that archetype, I think, is crucial for a Todd Bowles defense if that Todd Bowles defense continues to look like it has.
Right.
But that I'm going to bring this in because I wasn't here last night. But with Ruben Bain, maybe that defense is going to look a little bit different going forward. Ruben Bain did not drop at Miami. And I don't think he has necessarily the open field athleticism to be that type of chess piece. I think they can move him around the line, but you still want Ruben Bain going forward more than even other edge rushers. So does this mean that Todd Bowles is going to blitz less? I think
good question.
That is part of the value of taking a Ruben Bain in the first round is hopefully between him and a healthy Cansey and Vita Vea and Yaya and some of these second wave players that they have, your hope is that he doesn't have to rely on the blitz nearly as much, which makes things easier for the linebackers. And when you do drop Josiah Trotter into coverage, it's not asking him to cover what other defenses will send 7 players back into coverage to cover. and the Bucs would typically send 6 because they're running all these fire zones. So all of this is really interesting, but I love that they're bringing these 2 guys in. I'm going to do a small little plug for me. I only evaluated like 29, 30 guys this year. 2 of the 30 that I've done have been Bucs picks.
There we go.
I'm excited about that.
Fantastic. By the way, your scattering report of Josiah Trotter, I just put in the chat, so everybody make sure you check that out. For the athleticism, Josh says of Josiah Trotter, he has flexible hips and a strong burst, which makes him an ideal box player. His long speed is moderate. Backs can lose him when they get vertical. Joint flexibility is good and helps him change directions well and keep his balance. Trotter's lateral speed is a plus, and he balances QB rollouts, closes with flat responsibilities quite well. So he's more twitched up than you expected, as he moves well in small spaces. You also do write-ups on his run fitting, pass rush, coverage, instincts and IQ, best traits, and overall how he fits in the Bucs system. Check out this article because it directly relates to your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah. The small spaces thing, I think, is the real big thing. And that allows him to get really slippery in gaps as a pass rusher. It's also what helps him fill gaps as a run fitter and helped him finish with so many tackles last year. And I'm trying to pull up exactly how many those were. Give me 1 second here.
It's all right. We'll get to some super chats in the meantime. Geist8569, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Trotter pick gives me low libido. So not feeling too hot about the pick. And it's funny because we are coming from the Reuben Bain pick where it is universally loved by Bucs fans. This is very difficult to find, I think, for a lot of fan bases, but certainly for Tampa Bay in recent years. Tall Florida guy, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, sorry, guys, I'm not in on the Trotter pick. Total liability in coverage. I will say I have some of my doubts about the overall coverage skills, but I'm not saying I was on the ledge to begin with, but you kind of saying that every linebacker kind of struggles in coverage getting to the NFL. That would, if I was on the ledge, that would have taken me off of it.
There's 2 things I think are kind of universal for linebackers.
Except Kyle Lewis, he did struggle.
Except for Kyle Lewis.
True. But Kyle Lewis is probably not a linebacker either.
Yeah.
So, and I think Scott brought up a really good point earlier saying that, he's waiting for the turnovers, right? Scott, you mentioned that's the thing and I went back a couple weeks ago and just looked at who were the top interception and tackle for loss linebackers in college football dating back to 2015 each season. And the relationship between that and good NFL linebackers
doesn't always correlate.
It's really, really weak. I think it was Leighton Vander Esch was basically the only one who was good out of that. And we're talking like about 5 to 6 linebackers per year, for 11 years, right? So that's like a sample size of somewhere between 60 and 70 linebackers. And really, it's just Leighton Vander Esch. Like there may have been one more. So it's really, really low. Those turnovers tend to that turnover ability tends to develop at the NFL level for whatever it is. I don't know what the unlock is, but they don't tend to correlate very well. So to that, there's still a high chance that he could turn into this. And I think part of that is what's the scheme you're in and what are the guys up front doing to give you those opportunities. Then the second thing is, yes, most college linebackers just get to the NFL. And I use this analogy a lot. It's my favorite, one of my favorite movies of all time, but it's that scene from Top Gun. It's like, where'd he go? Where'd who go? Like, it's just guys crossing them and they can't keep up for a couple years until they do figure it out. So you hope it's in year 2. A lot of guys, it's year 3 or 4 or 5.
Buck for Life says, KJ Britt fans unite.
KJ Britt was also a 5th.
Yeah, KJ was SR saying off screen. KJ Britt was a 5th round pick. Yeah. So, yeah.
If I've come around on Trotter, you come around on Trotter.
Right. And I mean, let's look at this Bucs inside linebacker room now. You got Anzalone.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have Trotter. Mm-hmm. You got Servassier Dennis in the mix. You got Roseboom in the mix. It's
still going to get one more.
Yeah, I think, it definitely always felt like the double dip was going to be at the inside linebacker position, not just because that they needed a starter, but you need guys that are going to be around for a little bit. You know, Servassier is in a contract year. Roseboom was a 1-year deal. Anzalone is a 2-year deal. as the Tampa Bay Lightning take the lead.
There you go.
Hagel, we're having bagels tomorrow
I
morning.
love it.
Hagel, I think. It looks like a goal. There's a lot of fighting involved. But anyway, the inside linebacker room of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they need longevity at the position. Obviously, you would get it with anyone that you're drafting, or the hope is that it'd be longevity. You get it with Trotter, but I still think very much that another inside linebacker is on the table.
Yep. And another NFC South pick has happened. I know you updated on Avian Terrell.
Right. The Panthers.
Yep. The Panthers have selected Lee Hunter.
Ooh, I like Lee Hunter. I like his
defensive tackle out of Texas Tech.
Oh,
So
Graham Barton.
This is relevant to Graham Barton.
Yeah.
This is relevant to Ben Bredesen. This is relevant to
The
Cody
Bread
Mount.
Man.
I think you bringing up Barton is super relevant because one of the things that Barton has struggled with is a bull rush right up his face.
Vita Vea. I mean, we have the infamous picture. We put it on the podcast
Yep.
all the time. Vita Vea just manhandling him in training camp. And
But I'll give Bucs fans some hope. He usually struggles with that because he's been slower to react, and a guy will get in his pads. Lee Hunter is not the most athletic player in the world. He's not the most athletic defensive tackle. His athletic testing was extremely underwhelming. So there is still, if Barton can just be quicker than him, I think he can handle Hunter. But that will be a matchup to watch twice a year for the next few years.
got to be quicker than that. Yeah. Carolina really building in the trenches. They went tackle in round one. I love it's the little subtle things that really get them. I was going to ask this next question too. I don't know if you're going to be able to handle it now.
All right.
Dreadnought, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Appreciate you, Dreadnought.
Says, how does he compare to CJ Allen from GA? No, that's Georgia. I'm kidding.
So Trotter's bigger. Definitely lays a harder hit. Like, he is one of the true big hitters in this class. And there's something to be said for that physicality and what it brings to a defense, what it does to an offense over enough time. I think Allen's probably the better athlete. Both of them have their foibles in coverage. They're very similar is really what it comes down to. So I think with Trotter, he's younger, he's bigger, and he's probably the better pass rusher of the two.
Sure.
And I think, but other than that, they compare very similarly.
What would you have done if you were Jason Light? If it's just between those two?
I had Allen higher on my board.
Jason Oliver, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Eric Collison, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Doesn't seem very happy about this one. Says, who the F cares about losing a 4th round pick to trade up to get the linebacker who causes the most turnovers and makes the most plays? So arrogant. Absolute crap move. Not a fan,
No.
Eric Collison, of this
Move. Yeah,
draft.
I had J-Rod well above both of them. So I get this mentality. I think at that point they were so close. I probably would have made that move. I didn't think J-Rod would fall as far as he did. So the closer he got, I would have been itching to pull that.
Don't know
if anybody was willing to give up a pick.
That's a big thing. Is like, would they have not been able to because you got to find a dance partner for it. And I think that has come with the some of the things that bother Bucs fans about Jason Light is the lack of aggression to like go out and get the guy. Now, I don't know, maybe to the Bucs, Jacob Rodriguez wasn't the guy.
Right.
But we've talked about it a lot with not wanting to give up draft capital for Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby or some other moves, trade deadline stuff, or other drafts and things of that nature. And the fact that they didn't do it with Jacob Rodriguez. Now, if Trotter ends up being fantastic, no one's ever going to
remember that.
Yeah, except for Scott about that Jacob Rodriguez didn't come to Tampa Bay. But I do think it is a little bit of a fair criticism to just be like, no, we could never give up these draft picks. And I get it. They've been solid with their draft picks, but let's remember, they have not drafted a Pro Bowl player since 2020. So, that's quite a while now.
Yeah. I think this is probably the area of Jason Light's game, if you will, as a GM, that I am most critical of. Now, full disclosure, NFL teams, by and large, still use the Jimmy Johnson trade chart. Jimmy Johnson came up with this trade chart late 80s, early 90s. As far as I know, he pulled it out of his ass.
But he did do the Herschel Walker trade.
He did. But since then, all NFL teams use it. There has been quite a bit of research over the last 10 to 15 years that shows that it's a very inaccurate trade chart, and there's a lot of opportunity if a team would be so bold to create arbitrage with trade backs. And you don't have to necessarily accept we're going to use the Jimmy Johnson scale to get fair value, accept a loss by the Jimmy Johnson chart, but you're actually getting real value based on historical research, empirical research that shows you can actually, there's a ton of value in the middle rounds. And this is one area where I've been really critical of him. And those trade backs can actually give you the trade assets to when you want go up.
Right.
And that's something that I'm not saying here and now when they only had 7 picks that were their own, but they could have had picks from last year from trade downs or the year prior to that. This is where I think Howie Roseman of the Eagles is phenomenal.
Yeah.
He builds such an arsenal. He can do whatever the hell he wants and pick up when he sees there's a player sliding who's really awesome. Let's go get him. And then other times where he's like, I don't really like any of these guys at this value. Let's just trade back, still grab one of them a little bit later, and we'll be able to pick up more assets for later on. So this is an area I do wish that Jason would pull the trigger on some more trades. But to the other point, there were 2 trades today, if I remember correctly. So at 38, the Raiders moved up for trading Stukes, and then it was the pick right after Rodriguez went that the Lions moved up for Derek Moore.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're looking at the guys who went right before Rodriguez, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, Christian Miller. These were all guys who were in the conversation for first-round picks. So those teams may have said, we really want these guys, and they're still available. We're not going to give up that opportunity. We're not going to trade back. So we just don't know what those conversations are. You can assume that a trade would happen or could happen. It just isn't always in the cards. Like literally, sometimes they just don't pick up the phone.
Yeah, I agree. I think that criticism is fair. I think it's one of the main things that you can kind of get on Jason Light's case about. And the best way Jason can prove you wrong is hit a home run on these picks.
To be fair, let's see who they get in the 3rd and 4th round.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. The as Natasha Bedingfield once said, the rest is still unwritten. You know, there's still a ways to go. By the way, what do you think of Todd Bowles' suit?
I'm a fan.
I just don't get, why do you wear it yesterday and not today? It's like he didn't get to see Reuben Bain until today.
Fair. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, Kahunaville, thank you for this $5 super chat. Says, would have been interesting if Jacob Rodriguez was still there. Love that this kid just turned 21 last week, though. 2 needs addressed either way. Yeah, for sure. Young core right now with Bain and Trotter with their first 2 picks.
Yep. And for all the love that Bucs fans and us at Pewter Report have for Jacob Rodriguez, and again, I had him at the tier above Trotter, just in terms of pure evals, and CJ Allen, you have to also consider the Bucs may have liked Trotter more than J-Rod, or at least as much as Jacob Rodriguez. So we make some assumptions about their board. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people in that room who liked Trotter as much as Rodriguez, which means in their mind, we got comparable player, somebody with the same grade or almost nearly the same. And we didn't have to give up the player that we're going to draft later on in the draft. So for them, they may see this as a complete win where, yeah, we would love to have Rodriguez. And maybe we had him 1/10 of a point higher than Trotter, but it's only 1/10 of a point. 1/10 of a point isn't worth a mid-round pick to them. I'm not saying this is how I think. I'm saying this could be how Jason and his team think and how their board is set. So that's something for fans to consider. I think we all make the assumption because everybody loved J-Rod that he's the
and you know, maybe we were a little bit too much on the hype machine of it can only be this guy and that's it. But you know, it's fun to play the hypotheticals of what if and stuff like that. Speaking of what if and hypotheticals, I don't want to jump too far ahead to the third round because I think we're still basking in the Josiah Trotter of it all. But what position would you either like to see the Bucs kind of pursue in the third round, or where do you think they're kind of leaning as we get a little bit closer to the third round?
I think there are a lot that could be on the board. I think maybe a wide receiver. I'm a Ted Hurst guy, but I didn't watch a lot
I like
of
Ted
wide
Hurst.
receivers.
Yeah.
Tight end. I think we've
Still a lot on the board.
We've only seen one go, right?
Yeah.
Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah.
And I think this is where the value for tight end is. I'm an Oscar Delp guy from Georgia. And it's not just because I live 35 minutes from campus. So I could see that, but I would be in favor of potentially doubling up at edge if there's a really good edge there. Although the guy that I like probably is more of a day 3 guy. That would be Nadam Tucker out of Western Michigan. I also think defensive tackle or even double up on linebacker.
Yeah, I think double up on linebacker is the way to go over edge rusher for now, just kind of based on what you have at edge and what you have at inside linebacker. Because I just feel like, again, kind of with the age and everything like that, you got Bain for a very long time. And if David Walker ends up being something special, then you're kind of, I don't want to say sad, you're never going to make another move again or anything like that. But you kind of got your core right there, where right now Ancelotti's only under contract for 2 years. And outside of Josiah Trotter, who they just drafted several minutes ago, that's the only other guy that's guaranteed to be on this team for more than 2 seasons.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Is there a linebacker that you like that would be available in the third round, or just somebody who's, I guess, currently available? By the way, I will adjust who's available for you by one. Jake Galde went 51 overall to the Vikings. So if you were a Galde guy, he is no longer an option there.
Not really in the third round. We talked about Kyle Lewis before, even though he's not technically a linebacker. I don't know. I like the idea of, I don't like that he's not one specific position, but I do like the idea of a coverage guy. You can move him around a little bit. So piece. Not anyone specifically at inside linebacker.
I have a guy I love, but all indications are I'm out on an island versus where the Bucs feel about this guy. But I love Keyshawn Elliott out of Arizona State.
Okay.
I think he's very much in a similar mold to Trotter. I have said, I think on more than one occasion, he's everything I wanted Trotter to be when I went into the Trotter eval. And I just think he embodies it even more. Smaller frame, probably not as good of an athlete as Trotter, but better coverage instincts for those who want somebody who at least has a better base skill set in coverage. So, but I feel like that's a pipe dream for me because I don't think that they've got him that high.
Let's see what other linebackers are available. Really, a lot of them are. CJ Allen still out there. Anthony Hill.
Wouldn't that be amazing if Allen was then available in the third?
Wait, did he just get taken? I don't know. I'm looking at a dot just came up next to his name, but
oh yeah, he did go 53 overall to the Colts.
Oh, literally on the TV right now. What's that, Leo meme?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, never mind. CJ Allen no longer on the board. So, that leaves Anthony Hill, Kyle Lewis, Deontay Lawson, Perkins. We got asked about him before. Elam's Orr. I remember Elarm's Orr. I remember watching some on him. Played at Cal as well, along with TCU. Justin Jefferson, someone else I watched. A little too slow for my liking.
And he's small.
Yeah. Jack Kelly, BYU. Kendall Daniels, we kind of talked about him a little bit as well. So, I don't know if there's that third round talent that necessarily you're looking for.
There will be other players who probably at different positions who probably present a better value. And again, I go back to that tight end position or even defensive tackle. Someone if I remember correctly, and I have mentioned earlier that my memory is not great, but Scott and I believe we had him in our final mock draft, would be Chris McClellan out of Missouri. And I just had a scouting report that went out earlier today on him. I think that would be a phenomenal third round pick. And then, like I said, tight end, I think that's where a lot of value is going to come in, is at the tight end position here in the next 20 to 50 picks or so.
I had said before, my gut feeling is that they were going to go linebacker in round 2 and then and then an offense position in round 3. So maybe that's a little bit of a cop out.
Yeah, we
CJ Allen, yeah, we were literally just talking about it. I'm like, oh, damn, he just got drafted, like right as it happened. But yeah, I feel like offense is in play for Tampa Bay in round 3. I do get the feeling it's going to be the tight end position. One thing I want to talk about right now, too, switching gears separately, we got to give a big shout out to our friends over at RateGame Sports. Download RateGame, the app. It's absolutely free, and we're super excited to be partnering with them. Whatever happens with these picks tonight, they just drafted Josiah Trotter. Bucs fans are going to remember this draft pick and whatever they do in the 3rd round as well. And that right there is the kind of moments that our friends over at RateGame are built to capture. RateGame is where sports fans rate every game that they watch and build a permanent record of their fandom. Think of it like the Letterboxd version for sports. Letterboxd, if you don't know, it's for everyone. You're rating movies, giving reviews there. So this is the Letterboxd of sports. The ratings, the reviews, the memories of the games that mattered. There's over 200,000 ratings from sports fans in 126 countries. So yes, you can do it for football, but they have it for international soccer. They have it for the NHL. By the way, the Canadians just tied it up. It's now 2-2 in Lightning Canadians. But all the big sports, they have it. It's not betting. It's not fantasy, just the games and the experiences, the way that they were meant to be. This app is absolutely free, and it's available on iOS and Android. You can scan the QR code that I'm putting on the screen right now and try it out. It's absolutely free. I've been using it a little bit. I put in the community chat yesterday what I thought about the Ruben Bain pick. I gave a rating of the Mets game the other day as well. So it's super fun to use. It's a great way to go back and check out some of the previous games that you watched. They have a feature as well for your in-stadium review, whether you're watching a Bucs game, maybe you're at a Lightning game, maybe you're at the playoff games that the Bolts have already had. It's a great way to engage with the football community. Track the top-rated games, too. Maybe you're watching a Monday night game the Bucs aren't playing, but you can go and rate that game and get into the conversation as well and build out your life in sports. Every game you watch, you can rate your all-time fandom all in one place, right in your pocket over at RateGame Sports. You can also follow them on social media as well. On X and Instagram, they are at RateGame_sports, and subscribe to their YouTube channel. They got a morning show during the week that's at RateGame Sports. So I'm going to be doing that with the Bucs games. I'm going to be rating a lot of the Tampa Bay games as well. Going to rate the Lightning playoff games. I'll probably throw in a lot for the Mets. Lucky I didn't see the Knicks game last night because I would have been furious, but I'm really excited to keep using RateGame Sports. I'm very excited about this partnership as well with RateGame Sports. So check it out. Download the app RateGame. You can use the QR code on the screen. We also have the link in the description as well. You can go to rategame.io. All right, let's get to some more super chats. Appreciate everybody rocking and rolling with us this evening. Big thanks to everyone. Big thanks to PrizePicks as well. Where did we leave off? We had Kahunaville, now Trey Cloutier. Thank you for the $4.99. Says we could have moved up 4 spots for likely the cost of a 4th or a 5th rounder to nab Rodriguez. Instead, we reached for a guy who was projected for round 3.
Yeah, I don't think that projection, I mean, obviously that's media. I think, again, you look at Bain was projected as a top 10 pick.
Falk was projected.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You have R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell. These guys were thought to be first rounders, Christian Miller. So we build this narrative through these mock draft databases, which are phenomenal tools for fans. And we've heard lots of GMs talk about, they'll use them as well. But we start to build up this, I think sometimes incorrect understanding of who will be available where, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go back to I did the Bain scouting report back in February.
Yes.
One of the comments I got was, why did you do this? He won't be there. Well,
egg on your face,
right?
Philly Goose.
So I think part of this needs, part of our analysis of this needs to be, you can't just say, well, he'll definitely be there in the third. Lots of teams like Jeremiah Trotter. Lots of even
Josiah.
NFL or Josiah.
I've
thank
been
you
doing
very
it
much.
already. We've all been doing it.
Mike Renner of CBS Sports, who's one of the leading public draft
Yeah, famously on The
analysts,
Bachelor.
that's right, he was. He had a Trotter as his number one linebacker, right? So its beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And again, I go back to, I would not be surprised if at some point in the future it comes out that the Bucs like Trotter almost as much as Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah.
So you can criticize the value there and say, well, Jacob Rodriguez was a much better player. I've seen a lot of people talk about the playmaking and the ability to create turnovers. I've kind of talked about that doesn't always translate, right? So I think a lot of that has to come into that analysis. He is not KJ Britt 2.0. We have got to stop that narrative. He is a much better athlete.
We're going to nip it in the bud.
Britt, a much better pick.
I feel like, sorry, I don't mean to cut you
No.
off, but remember when Scotty Miller came to the Bucs, and it was a lot of outside noise. It wasn't necessarily Bucs fans themselves, but everyone was like, wow, Scotty Miller, he's going to be incredible in the slot. And we had to keep saying, Scotty Miller is not a slot wide receiver. He is an outside wide receiver. I feel like this is going to be the same case now, but with Josiah Trotter. Like, Josiah Trotter is not like KJ Britt, okay? He's not. KJ Britt was a 5th round pick. Josiah Trotter was a 2nd round pick. I'll say it again. Josiah Trotter is not like KJ Britt.
Yeah, we definitely need to make sure he does not wear 52.
Oh, man. Yeah, that'd be something.
He's not wearing 40 either.
He's not wearing
He's
40.
not wearing 40. Yep.
Oh, she wear 45.
What we got here?
Mopar Buck, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Says Trotter is not better than Hill. There's zero supporting this. He runs a 4.61. He's not sideline to sideline. He's a box linebacker. Nothing wrong with that, but Anthony Hill Jr. fits the scheme better.
I've got a couple of things here. Josiah Trotter did not run the 40. I haven't seen any published times on him, so just saying he's a 4.61. I would love to know where you're getting that from. Also, Scott has famously talked about 40-yard times as they relate to linebackers. Levante David ran a, what was it, Scott?
I'll look at four in the 4.6s.
Four sixes. He's a pretty good linebacker in the 4.6s.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner, I don't believe, was in the 4.5s. Anthony Hill Jr. has tested really well. I also personally believe, and I've heard lots of other people who think Anthony Hill Jr. is not a guy who wants to put his nose in the fight. He is not up for that box life.
4.65 for Levante.
4.65.
Oh my God! Why did they draft that
I
guy?
know,
Because
right?
he's amazing.
I with regards to Anthony Hill, again, I think he's more of
4.71.
Derek Brooks.
Derek Brooks
4.71.
ran a
He
4.71.
played linebacker pretty well.
He did.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So with regards to Anthony Hill Jr., I know he's got some people who really enjoy him. I think Trotter's better linebacker than Anthony Hill. Hill would have been a cross off on my board. And I did a deep dive into him. I just think he's more, Scott, you use this term, like an underwear warrior, something like that.
The Underwear Olympics.
Underwear
Yeah.
Olympics.
Workout warrior.
Yeah. I don't see him personally. Now, that's not to say Anthony Hill couldn't become a good linebacker. And in terms of the person who left that comment, like, I respect your opinion on it. I just think saying definitively this guy's not going to be better than that guy, none of them have played an NFL snap. We should probably watch a little bit of NFL ball before we make those decisions.
Anthony Hill's not been drafted yet.
He has also not been drafted yet.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Scott. So,
And there have been 3 other linebackers drafted ahead of him in this round.
correct. Yep.
Jolly good fellow. Thank you for this this $9.99 super chat. Texted my brother earlier. If J-Rod makes it to the Chiefs at 40, Bucs have to trade up. Light thought he'd get lucky twice. Terrible choice. Now Bucs end up reaching for a 3rd round talent. All right. So the general consensus by Bucs fans is that they hate this pick. So
Yeah.
it's the polar opposite of Bane.
Here's what I'll say about that. The Chiefs at 40 took R. Mason Thomas, and then immediately an edge rusher went right after that. I don't think that Kansas City was probably going to pick up the phone and do that trade because they probably wanted to secure that edge rusher. They need somebody to really help out Chris Jones because George Karlaftis is not as great as his stat sheet says. And they definitely needed that edge rusher. So again, that goes back to, you assume you can just move up to every position. in reality, it's much more difficult.
Yeah.
Working out those trades is very difficult. That's not to say, again, I've been critical in general. I'm just saying, well, they should have gotten to this position or this draft pick, just traded to it. Yeah, it takes two to tango. You have to have that partner who's willing to do it. And then at what point are you overpaying just to get into that spot?
Fantasy football team name, Hot to Trotter.
I like that.
Picked it. No backsies. Geist8569, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, why not Jake Golday or trade down?
Yeah, so Golday is a really interesting prospect. Lots of tools to like, really long arms, an edge background. He actually does have some coverage instincts, in my opinion. The thing with Golday is the traits are that of a second rounder, and he did go in the second round. But in terms of development, to be able to really play at a decent level at the NFL level, I think he's going to take a couple years to develop. Notably, Cincinnati had him playing in the slot more than they did as a box linebacker. And that's really where he has to develop his skill set. And that's the base level of what you need to know to be a linebacker in the NFL is how to operate in the box. So developmental player with great traits, just probably wouldn't be ready year one, where I think Trotter is more of a plug and play kind of guy.
Andrew R. Dash and a bunch of letters and numbers says, could Trotter grow a mustache to ease the pain?
We can ask him.
That would be one way. That'd be one way to help. Geist8569, thank you for this $5 super chat in this ongoing battle with Josh.
And I wasn't even that high on Trotter.
Well, you wrote a review of him, you jerk.
I also wrote a review on Keldrick Falk.
Yeah.
And if they would have picked Falk, I would have quit.
Yeah. So how is Trotter picked over Hill, Golday, Lewis, and Allen?
Okay.
Well, Lewis is easy because he's small and isn't a regular linebacker.
Galday's a project. Hill isn't up for the fight, in my opinion. Allen, that's the one where it's
where difference of opinion.
It might have been that they had them close and Trotter was tenths of a point over. We don't know, but they're very similar in terms of type, but Trotter's bigger, probably the better blitzer, and younger. So those would be 3 points in his favor versus CJ Allen.
The Poplar Bluff, thank you for this $5 super chat. We appreciate it. Says, if he was great in coverage, he would have been a top 20 pick. Ignorant Bucs fans who have no understanding between the Mike and the Will role. It's a good. We don't need to be finger pointing at fans here, but I mean, there's a reason why he wasn't a first round pick. He's not the perfect prospect, and if he can figure out some pass coverage skills, or my goodness, just give half the production that the linebacker core did in coverage the past couple seasons, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like Trotter ended up going 3 picks later, so the NFL seemed to see these guys very similarly, at least within the same range. I do think that it's a good note about the Mike and the Will, and I'll ask you, Matt, do you think that would play into the Bucs thinking? Because Rodriguez, to me, fills more of that Will role, like coverage space kind of guy, whereas, again, CJ Allen and Trotter more – they profile better as Mikes. That's not to say that they can't do both. And Scott has mentioned that the Bucs like to train their linebackers at both roles. But do you think that plays into it? And for you, if you were in that draft war room, would the fact that Trotter probably profiles better as a Mike factored into your decision making? Would you have still gone with J-Rod if they were both on the board?
I still would have gone with J-Rod, but I think it's more of just the overall production that he's done with the knocking out the football, the interceptions, all the big splash plays that he's made as far as like turnovers and things like that Trotter doesn't necessarily have. Bowles does cross-train a lot of these guys. So the playing the Mike or the Will to me wasn't as much of like a dead set thing. We're going to bring on Adam Slavon in just a moment to talk about the press conference just had with the newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer, Josiah Trotter. Thank you for the super chat, though, the Poplar Bluff. Adam, welcome on to the show. I believe making your debut this week. But you've been literally right next to us the entire time. Adam, big takeaways from Josiah Trotter in his press conference via satellite.
Really excited about Josiah Trotter coming to Tampa Bay just for his personality. Like, you can sense that he's going to bring some energy and be a thumper in the middle of the Bucs defense. And Trotter acknowledged that the Bucs lost a great one. They lost Levante David, and they kind of need some leadership. And now Trotter, he's only 21 years old. He just turned 21 last month, but he's ready to make the jump to the NFL. That's the impression that I got, and for good reason. You know, it's not often your dad is an NFL linebacker, right? Your brother is an NFL linebacker. And so that's why he was ready to make the jump after only playing 2 seasons of college football. So the Bucs really get a young linebacker, Matt, that has so much room to grow, so much potential and a high ceiling. And I think that's what they're looking for. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have drawbacks, and he acknowledged that he still has some developing to do, especially in terms of coverage. But
interesting.
I really like the pick. It's not Jacob Rodriguez, but
sure,
he's a good player.
Any other big takeaway? Where was he? Like, what was he doing? Was he spending time with his family? Like, what went on there?
Well, the room, it was quiet. He probably just found a quiet place to go to. But he really just talked about what his dad Jeremiah Trotter and then his brother Jeremiah Trotter Jr. kind of instilled from him, like throughout childhood, and just in terms of what he's learned along the way. Because I don't know about you, but if I had a bloodline like that, I would be ready to make this jump. And I would learn a lot along the way. So he seems to be NFL ready, even if he's a little bit raw.
There seems to be a common trend with the Bucs in whoever their second round pick, their dad also played in the NFL.
Yeah.
Remember last year, Benjamin Morrison, his dad was teammates with Todd Bowles playing for Washington way back in the day. And then, of course, infamously, you had Antoine Winfield Jr. in 2020, his dad playing a big role. Did he talk at all about his thoughts on the Bucs defense or playing with Todd Bowles or anything about like what his fit would be in this type of defense?
So it sounds like he's going to be a natural fit within the Bucs defense. He actually spoke about being at a Clemson camp a couple of years ago with Todd Bowles' son, Troy Bowles. Yeah. And then there's also the fact that during his dad's last year in the NFL, Mike Caldwell, his new inside linebackers coach, coached his dad. So
that's pretty wild.
The transition, I believe, based on what he had to say, is going to be seamless. That he already knows kind of what to expect. He spent some time in Tampa Bay back in 2007 when his dad played in the Red and Pewter. So in terms of what the Bucs are looking for at linebacker, it sounds like he's going to be someone who can pair well with Alex Anzalone, be that thumper at 240 pounds, his chiseled out frame, and just kind of bringing that juice.
Yeah, I think that's another big thing about the overall mantra of this, not just this draft, but this free agency is like, he's kind of a spiritual type of leader. He's very much outgoing, going to be emphatic when he goes and makes a play. And his energy is contagious as well. That's kind of been the praise of him, I guess, if you will. What was his overall vibe or feeling when speaking to him? Was he kind of exciting and outgoing in his responses, or was it a little bit like Bane where he's, kind of a little more chill when answering?
He's a little more chill. It was funny because toward the end of his press conference, he's like, yeah, Tampa Bay lost a great one, but I'm trying to be even better. Just there you go. He sounds pretty confident in making that statement, but it's kind of a quiet confidence. And you mentioned just the contagious energy. And that's exactly what Ruben Bain said yesterday when I asked him, like, what's the best trait that you can bring to the football field and the locker room? He's like, my motor and my mindset is contagious. And it sounds like that's what Tampa Bay has desired this offseason, getting a bigger players. And they found one in Josiah Trotter when it comes to linebacker.
Always smooth 007. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says 4 linebackers on this team who can't cover. The linebacker coaches better get started now. We need turnovers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the concern really is, Anzalone can certainly cover. That's why he was brought in here, but he's a guy that can do everything. You bring in a linebacker that has coverage issues. Yes, he's good in other areas, but we've seen the Bucs get daggered with the dink and the dunk, the tight ends destroying these teams, open guys over the middle. That's got to be a little bit of a concern with this team. knowing the flaws on the defensive side that they've had.
Especially looking at it last year, the middle of the field was kind of that black hole where tight ends, they could just sit there, camp out, get 10 to 12 yards every single catch. And you're looking at the linebacker depth chart right now, and it's like, yeah, you have Alex Anzalone, but with Trotter, Roseboom, Dennis, these are guys where coverage is questionable. It is a concern, but you're also kind of hoping to see more of a reversion to the Bucs defense in 2020, 2021.
Right.
What did they have? They had a really good coverage linebacker in Levante David, and then they had that thumper that Todd Bowles can get creative with in Devin White. So drafting Trotter, maybe they kind of see that same vision as a multiple piece where, the traits are there.
No, that's a good point, because he certainly can make a lot of tackles. A great downhill player as well. And getting him on some blitzes, I think, would be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a ton of fun. And he also is really excited to pair up with Ruben Bain Jr. So both 21 years old. The Bucs are entering a new era. And, and getting both of these players, they're kind of hoping that they can spark the defensive turnaround, not just for this season, Matt, but for, going into the 2030s.
And you and I have had conversations on the Pewter Report podcast about where they should double up, where they should double dip. As well, the fans don't really like to pick, but as beneficial as this can be for Tampa Bay's defense, I think they got to go with another inside linebacker to kind of fill out that group. How do you feel about that? Or should they go with filling up another edge position?
I wouldn't be opposed to still doing both, right? That would be the ideal scenario, maybe drafting an edge rusher late on day 3. I still like Nadeem Tucker. Mason Reiger from Wisconsin kind of stands out a little bit. But in terms of if you had to pick one or the other, it's still inside linebacker, because yes, Trotter, you can see the potential, but will it show up immediately in 2026? I think that's a bigger question. And they need 2 starting caliber linebackers.
Yeah.
Maybe they can still find one, or maybe they just really open up the competition next season, because as mentioned, you have Roseboom, you have Servassier, who was a full-time starter last year, Nick Jackson, who they still like. It could be a really wide open competition.
That it could, and that'd be fun for training camp as well. Yeah. Thank you to Ron McClary for this $1.99 super chat. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tusk3, thanks for the $9.99. Says, what's Jason's win-loss record again? How many outside linebackers and inside linebackers have developed? Thanks, guys. I mean, his overall record, they had some bad teams early on.
He inherited, a bad squad and was tasked with building them.
Right. Edge rusher has not totally worked out in terms of drafting. They've done a good job. Obviously, Shaq Barrett, free agent signing, JPP, big time trade there. But I mean, we can go round and round with this. We could talk about all the great positions that he has drafted over the years. So, inside linebacker, Devin White, I think you count that as a win. I mean, you won a Super Bowl with him, and the first 2 to 3 years were good. The first 2 years were good. So,
and what I'll say to this, thank you, Tusk, for the super chat. But I remember a criticism of Jason Lights was he hadn't drafted a good running back. And so what did he do? In 2022, he drafted Rashad White, who was really solid throughout his time at Tampa. But then in 2024, he drafted this guy, Bucky Irving.
Yeah.
And his reputation in drafting running backs has done a 180. So if you're looking at it, it's like, yeah, they drafted outside linebacker and inside linebacker, but you could be looking at this in 2 years, Matt, and saying, man, did they hit it out of the park drafting not only Ruben Bain Jr., but Josiah Trotter?
No, absolutely. I think you make a great point. Eric Collison, thank you for the $4.99 super chat, says, ready to move on, but y'all didn't cause this. No other middle linebacker was up for the Heisman. Now let's hope Trotter is awesome. I mean, it got so close to Jacob Rodriguez. I get just kind of hoping that he falls to you. But I'm sure Tampa Bay had plans in place where, again, it comes down to, do you have a pool of players that you like at that spot, whatever you're drafting, especially when it's, the first 3 to 4 rounds overall. I don't think they were waiting saying, I hope it's Jacob Rodriguez. I hope it's Jacob Rodriguez. I hope it's him. And then he's not there. And they say, we don't know what to do. They certainly had a plan in place.
Yeah, and Miami, it's really interesting that they took Jacob Rodriguez because, based on the roster timeline, after kind of tearing apart the roster with a new regime, maybe the Bucs kind of thought that Josiah Trotter would have been the pick over Jacob Rodriguez in a way. Maybe.
Taryn 528 says, as a Mizzou fan, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, as a Mizzou fan, I'm excited for this pick. All right, and we're going to make a little hockey change real quick. I'll see everyone in a little bit. Want to keep the laptop? Or?
All right, so we're making a little bit of a line shift here. I'm Adam Slavon, and joined with me is a face that runs the place. You know, he's 54 years old now. Mr. Scott Reynolds.
What is happening, Sly? How are we doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah, and I am back in the saddle again over here at the live draft show. We're having a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys are too. Some intel that I've learned about Josiah Trotter. There was a team that was considering taking him in the first round. So there, you know, this is one thing fans have to understand, and even we have to understand this too a little bit. The draft is often, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. For example, Keldrick Falk went in the first round. Caleb Banks went in the first round. The Vikings took Banks. The Titans traded up to get Falk near the end of the first round. The Buccaneers did not have first-round grades on either player. They didn't have day 2 grades on either player. Okay? So when I tell you that there was a team that had a first-round grade on Jeremiah Trotter, was considering taking him, there's a team out there that did. Okay? And again, the draft, when you look at it, these are 32 teams, some with differing opinions. I think universally, we all thought Ruben Bain was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
There were 10 teams in the top 10 that passed on him, right? So we have to keep some of this in perspective with the rounds and where these players go. And a second round grade is where I thought Josiah Trotter was going to go. And Josh and I, we were very careful, and I hate to say it, but we were right. And I think that's why you tune into Pewter Report. We're not always right. Yes, sir? Okay, great. We have food here. Hey, bring me something, Josh. But the thing is we didn't think Jacob Rodriguez would make it down to the second round.
Yeah. And he kept
to
creeping.
Tampa Bay. Yeah. And we didn't think the Buccaneers, based upon what I heard this morning, were going to trade up and get him. They wanted to hang on to that third round pick, and we'll see who they pick. I'm not saying what they did was right, and I'm not saying what they did was wrong, but it's our job with our Bucs Best Bets to forecast who we think the Bucs are going to draft. And that's why we said we'll put Jacob Rodriguez in our mock. And we even traded up to get him.
Yeah, made a scenario.
We created that scenario. But when it came to Bucs Best Bets, we didn't think he'd be there. So if he's not there, who do we think they're going to get? Josiah Trotter. And that's what happened. And that's why y'all tune into Pewter Report. We're not always right, but we were certainly right about this scenario. We had gathered some intel that led us in that direction, and that's the pick. And we shall see if Josiah Trotter ends up being a good pick in time. I think he's a very young player. You have to take a look at that. Let's take a look at the NFC South, and I want to get your thoughts on how the South is shaping up. We're going to do this by order of the draft, right? So the Saints have the higher picks, and so far Jordan Tyson and Kristen Miller from Georgia. The Saints used to be pretty bad at drafting. That's why they took a nosedive ever since Drew Brees left the building. But it seems like over the last couple of drafts, they're on a bit of a rebound. They found some offensive tackles. They've got a quarterback now. Maybe the arrow's pointing up in New Orleans.
Maybe it is. And it's not quite like we have to see all the remaining picks and what they turn out to be for New Orleans. But back in 2017, they had a historic draft class, Scott, and that really propelled them to, running the NFC South until the Bucs got Tom Brady. Now, still with the same general manager, you're seeing them make, more picks to reshape their franchise. Getting Jordan Tyson and pair with Chris Olave, I think, is really exciting. It's going to be quite the challenge for Tampa Bay's secondary to stop this next season. But then you saw them draft Tyler Shuck, and then the late season run that he went on. And then in the second round, They beefed up the trenches, getting Christian Miller, a nose tackle from Georgia. So you're not only seeing the Saints beef up the trenches, but Carolina is another team. In the first and second round, they added to the offensive line and the defensive line.
I'm with you on that, and I'm curious to see which direction they go in the third round, because the Saints were making a run last year at the very end. They seemed to put things together with Kellen Moore and Tyler Shuck, but at the same time, it seems like when you look at rookie quarterbacks, you give defensive coordinators an offseason to take a look at that film, and all of a sudden you get figured out a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a sophomore slump.
And I think you still look at that New Orleans roster overall and say it's not ready to contend yet, but that could change by tomorrow.
They're on the upswing. They're ascending, and it's a program that they're building, and those things kind of take time.
Buccaneers, we've talked a lot about Ruben Bain and Josiah Trotter. That's where Tampa Bay is as it stands right now. They'll be picking at number 77 in the third round. The Carolina Panthers, they've got Monroe Freeling and Lee Hunter, two trench players. Is this a little bit of a different MO for Dan Morgan and for Dave Canales now? Are they trying to sit there and look around the division and say, Tampa Bay builds in the trenches, and we kind of need to do that too if we want to keep pace with the Buccaneers. We edged ahead of them at the very end of the season on a tiebreaker, but if we want to stay ahead of them, got to get stronger and better in the trenches. Is this what this is telling you?
Definitely, because you're looking at it, Scott, and it's like when Dan Morgan took over Carolina, they went out in free agency, they signed Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis, so they beefed up the guard spot. Then you have Taylor Moton and Akem Ekwonu at tackle, and then you're getting Monroe Freeling, so you're really seeing their identity shift to where Dave Canales wants to keep pounding. He wants to keep pounding that rock. They did so last season with Rico Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard, but they want to surround Bryce Young, I think, with, a fortified offensive line because he's a smaller quarterback, and then the defensive line. I think it's going to give Tampa Bay a little bit of trouble, even if they're probably the best offensive line in the division, because you're looking at it and you have Lee Hunter, Derek Brown. They just signed Jalen Phillips in free agency. So they're building something there, and it's going to be interesting what it looks like.
And finally, the Falcons finally made a pick. They get cornerback Avian Terrell from Clemson. His brother is an Atlanta Falcons cornerback too. So they're keeping it all in the family in the ATL.
Yeah, All in the Family isn't just a TV show, but it's what Atlanta is building in the secondary. And we're kind of talking in the draft room waiting for Josiah Trotter. And it's not that often that you see, brothers on the same defense. You saw it with Shaquem Griffin and Shaquille Griffin a few years ago with the Seahawks, Jason McCourty and Devin McCourty. But, Avian Terrell's interesting, but he also ran a 4.64 40 time.
A couple of programming notes for you to keep track of. We're doing this tomorrow, right? Of course you do. It's going to be day 3.
It's a marathon.
Yeah. Our live draft show presented by PrizePicks, 11 a.m. The night is still young. It's only 9 o'clock. We have, the third period of the Lightning game to go, and we're still waiting to get into the third round here, right? For the 2026 NFL draft. But tomorrow, day 3, the draft will conclude. It starts at noon, but we start at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning right here on Pewter Report TV. And then we've got some tremendous shows coming up. We're going to have a undrafted free agency tracker too that'll be up right after the draft concludes. So when Tampa Bay starts signing some of these undrafted free agents, and I can tell you right now, there's going to be some tight ends.
Oh, yeah.
that are going to be undrafted free agents because Tampa Bay brought in about 6 of them for official 30 visits, and probably 4 of them don't have draftable grades. So look for that to happen. But
you would think they're like writing a college research paper with how much research they have done on the tight end position. It's crazy. I'd expect 1, 2 undrafted tight ends at the very least.
But then we're going to have some shows for you. We're taking Sunday off from the podcast, but make sure to check out PewterReport.com all weekend long for our coverage. We've got the Bucs draft recap, analyzing the 2026 draft by Tampa Bay. There's Ruben Bain. And then on Tuesday, we're going to continue with some Bucs draft analysis from Trevor Sikkema, Pewter Report alum, and notable cohort for the NFL Stock Exchange, which is a fantastic draft website that he and Connor Rogers do. Just a tremendous work for them. Let's get back to some of the super chats that we have here. Sly, if you can direct me into where we are in the super chat world. I know we've had another tremendous showing tonight from y'all. Thank you so much. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to give us all these super chats tonight and tomorrow, and that's going to help fund us for an international trip, because I have a feeling the Buccaneers are going to be playing overseas this year. I think they've got 4 opportunities to play overseas.
Yeah.
Madrid, Paris, Munich, and over in Brazil, I think, is the other one, right? So,
yeah. So I'm trying to think when I came on the show. It's probably about like 15 minutes ago. I'm going to pick up here from Geist8569, talking about Josiah Trotter, saying his pass coverage grade is 710 out of 809. That's with a puke emoji.
Yeah. Did we talk about the Rams took, have you done these yet? Baker extension coming. Have we talked about that?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right. We're going to do this. I believe that Light does have a draft son's history, so Trotter's not a surprise. We talked about Benjamin Morrison and his father playing with Todd Bowles, and then Jeremiah Trotter for a minute played for the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember that. From Marcos 499 Super Chat, Rams.
Thank you.
Considering the Rams took Ty Simpson, would it be a reach to say a Baker extension is coming? It seemed McVay would have been happy taking Bacon free agency if available. Baker Mayfield's not hitting free agency.
No, he's not. He's going to be
way.
re-signed by Tampa Bay. He's going to get a nice bag. It's probably going to start around $50 million.
Yeah. A Dreadnought with a $5 Super Chat. Spending money tonight, does this help Braswell in the lineup? Does it allow him to move to another position or move to the bottom of the pile? He's not moving up another position.
No.
He's not a linebacker. He's not really even much of an outside linebacker.
He's not
to
a
be honest.
defensive tackle.
No. Yeah. So I think his days are numbered in Tampa. You just do the math on that. You've got Yaya Diaby. You've got Reuben Bain. You have Al-Quadin Muhammad. You've got David Walker. There's 4. Anthony Nelson, there's 5.
They usually keep 5.
Just keep 5. If you keep 6,
has to be really good.
Is it going to be Braswell? He does play well in special teams. He actually goes down there and covers kicks. Is that enough? I don't know. If they draft a guy like Nadeem Tucker on day 4, Nadeem Tucker replaces Chris Braswell, he is off the roster.
Yep.
Right. I mean, that's pretty.
I think Braswell, he either moves to the practice squad or he's going to find a nice home in Las Vegas with John Spytek.
Yeah, exactly. Tusk with the $1.99 Super Chat. No worry, Todd has such a great history of developing. Yeah. I mean, again, depends on the player, depends on the position.
Yeah. He's a secondary background kind of coach. And you look at Antoine Winfield Jr., Tyke Smith, Jacob Parrish. I mean, that track record looks pretty good.
The Poplar Bluff for the $2 Super Chat. Trotter's father was a beast who played angry. Yes, he did. And I do believe Josiah Trotter, probably the better Trotter. I'd probably better than Jeremiah Trotter. Junior, who played at Clemson.
And I remember speaking with him at the NFL Combine. At the time, I think he ended up being a 5th-round pick by Philadelphia. So when you look at Josiah Trotter, you see the ceiling and just the overall athletic profile, and you're like, yes, you can peg him as a better player if he hits his ceiling. Yeah. He's more than a special teams player. He's going to be a factor, as I was talking with Matt, into the linebacker mix. And I know fans aren't really, approving this pick as much as they would have, Jacob Rodriguez, CJ Allen, even Jake Golday. And I guess my question to you, Scott, would be, do you see this Bucs defense? I know Reuben Bain's an upgrade, but how much better have they really gotten with these 2 picks?
They've gotten younger. There is more tenacity with Josiah Trotter and with Reuben Bain. I go back to some other picks. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Logan Hall. These are passive players.
Yeah. these were passive players on defense that did not play with a lot of vigor, a lot of energy. And these are 180 picks, Sly. These are
These are picks that are in a completely opposite direction of what they've done in the past in terms of getting players that are mean, that are nasty, that are tough, that are physical. Neither one of these players is finesse. Joe Tryon-Schwenka was finesse. At times, Logan Hall was finesse. So I appreciate the departure from what has not worked in the past. They're going in a different direction. Can these players play to the level of their draft status? Time will tell, obviously. I think Ruben Bain probably is more of a sure thing. I have some reservations about Jeremiah Trotter's son, Josiah Trotter. But yeah, he is like the father. I mean, he plays with high energy. He is nasty. He's a downhill striker. And I like that. And I do think he has some sideline to sideline speed. And again, time will tell how he fares in coverage. I think there is some merit to what Josh Capo is saying, that not too many linebackers have mastered coverage at the college level to where they come in and just are studs at the NFL level. And we'll see how he develops.
And some evaluators, they say, transitioning from being a college linebacker to an NFL linebacker, it's a completely different position. And you're kind of seeing the field differently. You're reading these NFL quarterbacks who are so technical. So it's going to be a learning curve really for any linebacker that they take. But Scott, to kind of piggyback off of your point, the biggest takeaway that I have is that this is no longer a soft defense. And you mentioned kind of the players that have exited the building, and, Joe Tryon-Schwenka 2 years ago, Logan Hall this offseason. Who are they replacing them with? Certified badasses is what I would go with. I mean, you look at Ashawn Robinson, bringing back Rakeem Nunez-Roches. And then in the draft, kind of the identity and philosophical shift is that they no longer want to get the nice guy with a smile on his face, bending around that offensive tackle. It's like, no, they want guys that are going to play with energy and really, make it contagious. And that's both what Josiah Trotter and Ruben Bain are showing. And I think that's why at the end of the day, Tampa Bay went with Josiah Trotter, because they believe his attitude can translate.
It seems we have missed a super chat from South Boy. I'm trying to go back to find it here, and I'm not having any luck finding it. And I'm not sure why, but we will get to.
If you could re-put your question in just as a normal chat, too, we can definitely circle back.
We'll take a look at that. But as Tusk says, Vita can cover Tyson. No worries.
Yeah. Line them up.
Maybe a younger Vita Vea, but 31-year-old Vita Vea, I'm not so sure. CJ, 07 CJ. It's odd the Tennessee cornerback is still there. Of course, talking about Jermod McCoy. Maybe we get him in the third. This tells me that the reports about Jermod McCoy's knee are true, that there is something funky with that knee, something that is wrong, something that needs help. It needs a second round of surgery, because the tape is what it is. And this was one of the players, my 5 players do not draft for this reason. You don't want to draft another injured corner if you're Tampa Bay. They did that last year with Benjamin Morrison, who tried to replace an injured corner in Jamel Dean. So, but the question is, maybe you get him in the third. Maybe, but you have to assign a risk round to them.
Yes.
You have to assign a round that says the talent is worth the risk at this round. And I don't think third round is it, to be honest.
No, I don't think so either.
If he's still there on day 3, you can take
fifth round, sixth
round. You can take
maybe
a flyer on him then, but you don't want to waste if he truly has a medical condition that is spooking these amount of teams for this amount of rounds. You don't want to blow a third round pick when you can have a starting caliber tight end, starting caliber defensive tackle, et cetera, et cetera. So
if you have first round talent, but you have a 7th round body, it's not going to work out that you're drafted even in round 3. And I think Jermod McCoy had really good film back in 2024. What did he show in 2025? Nothing, because he was hurt. And the Bucs tried that route, as you mentioned, with Benjamin Morrison last year. Didn't go as expected, as planned. Morrison was hurt. He missed some time, and that affected his rookie season. Do the Bucs want to go the same route again when the cornerback position outside of Zion and BMO, it's looking pretty paltry? And I don't really know how they address it either, Scott. Do they sign a veteran corner still?
I would. I mean, you need some experience. The two guys they brought in, Chase Lucas and Keemon Hall, they're just guys that are going to compete with Josh Hayes, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They don't have any career starts. They don't have any career interceptions or pass breakups. I mean, they're just
the position's been neglected,
It
and
has.
I don't really understand why.
I would like to see a veteran cornerback at this point in time, because you got two young guys. Yes, you have three young guys to an extent. I mean, I know Zion's got plenty of snaps under his belt, but Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish don't. So having another veteran cornerback in there, I think, would do a lot of good. I don't see your super chat, and I really apologize for that, Southboy. We went back and looked, so we do appreciate the contribution, though. And if we can find it, we'll read it. Sean D says, "Move up and get your guy. Why draft a linebacker that can't cover? Look how many receiving yards the Bucs give up to running back. I don't like to pick."
I can understand
That's fair.
the reasoning. I mean, you look at Sarasier last season against Jahmyr Gibbs, against Bijan Robinson, even Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Had probably his biggest play of the season
He
against these Bucs linebackers. So, yes, it is a cause for concern. And no matter who they bring into the building, they have to change the scheme, to make the players, fit that. So they're not giving up these consistent chunk plays.
I do want to see who the Buccaneers get in the third round.
Yeah.
Or the fourth round, because that probably would have been a third or fourth rounder to get up into the second round and get Jacob Rodriguez. And again, too, we don't know. Maybe Jason Light had tried to get up and there were no takers, or the price was too high. So we don't know that. And I do know that they like. I do know that they like Josiah Trotter, and they like Jacob Rodriguez. They liked multiple players, and maybe they weren't that far in terms of their grades. A couple of players have gone off the board here since we've been chatting. Just in case you are unaware, Gabe Akis, who we liked.
Yeah, liked him quite a bit.
Yeah, from Illinois, Port St. Lucie guy. He went to the Mike Vrabels up there in, I was going to say the Diana Rossini, but probably too close.
Yeah.
Too soon. He went to the Mike Vrabels up there in New England at pick number 23. Nate Borkircher.
Wow.
The tight end.
Second round.
Yeah, that's a little
something.
That's a little rich there.
Liam Cohen, what you doing?
Yeah. Logan Jones, the cornerback from Iowa. I'm sorry, cornerback center from Iowa. I knew better. Went to the Bears at 25. Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Some thought that he could sneak into the first round. Some people actually had him going to the Browns with their second first round pick. The Browns actually get him at 26. I think that's a really good pick. Marlon Klein. Wow, that's a shocker.
Who are these tight ends that they're drafting
Texans
now?
Got tight end Marlon Klein right there. 158th on the consensus big board, and they take him in the second round.
At 59.
59, yeah. Anthony Hill from Texas finally went to the Titans at pick number 60. Max Clare, who the Buccaneers did a lot of work on.
Former teammate of Payne Durham.
That's right. Went in the second round, number 61, to the LA Rams. David Igbenison, the cornerback out of Penn State, went to the Bills at number 30. Jake Slaughter, the center out of Florida, went to the second round at number 31 overall, 63rd overall, to the Chargers. Bud Clark, the playmaking safety out of TCU, went to the Seahawks to end the second round.
Ooh.
We are now in the third round, where the Cardinals finally got their quarterback.
Miami's Carson Beck is off the board, and the report was that he was going to go sooner than anticipated. And third round, that's something.
Yep.
Backing up Jacoby Brissett, maybe that situation gets a little more interesting.
And we've got the Denver Broncos. They're picking now. The Raiders are on the clock. We're going to have the Buccaneers picking sooner rather than later. And we're going to have Bailey Adams join Adam Slavon here for just a few minutes to talk about this. Let's take a quick look at the Bucs' best bets remaining. First on the offensive side, and then on the defensive side. The players in red means they're already off the board.
Scott, where'd you leave off here with the super chats? We got to make sure we get all the super chats.
We left off with we got our guy right there from Geist. We need to get that one up.
All right. Geist 8569. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Saying that we got our guy. That is what Jason Light said last night when he came into the press conference room giddy that the team landed Reuben Bain Jr. And maybe the Bucs can land one of these Bucs best bets. Still here and available are looking at quarterback Drew Aller from Penn State and Jalen Daniels from Kansas. Running back could get a little interesting. Mike Washington Jr. had a really impressive NFL combine. Emmett Johnson, Jason Lights from Nebraska, maybe. Ted Hurst from Georgia State. The tight end position, you have two names still on the board that Pewter Report really likes. Oscar Delp from Georgia and Will Kazmarek, who you actually spoke to, Bailey, earlier this offseason. Offensive lineman, you can never rule it out with Iowa's Jennings Dunker and Boise State's Cage Casey. And then looking at the guard center position, Jeremiah Wright from Auburn could be a day 3 target.
Could be interesting. We're going over to the defense now.
Yes, sir. Moving over
to the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, Lee Hunter off the board to the Panthers in the second round. So that leaves in the rounds 4 through 7, DeMonte Capehart from Clemson. Actually, I got to talk to him at the combine as well. Nadeem Tucker for the Bucs, best bets at outside linebacker rounds 4 through 7. Don't know if they double dip at edge rusher, but we do like Nadeem Tucker. Josiah Trotter, of course, the Bucs best bet off the board to the Bucs in the second round. A hit there. Kendall Daniels, the other inside linebacker, rounds 4 through 7 from Oklahoma. Chris Johnson off the board from San Diego State at cornerback. Devin Moore, the Florida corner, the guy to keep an eye on maybe potentially tomorrow. Traden Stukes went in the second round, and that leaves Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech as a potential Bucs best bet at safety. Not sure. What are your thoughts on the safety position? Did we see it in the draft?
I don't really see it for the Bucs right now. I mean, based on the fact that you have 2 starters, and then behind them you have Miles Kilbrew for special teams. He can cameo a little bit on the defensive side, and then JJ Roberts, Bailey. I don't know about you, but I'm really excited about his fit next season in the secondary.
Definitely, it was. I know I forget what the phrase Scott used. I think it was bonus Buccaneer for him and David Walker as guys coming back from season-ending injuries that cost them their rookie seasons. I'm excited to see both of those guys. I really liked the little bit that we got to see of JJ Roberts, and he's got some versatility to play in the slot as well. So we'll see what this year has in store for him, and I think he's going to be extra motivated to bounce back from that injury that unfortunately cost us a chance to see what I thought was shaping up to be a pretty good rookie season had he gotten there.
I thought so too. We're going to get to the super chat from Top Shelf 555. Thanks for the coverage, guys. Watch all the time. We appreciate you. Who do you think they're targeting here in the third round? So Bailey, based on the Bucs best bets that we just looked at, do you think they should, lean towards offense, or is there still a defensive player there?
Looking at the Bucs best bets, I would say more so leaning toward the tight end position. Honestly, that's something I could see them doing. I know they re-signed Cade Otton, but still pretty thin at the position behind Cade Otton. They do have Payne Durham. They do have Devin Colt, but neither of those guys really have cemented themselves as, sure things behind Cade Otton. And, I like Cade Otton. I think behind Josh Capo, I'm the number 2 Cade Otton fan, at Pewter Report. But I think there's a chance to kind of add something a little bit different there at tight end. And I'm leaning toward that maybe potentially in the third round, but you can't rule out potentially a cornerback because I think that secondary needs some juice too.
It does. And kind of looking at the comments, we really appreciate all the support from the Pewter people throughout our draft show over the 3 days. And just kind of looking at it right now, it seems like Darrell Jackson Jr., I think his uncle was Dexter Jackson. You might know him from the 2002 Bucs Super Bowl run. He's a popular name. Ted Hurst at the wide receiver position. But you mentioned tight ends, Bailey, and kind of seeing an odd run of them with like some 5th round guys going in the second round. Is it too early for Oscar Delp?
I don't know if it is. I think he's probably 3rd, 4th round guy. I wouldn't hate it. Another guy, we talking about the tight end position, and I somehow skipped over one of my favorite guys in the draft, and Jennings Dunker. I wouldn't be surprised to see him as a potential target in this 3rd round, and do what the Bucs do and kick him inside to guard and kind of go from there, and give him a chance to unseat Ben Bredesen, and then if not, serve as depth until Bredesen, I believe next year will be his contract year.
Yes.
So there's plenty of room here to add to the interior of the offensive line. We just saw last year how depleted that group got, and how many
In a hurry.
the Bucs were on their third and fourth and fifth options, and it wasn't pretty at times. So yeah, Cody Mauch coming back off an injury, Ben Bredesen solid, but his contract will be up soon enough. And we talked a little bit about the potential of Venga Wane in the first round and what that could potentially do for the Bucs in terms of their depth, because you maybe push Bredesen down to that kind of swing interior guy. He can play center, he can play guard. I think you could still kind of see that with Jennings Dunker. I don't know if Dunker starts right away. He's going to have to make that transition from tackle, but I think there's potential to still kind of set up that scenario for yourself.
Yeah, that vision is really interesting in terms of building out the offensive line for the future, because you have your bookend tackles locked up. And, if Cody Mauch bounces back, he's expected to probably get a contract extension to stay in Tampa Bay after the season. But Bailey, I think the third round is interesting, and I'm glad the Pewter people are still being very active in the chat, because this is what Jason Light's maybe best round. When you look at it, the past couple of years, I mean, Tyke Smith, Jalen McMillan, Jacob Parrish, like they have found and identified starters at a range where most teams are just lucky to hit and find somebody.
Go all the way back to 2017 and Chris Godwin.
Yes,
Chris Godwin, the second best receiver in Buccaneer history, and he's only not number one because there was a guy named Mike Evans who really took this whole franchise and put it on his shoulders for so long. But Godwin is another one in the third round. So yeah, he has had a lot. I'd say he's been more successful in the third round, I want to say, than the
second. Yeah.
Jamel Dean's another guy who won a Super Bowl with the Bucs, was here for a long time. That was a third round pick as well.
Yeah, so it's something to definitely keep an eye on. And I wonder if it's going to be a different approach, though, because you're looking at it and you're trying to find players that maybe could be starters and drafting a rookie that could have the most immediate impact. Right now, I would say that'd probably be tight end.
Yeah, I think so. It's this draft is really weird. And I think we all kind of knew going into it, even at the top of the draft, it's probably the top 10 to 12 guys, and then take your pick of who you like. And then even into the second round, I was like, all right, there are several guys I like as second round guys. Third round feels so wide open to me. And I'm really interested to see how the Bucs go, and almost just across the league, who we're going to see, I think, some guys go in the third round where we might not have expected it, but teams will fall in love with prospects and they'll take them when they want to take them. It doesn't necessarily have to adhere to the consensus big board, because these teams have their own big boards.
And each team's, no matter what kind of player, will be a little bit different. And that was the point Scott was making earlier. It's like when you look at how Reuben Bain Jr. fell, it's like some teams prioritize one position over another, and that could lead to some really interesting things. So you never really know what's going to happen until the picks are flowing in. I do want to get to the super chat from Always Smooth 007. Thank you. Trotter will develop to be good in coverage. And that was kind of the point I was making, reacting to Trotter's press conference. It's like he just turned 21 years old, folks. Right. I mean, he has 4 years to develop into the player that the Bucs want him to be. And yes, I get the Jacob Rodriguez hype. They should have maybe traded up to 40 and nabbed him. Or CJ Allen had a lot of polish, was a high IQ player for the Bulldogs defense. Even Jake Golday. He learned under David Walker as he transitioned from being an athlete into being an inside linebacker. You could have made the case for any of them, but at the end of the day, they drafted Josiah Trotter. Bailey, what are your thoughts and reaction to the pick?
It's interesting. We locked in on Jacob Rodriguez for so long, and it got to the point where with only a few picks left, the Bucs were about to be on the clock, and I was thinking, all right, he's just got to last a few more picks. Yeah. It could happen. It's kind of shaping up to potentially happen for the Bucs, and then once it didn't, there was disappointment on my end. And I think Trotter's a guy we've talked a lot about in the pre-draft process. He was a Bucs best bet for a reason. And I love the upside. I love the youth. He turned, like you mentioned, he turned 21 last week, which makes him one of the younger prospects in this draft. I think there's still a lot of room for him to grow and develop in the areas where he's maybe not so good right now. But there are some areas where he is very good right now, where he is really good in the box, really good downhill, a very, very good tackler, at 13 tackles for loss this past season. So make some plays behind the line of scrimmage. You'd like to see a little bit more ball production. You didn't have a whole lot of that at West Virginia or at Missouri, but I see where they're going with it. It's not my favorite pick they've ever made. It's not my least favorite pick they've ever made. But I can see the kind of process that they're taking here with another young. Probably we talked about Reuben Bain Jr., who is a 21-year-old, turns 22 just before the season gets underway, and now they draft a just freshly turned 21-year-old who really, I think, has a lot to build off of and can certainly develop, hopefully pretty quickly for the Bucs, given the state of their linebacker room. But I think they have a little bit of wiggle room with the guys they did bring in.
Yeah, definitely. And when you look at Trotter's intangibles, like he checks so many boxes, Bailey, just in terms of being already a stout, solid run defender. You know, you mentioned being a downhill kind of player, and that's where Todd Bowles kind of likes his linebackers. Even, you know, they tried the KJ Britt experiment. It did not work, but they identified Britt as being, you know, somebody to fit that mold. And now you get somebody who's only 21 years old in Josiah Trotter, where you're already like, yeah, he's better than KJ Britt. Yeah, he's probably going to be better than, you know, what Saracier Dennis showed full time last season. Time will tell whether he's the full time, you know, starter maybe in 3 years from now. But you can see the potential. You can see the thought process, as you mentioned.
This is just a comment I want to throw up here. That was funny. How many tight ends do the Bears need? They just took Sam Roush from Stanford.
Wow.
Here in the third round. Yeah, they've got
Cole
plenty of tight
Kmet,
ends.
Colston Loveland.
They've got plenty of tight ends.
Well, okay, another one.
Run a lot of 13. So yeah, that's an interesting pick. We're starting to see picks fly off the board here in the third round. The Bucs will be up, you know, before you know it.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a hockey shift here. A full line change. So in the meantime, you'll get a nice picture of Josiah Trotter, the Bucs' second round pick.
Thank you, guys.
All right, dinner is over for us. Scott Reynolds, Matt Matera coming back as we get ready for the Bucs' third round pick. Romello Hyde just went off the board to the 49ers. Player that Buccaneers probably weren't going to draft because they already have their edge rusher in Reuben Bain, but a player that they expressed some interest in a official visit. I'm sorry, no, a formal interview capacity in Indianapolis. So
good to be back. Hello again, everybody. Let's take a look real quick at some of the picks I made over at PrizePicks. Remember, we won with Jacob Rodriguez. Unfortunately, did not go to the Bucs, but Jacob Rodriguez ended up being the next inside linebacker taken off of the board. So we won there over at PrizePicks. And it looks like I might be a winner just yet again. I did a 4-pick power play with the Tampa Bay Lightning, who are in an intense game right now. So big thanks to PrizePicks as I pull up the screen right there. Bada bing, bada boom. That's another winner for your boy, Andre Vasilevsky, more than 19 and a half saves. He's currently at 25. Jake Gensel, more than 1.5. He's the only one, actually, that has not hit just yet. All right, I need Jake Gensel to hit. We got 5 minutes to do so, but everything else has gone right. Jason Tatum, Bo Bichette as well. So come on, Jake Gensel. Overtime might help as well. Need 2 shots from Jake Gensel for this 4-pick power play to go. So big thanks to PrizePicks for sponsoring the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report live draft show. Head on over to PrizePicks. You can click on the link in our description and download the app. It's super easy to use, folks. You just pick more or less on a couple of different players with all the different stats. You just saw the stats that I had in my 4-pick power play. Use the code HMA, get $50 instantly after you make your first $5 entry. So big thanks to PrizePicks.
Yeah, we're getting close to the Buccaneers selecting. We see that because these picks are flying off the board now here in the third round. The Commanders are on the clock right now. The pick is in. Up next will be the Bengals. Then the Saints will make their third selection of the draft. And then a few picks later, we'll see who the Commanders take. Then we've got the Saints, the Browns, the Dolphins, the Steelers, then your Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 3rd round pick.
Doesn't feel like they're going to make any type of move or anything like that. If they didn't trade up last round.
I wonder if they trade down here and acquire an extra 4th round pick or 5th round pick, something like that. Jason Light said he wanted to trade down and acquire more picks. Didn't necessarily say in the 1st round either.
Yeah,
he
that's
kind of
true.
made that blanket statement.
I could see Bucs fans getting furious. It's like, really, you wanted to add 2 extra 4th round picks, but you didn't want to move down a little bit to get Jake Rodriguez in the 2nd round?
But if that's a Bucky Irving type player, if it's
okay, but like
player,
Jacob Rodriguez, you could say the same exact thing about getting a top player.
I understand.
Like the what if game can go in so many different directions. Like, all right, sure, yeah, Bucky worked. He had a great first season,
right?
Didn't have a good second season.
I wonder where we are in the super chats here. We'll have to ask Adam when he gets back. I want to just text him and see where we are. We don't want to miss anybody. One thing that you don't want to do is miss any of the draft action over at Walk-Ons tomorrow, because they have round 3 over there tomorrow, and they've got some fantastic specials. We say that because Saturdays and Sundays at Walk-Ons, they've got tremendous deals when it comes to their buckets of beer and their buckets of seltzers. $17 select domestic buckets, $20 neutral buckets, 3 Tampa Bay area locations, Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. They want to let you know, too, that you asked for it and they delivered. The Tuscan chicken is back. One of their most popular dishes at Walk-Ons is back on the menu. So make sure you enjoy that, too, as you head over there for day 3 of the coverage. And then remember, on Sunday, too, the draft will be over, but there will be another Tampa Bay Lightning playoff game.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with this game. I mean, this game could be going on for 10 hours, it feels like.
Yes.
Which is, there's no better time to spend it than over at Walk-Ons if you're going to sweat out every single second of the game in this 2-2 matchup.
Yeah.
The latest super chat we need to get to is our old pal, Realtor David Zussman. Good to see you. Thank you for the $9.99. Says, yesterday the board made it impossible for Jason Light to mess up.
Yeah.
But if there is a chance to be an arrogant and competent GM, Jason Light will never miss the opportunity. Every year, bad free agency plus bad draft equals bad roster.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat.
Thanks for the super chat. I don't think it's a bad roster. I don't think it's a bad draft.
Yeah.
I can understand the frustration over the lack of aggressiveness, not just with these, the last pick that they just made, but just thinking draft picks are like holier than thou and that they can never get rid of one. I mean, they haven't drafted a Pro Bowler since 2020, but need that extra 4th rounder.
Looking for the commander selection here. They bring these guys up to the podium, these former players and whatnot, and they go on with these speeches. Like, just tell us who you picked.
Yeah, I get it. Like, all right, they're trying to do a little showmanship and spice it up. And I think it's funnier when, I think it was the year the draft was in Dallas, I want to say, and they had the Eagles guy come out and was like, you all suck. And like, you guys haven't won a Super Bowl in 45 years or whatever it was. Like, I think that's fun. But yeah, when every single person does it, it's like, you got to get the Oscars music going, you know, let it just play off a little bit.
It's Mark Rippon, former Washington Redskins quarterback.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I was trying to figure out who it was.
Trying to let it rip. But just spit it out, Mark.
Rondé doing the 3rd round.
Just spit it out, Mark.
Yeah, some Hall of Famers.
Antonio Williams, wide receiver from Clemson. Okay. All right.
He had Curtis Martin before doing the Jets one, Rondé doing the Bucs. So got some Hall of Famers in the building in Pittsburgh, which is cool.
For sure.
Makes sense for Curtis Martin. He is from Pittsburgh.
Yep.
West Point, thank you for the 1999 super
Appreciate
chat.
that. Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you so much. It says, Dunker just looks like a Jason Light pick. This is about the time for him to come off the board. Keep hitting best player available at areas of need. That's a good point. Jennings Dunker, we mentioned him earlier. There's a fight going on in the Lightning Canadiens game. Very cool. Let the bodies hit the floor. Dunker is a guy we've been on. I mean, people like flock to him, obviously, because of the size and the hair and everything like that. But I remember we all spoke to him at the Senior Bowl. We were like the first person
Yeah.
at his podium at the Senior Bowl. We got right up there. Good size, can move, was willing to play a couple of different positions as well, which I think was important. And, versatility is key along the offensive line. It's something that Jason Light absolutely loves. So I'd be in on Jennings Dunker.
Yeah.
I'd probably still prefer a tight end if they're going to go offense, which I'm not saying that they have to, but if they were going to go offense, I think tight end probably be a little bit more of a pressing need. But
Ted Hurst from Georgia State would be an interesting pick here. Georgia tight end Oscar Delp. Those are a couple of players from Georgia schools.
Yeah.
That would help this Buccaneer offense score some more points, move the ball a little bit. Boy, that fight ended up looked like that broke the nose of the Montreal Canadiens player. That's quite the little brouhaha for watching the draft as well as the Lightning game here.
As is the rest of the Bucs
I was gonna
media
say,
room. Yeah. There's two TVs in the Bucs media room. One corner is dedicated to the draft. The other is dedicated to the Lightning Canadiens game. So glad everyone's on the same page and we can go kumbaya in that area. Another super chat from our pal Realtor David Zussman. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, I think Jason Light needs to remain consistent and trade a 3rd round and a 4th round picks for 14th, 7th rounder so he can get the same player he signs in free agency. He's not the most incompetent GM in the NFL.
Or he could draft a punter.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad.
There you go.
That would be pretty bad.
If Jason Light drafts a kicker or a punter ever again, I mean, he's just going to look at the blood. Here
Oh,
from the
hot
nose.
damn!
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the Lightning literally kicking some ass.
They got some scrappers.
The Saints pick is in.
It is funny, like the phrase "kick ass," because like a lot of times when you say this guy kicked ass, it's usually like they won a fist fight.
Yeah,
but they kicked. Ass.
I mean, that looks like a broken nose there.
Yeah. You punched face.
This has been a really good series, though, just because you look at the tie score here. Each team has an overtime win, and but I do think
could be a third straight.
The Buccaneers have won the fist. The Buccaneers, the Lightning have won the fist fights.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they played at RateGame this year. They technically could be
Oscar Delp.
Yeah.
To the Saints.
Oh, yikes!
Wow,
yikes!
That hurts a little bit right there.
So you got the
former Bucs best bet,
the G-men, the Dolphins, the Steelers, and then your Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming up very, very soon. Let's see who's available still at the tight end position. Justin Jolie, Jack Endries, Eli Raritan. So there's been, I don't want to say a run, but there's definitely have been some tight ends that have come off the board. Crazy what Adam and Bailey were saying about like the Bears getting yet another tight end despite having so many already.
Well, wouldn't it be something if the Buccaneers got another running back despite having a lot of running backs? Mike Washington from Arkansas, Emmett Johnson from Nebraska. I mean, what are your thoughts about this? Bucky Irving still on a contract for 2 years. They just signed Kenneth Gainwell to a contract for 2 years. I know that Sean Tucker is only signed for 1 year, but your first two, your starting running back and your primary backup running back are under contract for 2 years. Do you need another running back?
I don't think in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I'm not against adding a running back on day 3. I just think in the 3rd round is way too early for a guy that's not going to come in and be your starter immediately. There is some good talent out there. I think Washington certainly flies under the radar, but like the numbers that he put up over at Arkansas, just knowing that they were, they're not the powerhouse that they were in the Darren McFadden days. Right. And like the SEC is such I know the Big Ten has kind of taken them over, but the SEC is still one of the best conferences in college football. And, for you to kind of produce there and have moments, it's not easy to do. So I definitely give him a lot of credit for that. I don't know. I just think it's a little bit too early to do so in the third round. You want to go fifth round? Fine. I'd be down with it. But looks like the Giants made their selection. Malachi Fields, the Notre Dame wideout. So that puts Miami on the clock. Miami put the dagger to us with Jacob Rodriguez last time around.
You know, the Buccaneers like to draft Senior Bowl players. They have yet to do so. Reuben Bain was invited to the Senior Bowl, but obviously backed out because he played like the week earlier
season.
In the national championship game. A couple of Senior Bowl players, though, that the Buccaneers, I think, have some interest in. Jennings Dunker right there, who was a right tackle at Iowa, moved inside to guard to play the Senior Bowl position. And Ted Hurst from Georgia State, who also had a really, really good Senior Bowl. His stock's been on the rise.
Yeah, big size.
Yeah.
Again, you're not going to do an exact one-to-one replacement for Mike Evans, but a guy with a lot more size, big-time production. Yes, it was a smaller school, but great size, good athleticism, productive year in and year out. I believe had over 1,000 yards last season.
Yeah.
So, and a guy, again, it comes back to that you can take this player and he doesn't have to be an immediate contributor. If he would be, yeah, fantastic. Awesome. But like you can carry it along a little bit more knowing you got Chris Godwin Jr., Mecca Buka, Jalen McMillan, everybody like that. So I don't like using the phrase developmental project when it comes to like a third round pick, but it's not exactly that, but it's you'd be able to have that luxury just a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I'm getting the feeling that they're going to go offense. Maybe not receiver, but offense might be the pick for Tampa Bay coming up soon.
I think the other position they could go is defensive tackle. Chris McClellan from Missouri. This might be a little too early for DeMonte Capehart, but he is a player that they had in the building for an official 30 visit. Very athletic guy, 6'4", 315 pounds, ran a 4.85 in the 40-yard dash. That is moving at that size. So it might be a little too soon for Capehart, but good player. Kyle Lewis would be an interesting selection
here in the third round.
Yeah, tremendous player at the Senior Bowl. We're talking about Senior Bowl players here. Starred at the Senior Bowl, was an absolute phenom at the Senior Bowl with his ability to cover. I just don't know at 220 pounds if he could hang in there against the run. I know he's a tough guy, and I know that he is a willing hitter and tackler, but sometimes you just get engulfed, Matt, and you can't break free from the offensive lineman when you don't have a lot of size and mass yourself. So we shall see. There's the updated version with Oscar Delp gone. So starting to lose some of the offensive Bucs best bets. Our Bucs best bets on the defensive side of the board have really kind of taken a beating here. We're down to DeMonte Capehart, Nadeem Tucker. We hit on Josiah Trotter. Kendall Daniels, the inside linebacker from Oklahoma, would be a fantastic fit, I think, on day 3. Devin Moore, the cornerback from Florida, probably a day 3 guy. Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech, the safety. He came in for a 30 visit. The other guy I wouldn't mind seeing here on day 3 tomorrow would be Wade Woodaz from Clemson as another inside linebacker. Feels like they're going to double dip at inside linebacker.
Yeah, they have to at one point or another. You always have to help out and address special teams too. That's what those late round picks are for, especially in round 7, but round 6 as well. We got 2 super chats to get to. West Point 1999, thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. Says Brazel versus Hurst.
Yeah, interesting. We haven't seen Chris Brazel getting selected yet. I think there might be some character concerns there with him. I've heard of that. They really have not done much publicly on Brazel at all. Didn't have a combine interview to our knowledge. Did not have an official 30 visit. Matter of fact, I don't think any receivers came in except for Colby Young, Cyrus Allen, and Deshaun Stribling. I believe those are the only wide receivers that came in. So we shall see if they end up. I just got a feeling maybe Ted Hurst could be the pick here. And again, if you're looking at defensive tackle, maybe it's a player like a Chris McClellan.
Lightning Canadians officially going to overtime for the
third game in a row.
Moving on to this super chat from Meets McGee. Thank you for the $5. Says, I know you have to read chats. It's very hard listening to professional Madden players who know better than anyone on earth on how to build a team, with a couple laughing, crying emojis. Hey, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Yeah. If you super chat us, we're happy to read your comment. Yeah. And our fans know football as well. You can have differences of opinion, stuff like that.
We've been wrong before ourselves. We're not always right. So
yeah. Plus, as we know, fan is short for fanatic. So
that's right.
You're going to feel passionately about a player or a GM or a coach or whatever the case may be. That's part of the fun here with the Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel. Please like and subscribe if you're not already doing so. And Pewter Report live draft show. This is a beacon for everyone to sound off if you want to, and share your thoughts and your ideas and what Tampa Bay should do. That's why we're live on our YouTube channel. All these other podcasts, they're getting recorded later or whatever the case may be. You're not going to be able to get your comment on there.
That's right.
Get your comment right here.
Also, too, I just wanted to remind you, I've got a Pewter Pulse up about Ruben Bain on Pewter Report TV. Check it out. It's about, I think, 8 minutes or so. But, I talk about how Ruben Bain is not just a game changer for what he can do on the field. He's also a vibe changer, because I think the reaction from fans last night was such that it kind of stemmed the tide of 8-9, losing the division, missing out in the playoffs. Todd Bowles stays.
Yeah.
Mike Evans leaves. Levante David retires. All of a sudden, boom! Ruben Bain becomes a Buccaneer.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the ship is not lost at sea anymore. It's starting to head back to port, is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, not going to call him the savior, but certainly the spark, the spark of positivity that Tampa Bay could certainly use with Ruben Bain.
Well said.
Moving on, Sam Howell, thanks for the $4.99 super chat, says Pregnon in play.
I haven't really seen that they have had a lot of interest in it. Now, he's a guard. I mean, good player, but there's going to be a player or two that they're going to pick that surprises, right? Elijah Roberts was a surprise last year, very pleasant surprise.
Yeah, for sure.
I was disappointed when I went up to him at the combine. I'm like, "Have you met with the Buccaneers?" Like, "No, I haven't." Like, damn, really? 10 sacks or 11 sacks, whatever it was last year at SMU, one of the better pass rushing edge rushers, although he moved inside. But I was hopeful that they would have interviewed him, but then again, they wound up drafting him. They did enough homework on him where they felt comfortable taking him.
It's funny. Even Ruben Bain said he didn't really talk with the Bucs that much.
Yeah,
I think that was more
interview at the combine. That was pretty much it.
I think that was more of like, hey, we just want to talk to you. We don't think we're going to get you.
Yeah,
and then bam, you got
exactly
him.
Right.
Hayden Bucs fan, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says finally became a member yesterday. Keep up the great work. What a fantastic draft so far. Thank you so much for that, Hayden Bucs fan. Really appreciate your support. Means a lot. And thanks for letting us know. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, and thanks again to everyone. We got over 23,000 subscribers at some point last night. And, we continue to grow this channel, and it's been super fun to see how much more we've grown since this YouTube channel began. And it's all credit to each and every one of you, whether you're watching now, whether you watched yesterday, if you tune in here and there, if you tune in every day, every single subscription matters, and the super chats are great too.
Drew Allard to the Steelers, Penn State, staying home.
Crazy.
Pittsburgh.
Interesting.
Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver from Texas Tech, went to the Dolphins. The Packers. Has there been a trade?
Looks like there's a
the
trade.
Buccaneers have traded down with Green Bay. So
Tampa
the
Bay.
Packers are on the clock. The Buccaneers have traded down.
Let's see what the return is. Okay, this is according to Greg Allman. Says the Bucs, they're moving down 7 spots and they got a 5th rounder.
Okay.
For from Green Bay.
We talked about how Jason Light wanted to trade down and acquire more picks. He didn't necessarily say in the first round.
Yeah.
And again, maybe that 5th rounder is packaged to move up into the 4th round, right? With another, it just gives him some flexibility to move, or it means an extra player. You get more bites at the apple with the more picks that you have.
Yeah. And this kind of opens up the door where, they can add in an offensive lineman or get that tight end on the next day or find that corner that they really need. We have another Vietnamese super chat from Jay Viet. Thank you very much. Says, missed me earlier, but worth another post. Bright side of the Trotter pick was we thankfully avoided any SR wood awkwardness.
Yeah,
that's true.
That is a fact. So, while sad, I also saved myself some embarrassment, apparently. So, so the Buccaneers now will be picking 84th.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a little bit more of a wait to go until we get Tampa Bay's pick, but then they will have an extra pick in the 5th round as of right now.
Yeah, who knows? That could certainly change.
Yeah.
From day 3 as well.
Let's see here.
Pick is in for Indy.
So that 5th round pick was the Packers have 2 5th round picks. They have their own and they have Atlanta's. Does that say which 5th round pick it is?
Chris McClellan going to the Green Bay Packers. So
okay, it's a player that the Buccaneers liked. We thought about putting him in as a Bucs best bet, but we didn't. I'm kind of glad we did. I think we had him in our mock draft though. But Josh and I were talking about it, and we wanted to put DeMonte Capehart in as our Bucs best bet. So that's why we made that switcheroo there. So the Buccaneers have an extra pick in the 5th round. Does it say which pick it is, Matt?
not seeing anything about that just yet. So Mike Garafolo tweeting about it. It's pick 160.
Okay.
So
number 160.
Yeah.
All right.
A little Bucs Packers trade, Adam.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Should be excited.
I like the pick for Green Bay. Chris McClellan.
Yeah, McClellan going to Green Bay.
So as it stands right now, the Buccaneers, if they don't make any more trades, will have a total of 5 picks on day 3. Their own 4th round pick, their own 5th, Green Bay's 5th, Tampa Bay's own 6th and 7th round selections.
Flame Pillar Diaz, thanks for the $1.99, says losing Jacob Rodriguez makes me sick. I just wasn't high on Josiah Trotter.
I was the same way, so I feel you. I really do, Flame Pillars Diaz, but I've come around. I've done enough research. I've talked to enough people that I've come around on this, and time will tell. But I feel a little better about the Josiah Trotter pick. And again, keep in mind, I included Josiah Trotter originally in my 5 draft prospects I didn't want the Bucs to take. So, I came around on him, and maybe you will too. But the positives for Trotter, high energy, bigger build, bigger inside linebacker, the ability to stack and shed. He does have some good range sideline to sideline. He is a downhill player, tackle for loss, pass rusher. He can blitz. That's kind of what Todd Bowles likes to do with the Mike linebacker position. Coverage is a work in progress, but he is only a 2-year player. 1 year at West Virginia, 1 year at Missouri.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and try to like sell Bucs fans on why this is going to work out and it's going to be great. I think it's an okay pick. I think when you look at like the flaws of this Bucs defense, they didn't necessarily add a guy that will cover one of the big flaws on this team, and that was coverage from the linebacker position. But that's also why Alex Anzalone is here as well. And it kind of allows for Trotter to fly around a little bit more and find his footing and get acclimated to playing at the NFL level. I think, you look at it 2 ways. Yeah, he's not the best in coverage, but he's a good blitzer. His energy is contagious, has been said. His teammates call him a dog and everything like that. He's a big-time hitter. He makes a lot of tackles. If you're getting that part of Josiah Trotter, you can live with the coverage issues. And, of course, with a better pass rush up front, which should come with Ruben Bain, Al-Qadim Muhammad, Yaya having some help at edge rusher as well, and a healthy Kalijah Cansey, that will mask any issue that this team has, even at the linebacker position. So I think just be more excited about Ruben Bain, and that will make you not worry as much about the Josiah Trotter pick. I don't necessarily think it's a reach like some people are saying, like, oh, it was a third rounder. I think it's okay.
The one thing too, though, is we're talking about coverage, right? And when you look at within the division, right, what the Saints just did in getting a very fast, big tight end that can move. And Oscar Delp, right? And he can be a bit of a problem.
Yes.
Put the production aside, because I think he was underused at Georgia. And Delp is a player that Tampa Bay really liked. They had him in for an official 30 visit. They had him in for a formal interview. And he has some real legit speed. And are you going to match him up with the safety? You're going to put a linebacker on him, right? These are some things that you have to look at as within the division. You're playing these guys twice. What is the matchup there? How are you going to handle him? And is Trotter a liability in coverage where he just simply can't stick with these guys, or is there some upside where he can be developed and get better? You have to hope that he's just turned 21 and that the upside is still there.
And remember, he's a second-round pick. He's not a day 3 pick. He's not a 7th-round pick. So there is a lot more talent and a lot he brings to the table than some of the other middling linebackers that they've had in previous years.
Falcons are making a selection now.
AJ Olsen. Oh, Zachariah
Branch out of Georgia.
Okay.
Georgia wide receiver. They needed a wide receiver. They got a wide receiver.
That they did. Yeah, that too. Thank you to Geist 8569 for this $2 super chat. Says all they got was an extra 5th with the laughing crying emoji. Well, they only moved down 8 spots. It's not like it was double digits. So you got the Ravens, Jags, Vikings, Panthers, and then the Bucs with now the 84th overall pick.
So a couple of Georgia players have gone within the division now.
Yeah.
And Zachariah Branch to the Falcons and Oscar Delp to the New Orleans Saints. So, Matt, as we take a look in the division, I asked Sly this. I want to get your thoughts on this as well. We're a couple picks in now, right? The Panthers have another 3rd-round pick coming up here. But your thoughts so far on what the Panthers have done and maybe their methodology?
I was a fan of Lee Hunter coming out of the draft, so I think that's a really good second round pick for them. They're clearly trying to build in the trenches. I think what surprises me, and Monroe Freeling, I'm excited for his matchup with Ruben Bain, year in and year out.
3 Georgia players in the division now.
It just strikes it so interesting to me that this is a team that needs skill position players to help out their quarterback and have someone else besides Teteroa McMillan. And listen, we know here in Tampa Bay, Jason Light loves building the trenches, and he will continue to do so. But you need a little bit more skill set if you're Carolina. They can address that. They still have a couple more picks, and they're picking, right before Tampa Bay as well. At least they were. So I like the Hunter pick. I'm kind of indifferent about Freeling with that one.
And then looking at what the Saints have done so far as they conclude their action on
Saints I've been impressed with for sure, especially on the offensive side.
Oh, okay. Jacoby Lane to the Ravens, USC wide receiver.
There you go. But yeah, offensive side for the Saints, I thought they did a really good job. Jordan Tyson, if he can get through all the injury stuff, considered one of the best wide receivers in the draft. And Oscar Delp, we've talked about a lot too, with what he can bring to the table, probably more at the NFL level than what he did at Georgia. We got a $5 super chat from Desert Matt 91. Thank you very much. Says, I look at Trotter like a long-term pick, not necessarily the best available at the time. They hit big with Bain. Now let's see what they see in Trotter.
Well, I will say this. We had him as the Bucs' best bet. That should tell you something. The Buccaneers made him the only linebacker that we're aware of to bring him in for a official 30 visit as well as a formal draft interview at the Combine. So that should tell you something about their level of interest and what they think of Josiah Trotter, right?
Yeah, I think so. And it's tough to tell right now until we speak with Mike Beal a little bit later, how they felt about him versus some other candidates that were available at the moment. The Poplar Bluff, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Pewter Report caused this Jake Rodriguez nonsense. He's not a perfect prospect. How does Jacob deal with shedding guards at the NFL level?
He's really good at slipping them, to be honest. That's kind of his superpower is his ability to make those guys miss. That's really kind of where he excels, is kind of bobbing and weaving and slipping those blocks rather than necessarily taking them on.
Mark Fisher, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, the question is, if our linebackers are better than last year, Trotter doesn't sound like a starter. We have to be able to cover. Dennis still starting at present. Ooh, the Canadians won.
Just literally a minute into overtime.
Yeah, 17:51 remaining. Damn. So Lightning go down 2-1 in the series. Each game going to overtime, but
I'm guessing an overtime game on Sunday.
Yeah,
maybe the Lightning win that one.
Yeah, that'd be a nice
if it kind of holds nice serve there.
I don't know. Whew. It'll be interesting. I mean, there's going to be almost like a battle royale for the starting inside linebacker position next to Alex Anzalone. I don't think it's just going to be handed to Josiah Trotter, despite that he's a second-round pick. Servassier certainly is not being handed the job, despite starting last season. And Roseboom has starting experience within the division as well. So that'll be a good training camp storyline of like who kind of takes the mantle at that position. I mean, eventually it's going to be Trotter's position. It's just a matter of how long it takes for him to become the starter. You hope for sooner rather than later. But if someone ends up really taking it during training camp, that's the way it's going to go.
Randy Barber had a tweet welcoming Josiah Trotter to the crew, and he said, Jeremiah, you're welcome too. Of course, Jeremiah Trotter, formerly of the Eagles,
Yeah. That rivalry will never die, which is nice. Good question here. Thanks for the super chat from the Real Bucks Muse. Thanks for the $1.99. Says, do we take a swing at McCoy at this point? Jermod McCoy.
There is a round where that risk will be worth it. I don't know what that is. The fact that we're into the third round right now and every NFL team has passed on him at least twice should tell you something. That something isn't right with that knee. And at some point in time, a team will take a flyer on him, but those reports that he might need another surgery kind of seem to have a little bit of weight now to them, right, man?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there has to be a red flag. Very much sounds like an injury red flag. It unfortunately happens to players all the time. I think Sean Tucker is a good example. Very, very different situation. His was like a heart condition.
Yeah.
But it made him an undrafted free agent. And not saying it's going to happen with Jermod McCoy, because I think the talent is there a lot more than, Sean Tucker at the running back position, but certainly dropped, and we get to see why.
Jaguars reached for another player. They took Texas A&M defensive tackle Albert Regis.
Wow, Albert Regis, that is a reach. Boy, Liam Cohen. Yeah.
What are they doing?
Well,
Wow.
they didn't go to the combine, and maybe that's playing a factor now. Just going for these random players, or maybe the Jaguars know something that we don't.
If you take a look at the tight ends here, I'm not sure that there's a tight end here in the third round that the Buccaneers are going to take a stab at. Justin Jolie feels like a fourth-round pick. You have Will Kazmarek, who is a player that they're interested in. He is a day 3 guy. You have Borkircher gone. You've got Roush gone, Sadiq gone, Claire gone, Delp gone. It feels like they're going to get a day 3 tight end here, right? I mean, that seems to be what we're thinking. In terms of defensive tackles now,
Chris Godwin was the 84th overall pick.
Chris Godwin was the 84th overall pick. Now the Buccaneers will be picking 84th. Defensive tackles left: Grayson Halton, DeMonte Capehart, Caleb Proctor. Those are some players that could be selected in that realm. Now that that there's been a little bit of a run on defensive tackles here. So we're nearing the Buccaneers pick. The Vikings are now on the clock, followed by the Panthers, then the Buccaneers. So 3 picks away, unless Jason Light is sneaky and wants to trade down again.
Wouldn't rule that out. Wouldn't rule it out at all. Another super chat. This one from the Poplar Bluff. Thank you so much. Just peppering us with these super chats. Says he played behind the best defensive line. Guards in the Big 12 are not the same as the NFL.
They're talking about Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's fair to say. Yeah. Folks, I know we're waiting for this pick here, but this is probably a good time for me to make a confession, and it's something I'm not ashamed of whatsoever. No, it's not my love for Jacob Rodriguez. Y'all know that. And now I'm a little crestfallen over that. But 54, got low testosterone. That's a natural occurrence in men my age or even younger, and certainly older. 1 in 4 men have low testosterone levels over the age of 30 in the U.S. But you can do something about it with Game Day Men's Health. Call today for your free complimentary testosterone test and consultation. West Shore, South Tampa, Brandon, Palm Harbor, Largo, and Sarasota. Those are the clinics in the Tampa Bay area. You can also find them and more information at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. At Game Day, you get your testosterone levels back to where they should be so you can live a passionate, purposeful life. Folks, the weight gain is real. The fatigue is real. The mind fog is real. Just the overall, you feel old is real. But if you get your testosterone levels back up, you will be feeling better and younger. And that's exactly what's happened to me. I should have done this years ago. Thankfully, I did it about 4 years ago, but I should have done it in my 40s. At Game Day Men's Health, they have in-house laboratories. Within 15 minutes, they can take your blood and get you the results and get that testosterone score for you. You can get testosterone, peptides and vitamins, sexual wellness and ED, weight loss and GLP. West Shore, South Tampa, Brandon, Palm Harbor, Largo, and Sarasota. Game Day Men's Health. Get back in the game. Matt, we have the pick is in for the Panthers, we had Dominique Orange, the defensive tackle, go to the Minnesota Vikings. The Panthers are now picking. That means the Buccaneers are on the clock. Bucs are on the clock. And we will see if they're going to go wide receiver here. Tez Hurst still on the board.
Yeah, if they
Chris
stay,
Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, off the board. So did the Buccaneers go wide receiver here? Chris Brazzell is a player that's going to help Bryce Young out in Carolina.
get the feeling if they're gonna go offense here, it's either offensive line.
Jennings Dunker.
Yeah, Jennings Dunker seems ideal right now. Maybe they go wide receiver. I think Tez Hurst would be a pretty good option. Don't see tight end just yet. As we mentioned before, a position with the players available right now that is probably best suited for day 3, round 4, maybe one of those extra 5th round picks that they picked up in the trade with Green Bay.
Yep.
Yep. That looks like the pick could be in for Tampa Bay.
The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What's it gonna be? So close. Thinking offense.
This is Rondé Barber making the pick. For the
That's
Buccaneers.
right. Hall of Famer going to the podium. A Bucs legend going to the podium. A friend of the program going to the podium.
We're waiting just like you to.
Yeah, they're
Hear
trying to
what-
go to commercial break on
Yeah.
the on the TV. It's all about those ratings. All about the ratings.
See who Rondé Barber has the Buccaneers taking. Anything on X?
Will it be a third straight defensive player?
Wonder if this is too early for Jimmy Rolder, the Michigan linebacker. Another middle linebacker candidate. That would be an interesting pick. It's probably a little early for Justin Jolie, the tight end out of North Carolina State, but those are some players. And DeMonte Capehart from Clemson, another player that could see maybe getting picked around higher or two, just based on that athletic profile.
Potentially. Of course, it would go to commercial.
Yeah,
Like, right as the Bucs are on
that's
the clock.
Bucs life, because that's typically what happens.
We are excited to know, though.
I will say, Nadeem Tucker would be an interesting selection, and I know he is regarded as a day 3 guy, but
Nothing yet.
pick is in. I think they went to commercial knowing that Rondé is going to be making the pick, so we're all going to have to wait here for a minute.
Which fair. Rondé's earned it.
Rondé's
to get the camera time.
Yep.
Maybe gave a little speech beforehand.
Yep. Season Buccaneer fans still waiting for this pick. NFL has done a really good job of not tipping these picks.
Yeah.
Right now on day 2. Yeah. Last night was a different story. Tonight it is quite different.
A little more difficult this time around.
Come on, Rondé. Come
Rondé's
on,
got to
Rondé.
give something good. It's Rondé Barber. He's got to bring some good juice to the team. Some good vibes to the team, at least.
Is that Gene Deckerhoff?
That is Gene
It is
Deckerhoff.
Gene.
Congrats to Gene on his retirement.
Yeah. Fire the cannons.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Browns are fucking 86. It's nowhere down the
So Rondé not doing the pick in third round. I thought he was doing the pick in third round.
I guess.
Or is he introducing Rondé Barber?
Maybe that could be it.
Meanwhile, in reality, like the time that has spanned this, right?
Right. The front office already like shook hands, being like, "Great pick,
Yeah,
great pick."
they're already on to the fourth round or whatever. The Buccaneers selection is
Any moment.
Ted Hurst.
Ted Hurst.
Bucs best bet
Would you look at that?
at wide receiver.
Two
There we
in a
go.
row for SR with the Bucs best bet. This is a big sized wide receiver, can play the X position. Obviously, it was tough losing Mike Evans. This isn't a direct replacement for Mike Evans, but a big sized guy that can play that X role. Bucs continue to feed into the wide receiver position. Great production from this player. He's 6'3", 206. Yes, it's a smaller school with Georgia State, but certainly a guy that can really help this team. And as we talked about before, a player that doesn't have to come in right away and be the bee's knees and do everything for this team. That's why Emeka Egbuka's there and Chris Godwin Jr. And all of these talented players, Jalen McMillan as well. So a guy that can do a lot of great things for this team. Super productive. Had an 1,000-yard season.
Yards after catch. This guy has some speed. 4.42 at the combine. He's a long strider. He can go up and high point the ball too. And one thing that's interesting is he's a touchdown producer. He went from 2 years at Valdosta State to 2 years at Georgia State, staying in the state, but kind of refusing to go to the next level because he appreciated the loyalty of those programs. And I'm not surprised. This is a player that the Buccaneers had on their radar. It's a player that we have had in our mock draft before. And he's another Senior Bowl prospect. We saw him at the Senior Bowl, and he really made some strides there.
Bucs love that Senior Bowl. This guy has 25 career touchdowns, including 15 over the last 2 seasons. He's a red zone target for this team with his size. Tons of great production. 1,004 yards receiving last season at Georgia State, including 71 catches, 6 touchdowns. Efficient footwork at the top of his routes. He can, the main thing with him is high pointing the football. He can go up and get it. Yards after the catch, like Scott has mentioned, can do a lot of great stuff. Excited to see how he looks against some of the Bucs corners in training camp coming up, but more importantly against opponents in the NFL that they're going to be playing against, and of course in the division as well. Super young as well, but NFL scouts say he developed more of a pro mindset as an upperclassman. Above average receiving production despite some inconsistency around him. So yeah, of course there's going to be a question about how does he look at the NFL level playing at Georgia State. Didn't go up against some of the best college football teams and conferences and everything along those lines. But I mean, you can't knock the production. Averaged 16 yards per attempt, per reception, in his college football career. Had a high of 19.6 when he first started at Valdosta State. So some other write-ups about him from Dane Brugler. Tall, long frame with lean muscle definition and room to add more bulk. He was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. So, he's got crazy athleticism. He faces a steep learning curve versus NFL press and coverage traffic, but his physical traits and ball tracking skills, especially as a downfield target, are very exciting. his development as an X and a Z receiver with the down the road starting upside is what his other write-up is. So I like this pick of Tez Hurst. You're just kind of feeding back into the coal mine of the wide receiver room. Another weapon, another target for Baker Mayfield.
You look at this. This is 25 touchdowns that he's got in 4 seasons, right? And he's a player that has the ability to find the end zone, whether it is high pointing the ball in the end zone or whether it's getting yards after the catch and having one of those breakaway runs. Here's the thing: he's a good receiver, but I like how he fits into this wide receiving core because he brings some size. This was something that was needed. You've got 3 receivers at 6'1", and Chris Godwin Jr. and Jalen McMillan and Emeka Buka, and then you got a smallish receiver, 5'10", 155 pounds, and Tez Johnson. You needed another bigger player and a player that could play that X, that split end position, and that's what this guy can do. That's what he is, and he made a living on slant passes. He's not just a go route guy. He is not just a player that will go 30, 40 yards down the field. He can do that. He can stretch you vertically, but he can also get yards after the catch. When you think about what Zach Robinson, Matt, has worked with, he's worked with the big 6'4" wide receiver and Drake London in Atlanta. Had success with him. Now, I'm not saying that Tez Hurst is in the class or the category of a former first-round pick like Drake London, but he is a big-bodied X-receiver that can be used in the slot just like Drake London was. Zach Robinson gets here, and what happens? Mike Evans departs.
Right.
Like,
the last thing you want.
Where's my big X receiver? Well, here's your big X receiver. Tez Hurst, I think, is one of the true sleepers in this draft. And between now Reuben Bain in the first round and Josiah Trotter in the second round, and now Tez Hurst in the third round, this has the makings to be an absolutely tremendous draft so far. I can't find a lot of fault. Would I rather have had J-Rod in the second round? Okay, yes. But this is a player that is going to be able to help you right away. And Lord knows, Matt, they have suffered some injuries at the wide receiver position. And if Chris Godwin goes down, then you would only have J-Mac and Emeka and Tez, and then you're down to Cam Johnson, right? This is another premium wide receiver that can safeguard you from some injury. And we also know that as much as Zach Robinson likes to use 12 personnel, that Rams-based system, even though it's a little bit more 13 now, the origins of it is in 11 personnel, 3 wide receiver sets.
Zach Robinson's got to be tap dancing right now, knowing all of this talent that he has on this team and specifically at the wide receiver position. So far through the 3 picks that the Bucs have had, they all have potential for huge upside on this team. A lot of speed in several areas and several factors, whether it's on the defensive side or the offensive side, can be some heavy home run hitters for the Bucs in several different ways. I really like this pick. We got a lot of super chats to get to. Curious to see what everyone thinks about the pick as well. Don't want to miss anyone as well.
Wow, that's early for Will
Real Buck Muse asking about McCoy. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat. We appreciate it. We got to Poplar Buff. Turning Wrenches, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says Trotter was first team all SEC last year. He's awesome at stopping the run. It's possible he can develop his coverage skills in the next year or two. Yeah, it's one of those things we got to wait for it just a little bit. Rome wasn't built in a day. The Poplar Bluff, thanks for the $2 super chat, says SR/J-Rod wedding date has been established.
I've called it off.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with Ashley. He's going to stick with Emma. That's just that's what we've decided.
Animal 6039, thanks for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member
Thank
for
you,
9
Animal.
months.
Appreciate
That's so
you.
awesome. We appreciate it. Says, hi, everyone. Doing a great job. Happy with the picks. Is Riley coming on this year?
That would be Riley Allman, who hasn't really made an appearance on our show in years.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years.
Yeah, we have Greg on, but we haven't seen Riley.
Yeah. We'll have Riley adjacent on the show. Florida boy in Atlanta, thanks for the 1999 super chat, says this could be an epic draft. Go Bucs. Very, very high upside. There's no doubt about it. And I don't think the floor is too bad either. It's tough to say with Hurst. Again, the big battle for him is always going to be the talent level that he went against in college football. How will that look at the NFL level? We've seen that on the other side of the ball with Zion McCollum. And Zion, I know last year wasn't great, but he's fared well overall. I think he's going to have the huge boost and benefit of not having to, at least on paper, contribute right away with Godwin, with Ibuka and company. So, yeah, it's a fun pick, no doubt about it. The Popular Bluff, thanks for the $5 super chat.
Thank you.
Rondé, oh boy, this might be some fighting words. Rondé, the most overrated Hall of Famer in history.
What?
Played in the perfect defense.
What?
Could never cover outside.
That is so not true.
Was great in the skit because of the talent.
Wow. That is blasphemy. That is blasphemy. I appreciate the $5, but I will give you a refund on that.
Yeah.
I
I'll
mean,
counter that. Say this is one of the worst super chats we've ever gotten in the history of PewterReport.com.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I remember times where Rondé Barber was going head-to-head on the outside with guys like Jake Reed, Chris Carter, Herman Moore, giant wide receivers that have totally been bigger than him, that have tried to big boy him. And he has more than held his own. Rondé Barber was not just a product of the system. He was a hell of a player. He was so good that he became the prototype nickel because Monty Kiffin saw the talent that he had.
Position. He invented, he invented and defined a position. How about all the defensive touchdowns he's had? How about all the sacks that he's had as a defensive player, the takeaways, the records that he's had? I mean, this is an insane super chat that we just got. Thank you for the super chat. And that's why everyone has an opinion. Josh Capo, your opinion.
Say if that's his opinion on Rondé, is to have the same one on Lawrence Taylor because Rondé did for the nickel with Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah. And Lawrence Taylor did it on crack.
I'm just saying 16 years, 47 interceptions.
47
interceptions. 16 forced fumbles, 12 fumble recoveries. He had
how many games did he miss during all of this too?
He did not miss a game.
Not one.
Didn't miss a game from 2000 to the end of his career, which was in 2012. That's hard to do.
Most overrated Hall of Famer.
He had 28 sacks for a 5'10", 185 pound cornerback. 28 sacks.
Are you sure you didn't like autocorrect like something when you were typing and and a different name popped up? Jeez. Well, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Never thrown somebody out of a chat before.
Taryn 528, thanks for the $5 super chat, said McShay and his co-host just said Hurst was the best wide receiver at the Senior Bowl. I mean, he certainly balled out.
Yeah, he really was. He took a huge step there. He also killed it at the combine, and I'm excited about this pick. This is a really good pick.
Meets McGee with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Says, I love it. Steve Smith loves this guy.
Yeah.
During his evaluation. Now, can we stop this Zach is a 12 personnel coordinator talk? Something I never believed. I mean, I think you go with the talent that's around you, and there's no question. The sum of the offensive talent is so much better in Tampa than it was in Atlanta. Yes, maybe Atlanta has the best offensive player overall with Bijan Robinson, but you look at everything else that Zach Robinson will have in Tampa Bay. I don't really have much worries about it. The offense just got better, and we'll see what else happens, with day 3 or even at the end of this draft. You got
to remember, too, sometimes circumstance dictates what you do, who you have and who you don't have, right? I mean, there's a reason why Liam Cohen leaned on the pony package back in 2024. There were 3 games where he didn't have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Mm-hmm. So he had to lean into the pony package for that reason. I think Zach Robinson had to lean into 12 personnel at the end of the year because he didn't have Drake London for 5 games towards the end of the season. Right, that's a big chunk of the season. So And the other thing too is, who is the other receiver? Darnell Mooney, Kadero Hodge.
Yeah.
Didn't really have those guys. Kyle Pitts was their de facto other receiver opposite Drake London, and Pitts actually ended up leading the team in receiving yards, and I don't think touchdowns, or it was close, but he was the leading receiver last year, really out of necessity. And you saw what he did against Tampa Bay because Drake London didn't play in week 15. So one thing Liam Cohen told me about Zach Robinson at the NFL annual meeting is he said he knows how to get wide receivers open. And this is a wide receiver that can get open with his speed. He can get yards after the catch. He can use his size to go down the field and win some of those contested catches. This is a good player here. This is a good pick for the Buccaneers, not just because we've nailed 2 Bucs best bets back to back.
That's right.
But
2 in a row.
it's because this is a good player.
2 with Cinco Ocho. Yeah, this pick seems a lot more exciting than the Trotter one. No offense to Trotter. 2 with Cinco Ocho. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. It says, great pick. Let's go. Steve Smith has a great YouTube video about him. If you haven't watched, Bucs fans. Yeah, Steve Smith, the rival of the Bucs, no doubt about it. Not a fan of Baker as well. They have some rivalry for whatever reason, but he's very honest and fair with his assessments. I remember him doing an assessment after the season that Emeka Buka had, and I thought many of his takes were very spot on and very fair about the season that Abuka had. So Steve Smith was a great wide receiver. So I think his opinion holds value.
Good commentator.
Despite the, the beef with the Bucs and Baker.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. The Poplar Bluff, thanks for the $2 super chat, says Terrell Owens played for a much lesser college. So interesting. So you're making the case for Tez Hurst, which that's great.
Yeah.
In support of him, but you're also making the case against Rondé Barber. Thank you for all the super chat. You are an enigma, my friend.
Yeah. So the touchdown numbers, again, he has 25 touchdowns in 4 seasons, never fewer than 4. He had 2 seasons last year and in 2022 at Valdosta State with 6. His first year at Georgia State, he had 9 touchdowns. And that's what you have to remember, too. The reason why the Buccaneers are going with another offensive weapon is to safeguard themselves from injury. This could be Chris Godwin's last year. It could be his last year.
Yes.
At $22 million, he's got to come back.
They have their
1,000-yard receiver.
They have their ducks in a row at wide receiver. If Godwin's gone after the season, you're not saying, what do they got to do? Receiver. Right. You got it right here. Abuka, Hurst, J-Mac, Tez Johnson.
And let's tell a truth here. Ryan McClendon can develop wide receivers.
Yes, he can. Absolutely.
The 2 rookies last year combined for 11 touchdowns, and they had to play more than they probably were expecting to with the injuries to Evans and to Godwin. This is a pick that helps the Buccaneers now. It's going to help them later. And again, that's what we do here at Pewter Report. We try to nail Bucs best bets, and we're 2 out of 3, and no shame in missing on Ruben Bain.
Right? Yeah.
And you know what? It would have been Akeem Essador, and we would have been 3 for 3, which I've never done before.
No.
Never started off 3 for 3. 3 for 3 on colleges.
There you go.
As Josh Capo says, and very accurately so.
Cincy Kid.
Yeah.
Thank you for this $4.99 super chat.
I love it.
How many T's does he put in Cincy Kid?
There are no T's in Cincy.
But he put an H in Rondé, so
that's true. Yeah.
There is no H in Rondé Barber, but nonetheless, Rondé Barber is like the 4 horsemen. He's styled and profiled. Worst super chat ever. Woo! Someone else in the comments said earlier more like pooper chat going to that Rondé Barber one.
Yeah.
So thank you for the super chat. And this is legitimately like one of those things, like 1,000 people argue against one person. This is essentially that. As the Poplar Bluff, thank you for the $2 super chat, says he was only great because of the players around him.
That's you're certainly not the popular bluff tonight. You are the Poplar Bluff for sure with that, but appreciate the super chat. Realtor David Zussman with $4.99 super chat.
The only thing that would make sense about this last Rondé Barber comment would be if it was followed by Jason Light is a great general manager. Realtor David Zussman,
Never disappoint.
the resident Jason Light hater.
Never disappoint.
That might be the there's been a lot of great comments. That's a great comment.
That is
Capo's
good.
losing it on the side. You can hear the high pitched laugh come through.
Stalked by my doctor with the $5 super chat. The Poplar Bluff Eric Roberts disagrees with your take.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Bulam Seba, thank you for the $1.99. Says, why is the cornerback position neglected? Got some concerns now.
All right. So here's the thing with cornerback. Again, you draft 2 day 2 cornerbacks last year. They've only played 1 year. Jacob Harris played every game. Benjamin Morrison has yet to play a full season.
Yeah.
You have to let these players play. You can't just start drafting players on top of them to create this dog pile.
Yeah, you need to kind of prove that they stink, before you go and draft. So it's kind of like the Braswell thing. Like Braswell had 2 years, has done nothing. That's why they did David Walker and then obviously Ruben Bain. Now you're not at that yet with corner.
The Buccaneers believe that Jacob Parrish or Benjamin Morrison is the number 2 corner in this team.
Yeah.
Right. They have paid Zion McCollum to be cornerback number 1. Jury's still out, but that's the hierarchy right now. Benjamin Morrison's either number 2 or number 3. Jacob Harris either number 2 or number 3, right? So your top 3 corners are those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Any cornerback you're drafting now is cornerback 4 on your depth chart. Okay. That cornerback, because you don't want to rotate your corners, right? If you have guys that are playing and they're healthy, you play them, right? You don't just sit there and say, we need to throw Josh Hayes in, get him a couple reps.
Yeah.
And stuff. You don't do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Different story when it comes to wide receivers, though. You rotate those guys. You look for matchups that you can create with size, with speed, and all of that. You might put Tez Johnson in for some wide receiver screens. You might put Ted Hurst in to go vertically and stretch things to create underneath routes that, get open a little bit better. So with wide receiver, you're getting a wide receiver 4.
Yeah.
But you're also getting a player that's going to, and you don't mind that player seeing the field more.
Yeah.
But a cornerback is you're basically drafting for depth right now. And just in case there's an emergency.
And a nice little treat we'll get as well is Chris Godwin Jr. is not going to be playing in the preseason game, so you'll see even more of Ted Hurst. And honestly, it makes rookie minicamp a little more exciting too when it's a skill position player.
No doubt.
No disrespect to Jennings Dunker or any of the offensive linemen, but asking how did he look? And it's like, well, he just did some pass blocking on air. Doesn't hit the same.
Yep.
But good question though from Bulam Seba. I appreciate it. Moving on, LDBC's Most Wanted. Thank you for the $1.99. Says 3 picks are 21 years old with high ceilings and floors. Yes, the Bucs are going very, very young so far with these 3 draft picks, and a lot to build around, a lot to develop, and I think that's a good
All
thing.
3 players, 21 years old. It is something.
Do it up. Thank you to Animal with this $10 super chat. Says, hey, Scott, it's Animal. I'm just curious, what is the situation with the Bucs salary cap for this year?
We're going to put a pause on this question.
Have not heard much about the issue.
And we're going to let Josh Capo answer that in just a moment or two. We'll hit this next super chat, and we'll get Josh on here to get his thoughts on Ted Hurst. We had Ted Hurst in a mock draft, I believe.
We did.
We had him.
It was, I think, 2.0.
Yeah, in the second mock draft, we had him in there. It was after the Senior Bowl. We liked him in the Senior Bowl. And then the Buccaneers had one formal visit at the combine that we know of at wide receiver. That was Ted Hurst.
Mm-hmm.
So we put those things together and said, let's give them Ted Hurst in Bucs Best Bet for rounds 1 through 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened.
Yes, it was. And it only takes one formal meeting to say, hey, we're going to draft this guy. Resident Jason Light hater, Realtor David Zussman, thank you for this $9.99 super chat. Says, if drafting wide receiver was important enough to use a 3rd-round pick, how many people would leave Chris Brazzell on the board to then pick Ted Hurst? It's difficult to find any logic in Jason Light's decisions.
Did not hear that this team liked Chris Brazzell at all.
Too close to Chris Brazzell.
Yeah. There's something in the character or the makeup or whatever that there were some concerns about Chris Brazzell. They did their homework, and there's something that they didn't like because didn't hear a peep about Chris Brazzell. And, the times we would probe a little bit, it was just crickets. So he's a talented player. I remember watching him at Tulane, when Michael Pratt was the quarterback, throwing the ball to him. And Michael Pratt loved Chris Brazzell. But there's something about him. These are the weaknesses as Dane Brugler sees them for Chris Brazzell. Narrow waist with thin wrists, ankles, marginal mass. Only player at the combine, 6'4" or taller, but under 200 pounds. Needs to improve savvy in the quick game. Mediocre production with the ball in his hands. Bad habit of unnecessarily jumping at the catch point to secure catches. Upright off the line. Needs to be more of a technician versus physical jams. He has some blocking snaps, but too many negative reps in the screen game. Barely moved off the line on some run plays in Tennessee's offense. I know they're coached to kind of do that. But still, this is a Josh Heupel-based passing attack.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys typically don't translate well to the NFL.
Brugler also had Hurst four wide receiver positions. I had him 13.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Brazzell at 17.
Yeah. So, and that's what Josh Capo said is you look at the wide receiver rankings, and Brugler, I think, is one of the absolute best in the game when it comes to
he's a beast at
the draft. Yeah. And he had Ted Hurst at 13, Chris Brazzell at 17. He had a solid third round grade for Hurst. Brazzell was a third or fourth round pick.
Thank you to Tommy 907 for the $4.99 super chat. Says, when it comes to covering Bijan in a flat route and Pitts in the middle, are we confident who we drafted can handle this? Also, can Payne cover deep? Again, Yaya was just running further back on that deep ball. The ball was already in the air, and then he ran back on that play in Buffalo. As far as being able to cover over the middle against guys like Bijan and Pitts, first of all, I think it's tough for anyone to cover Bijan Robinson in coverage and in space. But I think, again, that's why Anzalone is here. That could help with some of the Pitts stuff. You run different defenses because of it, and the improved pass rush also helps with those things too. Josh Capo joining us once again. Hello, Josh.
Hello. Anzalone got vertical against Kenny Gainwell.
Yes, that's right. That Scott actually brought that up during the press conference with, I think he brought it up to both there. I think of it because Anzalone was like, he was joking. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about and everything like that. So that was a fun moment there. Can we get back to that salary cap question? Yes, let's get back to that one.
Bucs salary cap position. They got $12.5 million in salary cap room right now. They'll only need about $5.5 million. The trade down probably drips it a little bit more for their rookie pool. So that'll leave them with about $7 million in cap space. They could use some of that for a potential extension, say for Yaya Diaby, probably not for Cody Malk. And I don't think that we're going to see a Baker Mayfield extension this offseason. Could still be wrong. Although with Baker, his extension would actually probably lower the cap hit rather than raise it. Most likely that $7 million really just goes to operating costs throughout the season. When one player gets injured and you have to bring another one up under your 53-man roster, you have to account for both of them under your salary cap. You have to account for your practice squad players. And so you need some room. You don't want to spend all the way to where you have no room left. Right. The bigger thing is with the Bucs, it's how much cash have they spent? Cash spending is a lot different than cap spending. And really, they are right at the max. They could fit a Yaya Diaby extension modeled kind of after Zion last year or Luke Gedeke, because those were small increases to their cash payments in year one or year zero, technically. And then the real cash spending happens after that. So I could see that happening, but they're in good shape for the constraints that ownership places on them, which is considerable. Typically keeps them in the bottom third of the NFL in cash spending.
Appreciate that insight. I think when it comes to Baker and the extension, I think it just kind of comes down to like, I don't know, if I'm Baker, I probably don't sign that extension, bet on myself, and then, get a big payday if it does work out.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's a little bit of a riskier proposition.
For sure.
But we know that Baker's comfortable with betting on himself. If I had to guess, if the two sides are actually negotiating right now, I would think the Bucs are probably trying to keep him at somewhere between 48 and 50 million a year, and Baker's lobbying for at least 53, which is your Brock Purdy range. I think Jared Goff's in that range as well. So it's kind of like where the glut of everybody is beneath Dak. And so he probably wants to be in that. And the Bucs are trying to save that $3 to $5 million a year off of it. So it's probably where the gap is if the negotiations are active and ongoing. And ultimately, again, I think that they probably don't get a deal done this year, and they wait till next off season, and you could be looking at a franchise tag as a placeholder for an extension.
It's always tough with the franchise tag. It feels like 30 is not the right word, but it feels like, I don't know, sometimes it can get ugly in negotiations.
Contentious.
Yeah, that's the right word. That's why you went to Harvard. Just kidding. You went to the Harvard of Florida.
I did.
Yes.
I did.
Definitely didn't go to that stupid place in Orlando. No, I'm kidding.
Community college.
Yeah. We kid. It's a great rivalry between USF and UCF and Josh and Bailey. So Scott Federico, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, good day 2 picks. Hopeful that Trotter is worth the pick. If so, excellent draft so far. Thanks for the excellent coverage, guys. Go Bucs. Thank you for the kind words, Scott Federico. Yeah, it feels like everyone loves the Ruben Bain pick.
Yep.
There hasn't been like, the only person that was a naysayer was Callum Shaw, and it was everything that did not happen on the field. Why Callum Shaw, I think, was against it. I'm trying to remember from yesterday.
Gotcha.
Felt like forever ago, man. The Trotter one, and I'm talking about the fan base, not us, seemed pretty much against it across the board. There's been a couple people talking about young development, everything like that. This Hurst one feels overall like people are on board with it as well. And I think if Trotter can lean into the positives and the strengths of his game and help this team, then we're looking at, I don't want to say the best draft of Jason Light's career, and it's tough to judge these things until 3 or 4 seasons down the road.
Yep.
But man, the upside of it, the youth of this team, they didn't get an older player just yet. It's hard not to really be optimistic about the potential of this group.
Yeah, I love that you put upside, and it's funny about the youth because Jason Light was asked about some of the older prospects in this draft, especially because there has been a lot of smoke around the Akeem Mesidor potential pick for the Bucs, and Mesidor being 25 years old. And he said, we really don't factor in age into our evals. And then he goes and he's selecting a lot of young guys. So I don't know if he was trolling us or if it just fell that way. But I love that you put the upside, because I think a lot of people forget, and I'll continue to say this ad nauseum. Linebackers really don't develop their coverage skills until year 3 through 5, right? Even like after their rookie contracts. And if Trotter can develop that, the skills he already has are pretty translatable into the NFL. And I think those he'll kind of hit the ground running with. His ability to get after the passer as a part of a pressure package, and his ability in the box as a run defender. So you've got this great baseline, which I think creates a solid floor for him. And then if the coverage stuff, which we really don't have great predictors of coverage for linebackers as they move from college to the NFL, if that even hits where he's average in that, you're looking at like Devin Lloyd. That's really what you can kind of say Trotter archetype wise, what he could turn into. And Devin Lloyd in his 5th year, I think, it was his 5th year option year. He developed some of the coverage stuff, but he was always a really great go forward guy and had like an all-pro year. So that's, I think, the ceiling with Trotter. With Hurst, The ceiling is, and I want to be really careful with this, but you look at the archetype, big, fast, downhill guy. Like he could have a Mike Evans like impact.
Yeah, you're not
if
saying
he hits his 99th percentile outcome, right?
You're not saying he's the next Mike Evans.
I am not saying he's the next Mike Evans, but that is a ceiling for him, right? Just based on the body type, and he occupies the same role as an X receiver. But what I love about it is what he opens up for everyone else by being that downfield ball winner, vertical threat. It opens up the intermediate and the shallow areas for Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan, Chris Godwin, Tez Johnson, all of them, right? And then with Bain, potentially the highest upside as a pass rusher in this entire draft. So the upside for all of them is really great. I would say the floor for both Trotter and Bain is actually really solid. And then Hurst, maybe a lower floor, but you can probably get some stuff done if you're a creative offensive coordinator. Zach Robinson has that reputation in NFL circles, even if he hasn't quite unlocked it on the field with the Falcons.
Very well said. I think that's great. Everything, the insight, the information, everything like that. That's why we appreciate you, Josh Cable. That's why it's great having you in freaking person too. We talked a lot about Jennings Dunker. He actually just went to the Steelers not too long ago. Obviously, it was a fun idea to Tampa Bay. While it sucks he's not coming to Tampa, I will say it's kind of cool. He played at Iowa. Now he's going to the Steelers, sticking with that black and yellow.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
I did want to ask, Matt, have we gone over some of the NFC South foes draft hauls in a while? And would that be a smart thing to go through? Or do we have more super chats?
Let's do a couple more super chats. Then we'll go to the NFC South because we've been kind of going back and forth with it. But yeah, certainly love to hear your opinions on it too. The Popular Bluff, getting back to the big argument of the night. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Talking about Rondé Barber goes, I said the most overrated Hall of Famer. Not that he sucked. It's still a great sign of disrespect, though. Great sign of disrespect.
Oh, man.
But thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, I kind of want the rest of the chat to continue to go after him because it just keeps creating more super chats for us.
That's also true. Marcos B17, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Says, is one of the questions on the Florida real estate exam, do you hate the Bay Buccaneers general manager Jason Light?
A, true. B, true. That's amazing.
This is why we love, like, Realtor David Sussman had a fantastic super chat with the whole Rondé thing. Feel like the only thing that could have been worse is saying it's Jason Light, a great GM. Great comment here by Marcos. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I freaking love doing this show.
This is awesome.
Yeah, the comedy you get from it is incredible. It's incredible. Moving on. 02RR, thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Says, so far, I give the Bucs a 9.5 out of 10 on their picks.
That's really good.
Yeah. How about you, Josh?
I don't think I'd be that high because I've taken this position of devil's advocate with the Josiah Trotter pick, but I had CJ Allen higher. I would have liked to have seen him as the pick. I would have been really, really in favor of trading up and getting Jacob Rodriguez. So I would give this probably like 7 out of 10. The big thing for me is, can you see the vision? Like what are they trying to do? And with Trotter, it makes sense from a schematic standpoint. He's a natural Mike. He complements Anzalone well. He's a downfield guy. He can get after it as a pass rusher. That all makes sense for what they're looking for in a Mike. And then he's young and there's upside and he's awesome in the box. So you see the vision. I may not see him as highly as the Bucs do, but I can at least understand the pick. And I think that that's the important thing. Can you understand what they see in him? Even if you don't agree with it yourself, does it make sense from a team strategy and team building standpoint? Just like with Ted Hurst, he opens everything up for everybody else. How does he fit within the scheme and the roster and the room? And so from that, I can understand all of these picks. They make sense. And then I just hope my eval's wrong and theirs is right as somebody who covers the team. And I like covering good teams over bad teams.
Covering good teams is dope,
Isn't
man. It's awesome. It really is. I would give my grade, I'd say 7.8. I probably, like, if we weren't using decimals, I'd just round up and give it an 8 out of 10. But since we do get the figure skating score, I'm going to go 7.8 out of 10. I think it's a knockout, home run, slam dunk, 100-yard touchdown, pass and run, catch and run. With the Ruben Bain pick. The Trotter one, I'm just slightly hesitant on. I totally see if it leans the way of going to his strengths and how that plays out, then it becomes a tremendous draft. But if it's not even Trotter, it's just if the middle of the field snafus in pass coverage continue, then it's like, well, what are we doing here? Because we're seeing the same thing over and over again. And then Hurst, I look at that as more of a long-term fit, as well as, hey, we have way more insurance if you got 10,000 injuries again. Yep. Animal, thanks for the $2 super chat, says, thank you for that information, Josh. Going back to the salary cap stuff that Animal was asking about before. Boom Seba, thanks for the $1.99. Getting back to the cornerback conversation, says, with possible cornerbacks injuries, veteran is much needed. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out at all a veteran corner coming to this team, and not like the two signings that they made a couple of weeks ago with Lucas, and because those are more like special teams / practice squad guys. And again, you got to remember, like, teams have to make cuts into training camp even before that, over the summer. I think the cornerback room is still, obviously the draft is still going on, so that's still very open. But the cornerback room, it's still very fresh. I don't think what we see right now is going to be the finished product by the end of it.
Yeah, and there are some interesting names who are still available. The one that I find most interesting, just as a taking a flyer on him as a depth corner, would be Martin Emerson, who is with the Browns for a few years. So, but I think what you mentioned, it's almost like Jason has gone out of his way to say that a couple of different times. Teams will cut guys after the draft. Teams will cut guys in training camp. It seems like they are out on anybody who's currently available, but they feel good that they're going to be able to pick up what they're looking for after some cuts occur.
And then Big Joker 6905, thanks for the $1.99 super chat, says, any chance the Bucs take a stab at David Njoku?
That's interesting.
Where did he? Because
pretty sure he's still unsigned.
Yeah, let me double check that. He
is still unsigned.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You thought he would have ended up somewhere.
I thought I know some people who follow Cleveland really well, and they thought he would get extended, and he hasn't been around for forever. Remember, he was in the OJ Howard draft.
Damn, that's insane.
So a lot of miles on those tires. And then there was a point last year where there was some reporting that maybe he was a little out of shape in the middle of the season. It's an interesting one, though. Could be an upgrade over what the Bucs have.
Yeah.
Beyond KDOT, but not including KDOT.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's been the conversation with the tight end room or drafting a tight end this year, is that you're not necessarily trying to find someone to overtake KDOT, especially after you gave him the new contract and everything. It's building out the rest of the depth in that room, finding an upgrade over Payne Durham and Devin Culp and players like that. So that would be the big addition with tight end that, maybe is the first pick that they make on day 3 of the NFL draft. I do want to talk about something a little different real quick, and that is the RateGame app. A big shout out to RateGame, new sponsorship with us. Very excited about this app that we've partnered with. It's absolutely free, which is really cool to see. So you can use it wherever, whenever. And RateGame is where sports fans rate every game that they watch and build a permanent record of their fandom. It's the Letterboxd for sports. The ratings, the reviews, the memories of the games that mattered. There's been over 200,000 ratings from sports fans in 126 countries. Yeah, they have it for several sports. If you're a soccer fan, you got the World Cup coming up. You can do it for that. English Premier League, you can do it for that league as well. along with all the sports we know and love, NFL, NHL, MLB, which one am I forgetting? NBA, you know, like all the big sports. They got international sports as well. It's not about betting, not about fantasy sports, just the games, the games, the experiences, and the way that they were meant to be. It's absolutely free, like I mentioned. You can download it on iOS and Android apps. Let me put up the QR code on the screen so that way you can download it there. We also have the link in our description with RateGame. You can go to rategame.io as well. It's a great way to engage with the football community when football season gets here. You can track the top-rated games. Also look at the historic games as well. The Bucs winning the Super Bowl during the 2020 season, technically happened in 2021. The Scotty Miller halftime touchdown against Green Bay. That's one that I'll always remember. But you don't have to just track your own team, the Buccaneers, or whatever sport you like. You can comment on all of the other games as well. The Super Bowl. You know, the hockey game's going on right now, the Lightning game, even though it was unfortunate, and build out your life in sports over at RateGame. I'm actually going to rate the Lightning Canadiens game. Unfortunate for Tampa Bay, but you got to be honest with it, you know?
And while you're doing that, I want everyone in the chat to get the thrill of what this could be in terms of rating. And go back to that Rondé Barber Hall of Famer comment and just in the chat, drop your rating on a 0 to 10 scale of what you thought of that comment. And then feel the thrill of giving that rating. And that's going to be really what you can capture when you go to RateGame.
Yeah, so big shout out to RateGame. Now you can rate it anywhere from 1 to 10. You can do the decibels. Now, it's always tough rating when it was a tough loss. And, you know, there's a third game in a row that went to overtime. Lightning down 2-1 in the series. I thought it was a really good game overall. So I'm going to give it a 7.2. If the Lightning win, this is like an 8.3, an 8.4. But I'm going to give it a solid 7.2. Another great back and forth game. So there's my rating right there. Then you can say what your take is. Another back and forth game with the Bolts and the Habs. I'm going to say it was covering the draft, but caught most of it out of the corner of my eye. Just feel like every game is going to go into OT. Great playoff series. Still think the Bolts take it. So I'm doing this for this game. I did the Mets game before. Didn't get to watch the Mets tonight. We're obviously doing the draft. But yeah, you could say down here whether you attended, watched, highlights. I'm going to go with watched. And bam. And you can vote on the player of the game as well. It's tough when the team lost. But I'll give one to Vassy. I'll go Hagel because we saw him score. So I'll give one to Hagel. Yeah, so you can make your vote and then you can go and make some comments and look at other comments as well. And it already has you ready for the next game too. So big shout out to RateGame Sports. Really enjoy using it and make sure you download the app. It's absolutely free.
Nice.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if we got some ratings going.
Lots of zeros. How did it feel to rate those zeros?
Yeah.
That's what the feeling would be like at RateGame. There's your pitch.
Yes, this was again for the Rondé Barber, the take by the Poplar Bluff saying that he was overrated. So yes, great suggestion there, Josh Cabo. But yeah, please support our sponsors. Sign up over at RateGame, and that'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay, this super chat. By the way, I forgot if I mentioned this or not, but Mike Beal is speaking right now. He's the what's his official title?
Director of Player Personnel?
Yeah, VP of Player Personnel.
VP. Sorry, yes.
Mike Beal. So the rest of the Pewter Report staff is chatting with him right now. When they're done, they'll come back in. I'm sure we'll get either Scott or Bailey or Adam. Yeah. Sorry, I've been doing this for a long time now. And we'll see what they all had to say.
Yeah.
But anyway, moving on. Tommy, thank you for the $4.99. Says, I love you guys. We love you too. Last question. You can ask us all night. Last question. 4th and 2 on our own 40, down 5 in the 4th away in Buffalo.
It's a very specific situation.
Do we still punt after this draft?
Ooh.
I still can't believe that they didn't go for it when they got down to that, what was it, 4th and 1?
Yeah, it's so interesting because legitimately Todd Bowles made some positive strides for most of the season in this particular scenario. And also kudos to fans, because 3, 4, 5 years ago, they were torching coaches who made those decisions on 4th down to go for it.
Yeah.
And these days they're torching coaches for doing the exact opposite.
I know, yeah.
And I love it because I'm absolutely a go for it guy. So Todd made a lot of strides, and then at the end of the year, with everything that was going wrong, it seems like he turtled up into his old habits.
Todd, yes.
Yeah, and so I'll say he goes for it next year in a situation just like that. I think he can't afford not to. He needs those edges. So, what about you, Matt? You think he goes back to Turtle Todd?
No, I think he's gonna lean more into the coach that he brought last year to kind of find the right answer in those in-game situations.
Yep. So the 3rd round is now over.
Crazy.
All of the picks are in for day 2 of the draft. While we are waiting for the rest of our team to finish up with Mike Beal, let's take a look at how the rest of the NFC has done over these first 2 days. I'm going to start with New Orleans, and I want to get your takes on the draft haul macro level, and then any picks that you really, really liked or you thought weren't great picks. So the Saints at 8th overall, they took Arizona State wide receiver Jordan Tyson. 42nd overall, 2nd round pick, they took defensive tackle Christian Miller out of Georgia, and they went back to Georgia in the 3rd round, 73rd overall, with Oscar Delp, tight end. What do you think of the Saints draft so far?
I really like the offensive moves that they had to make. They got to build around Tyler Shuck. And this goes back to free agency as well, when they signed Achane to make him their main running back, with Alvin Kamara obviously getting up there in football age. But yeah, Tyson, if he gets past the whole injury history and everything like that, I mean, he's considered one of the best wide receivers in the league for a reason. And Delp, much more upside at the NFL level than I think the production he had over in Georgia. That's the general consensus about him. And for whatever reason, the Saints defense, they just continue to be pesky and annoying, but that's good for them. Like, they get the job done in certain ways. So I could see Miller contributing to it. But yeah, your thoughts on it?
Same. I think you and I are both really high on Delp and thought he had a really great ceiling. I thought this was a really, really good draft. And for a team that finished the season on some high notes, and it does look like they've got their quarterback of the future, I think the Saints are going to be more competitive than maybe some of the other members of the NFC South sooner rather than later, and could potentially turn this franchise around fairly quickly. So not something I think Bucs fans want to hear, but genuinely impressed with what they've done this offseason. So moving on to Carolina, 19th overall, they took Monroe Freeling. Ike Ekwonu is going to be out for a considerable amount of time after injuring his knee, I want to say in that playoff game against the Rams. They signed Rasheed Walker to a really, really team-friendly deal. Didn't stop them from taking Monroe Freeling, tackle out of Georgia. Lots of Georgia players staying in the Southeast.
Yeah.
And then in the 2nd round, they took defensive tackle Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech, who had a phenomenal bowl game against Oregon, and a solid season overall in 2025. Good career. And then in the 3rd round, they did take Chris Brazel Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee. So thoughts on the Panthers?
So I like Monroe Freeling. I remember talking to him at the Combine, and then after that, watched him a little bit more. It's always tough for me, especially when it's, an offensive tackle that wasn't taken, within, I guess Tristan Wirfs wasn't either, but, an offensive tackle that's taken within the first 10 picks. Like, I think you need more information about how that player is going to look in the NFL, just dealing with these monstrous edge rushers and things of that nature. So I don't have too much of an opinion on Freeling. I just am very excited about Ruben Bain versus Freeling. I've been a fan of Hunter for quite a while now. I understand his struggles, and I think you pointed it out. I think you were on like right as Hunter, or not long after Hunter got drafted. I like the way that he can, he's got a little bit more of a pass rush. I don't want to say arsenal, but he's got profile than just a big guy that, hey, he's going to stop the run over and over. So I think it's going to be tough for Graham Barton going against him. And Brazel, I'll be honest, I don't have much of a read on him. I didn't look too much into him, so I don't want to say stuff with just not knowing the information.
I agree on everything you said, especially the Brazel part, because Tennessee's offense is so gimmicky. It's just impossible.
Well, yeah, and that's the big thing. We talk about like the Josh
analyze
Heupel type of offense, and that's tough for any player, really, or assessing players when it's an offense that's so college football specific and college football. I don't want to say bells and whistles and stuff like that, but just so college football, if you will.
Very niche. And then Atlanta did not have a first round pick. Do you remember why?
Yeah, a guy that had some really bad off the field stuff. Yeah. Some really bad off the field stuff.
Yeah, they traded back into the first round last year and picked up James Pierce Jr., who he had a solid production rookie season, and then is being accused of some pretty heinous things off the field.
Yeah.
That are probably going to affect his ability to be on the field going forward. And it left Atlanta without a first round pick this year. So in the second round, they started their draft by taking Avion Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson. This is AJ Terrell's brother, correct? I believe that's the correct case.
I think so, because I remember at the combine, like he got asked about that.
Which
so you got brothers in
they're going to be playing together in
position.
Atlanta. And then in the third round, they took wide receiver Zachariah Branch out of Georgia. So that is 4 Georgia Bulldogs going to NFC South teams at least. And we still have 4 more rounds in the draft. So we had Oscar Delp and we had
Freeling
and
Branch.
That went out. There was one more. Hold on.
Georgia State is Tez Hurst.
It wasn't Hurst. Oh, now I got Christian Miller.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
went to New Orleans
from the Saints.
Yep.
So Panthers make the third round pick.
The third round I think is complete. Panthers took Chris Brazel.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is your NFC South. I would say if we were rating the NFC South drafts, the Ruben Bain pick, it's hard to beat. And I would still have the Bucs number 1, even though I understood, but I didn't love the Josiah Trotter pick. I thought the Ted Hurst pick was fantastic. I'll have the Bucs number 1. I would say the Saints probably had the second best draft.
Yeah.
I'm going to give Carolina third and Atlanta dead last.
Yeah, Atlanta just felt very underwhelming to me. I'm in agreement with you. Bucs at the top, mostly because of the Bain pick. But New Orleans very much kind of nipping at the heels of the Bucs. No doubt about it. A couple more super chats before we close out the show and learn more about what Mike Beal had to say. The Poplar Bluff, getting back to our favorite argument. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Lester Hayes is not in the Hall of Fame, and then follows that up. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Hayes was Defensive Player of the Year and a 2-time Super Bowl champ. Let's compare him to Rondé, with a bunch of question marks and exclamation points.
My analysis for this is he's not Rondé, so therefore he's not as good.
I think it's tough for a defensive player as well to be like, oh, like he won all of these championships or whatever. I thought Rondé was only good because of the players around him. Why does he only have 1 Super Bowl then? Should have, if the players were so amazing, he'd have 3 Super Bowls, and then that would be the true tell of it.
Lester Hayes did not define a position.
Yeah. I'll look up Lester Hayes stats.
Scott, did we get some good information from Mike Beal?
We did. Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to share?
I will do that.
All righty.
SR coming back on the show. Josh, thanks for joining as always.
Always fun.
Yes. Also, just want to say again, big thanks to PrizePicks for being the title sponsor of Pewter Report's live draft show. Use the code HMA. You can download the PrizePicks app using the link in our description. It's super easy to use. You pick more or less than a couple of different lineups. Use that code HMA and get $50 instantly when putting in your first lineup. So big thanks to PrizePicks. You're not SR. That's
No,
all right, though. Lester Hayes stats real quick. 39 career interceptions, 4 career pick sixes, and played 149 games, 2 forced fumbles. And yeah, so yeah, good career.
How did we get here?
Oh, goodness, Bailey. There's been a lot that you missed. Shout out to
sure.
the Poplar Bluff, has been super chatting us all night.
Mhm.
But then, like, not long after Ted Hurst got picked, he opened up a can of worms because he said that Rondé Barber is the most overrated Hall of Famer in the history of the NFL Hall of Fame.
Really?
Yes.
I wish you
And-
hadn't told me that.
I know. I'm sorry.
It ruined my night too.
That's absurd.
And now
That's
it's
absurd.
been, you know, we've gotten plenty of super chats since. Thank you to everybody. And it's been a little bit of like, hey, here's how Ted Hurst will fit into the offense. And Rondé redefined a position. And then it's like, wow, like, what does this mean for Baker Mayfield? And he had all these defensive touchdowns, you know, like it's been
Okay,
kind of,
yeah.
you know.
So it's dominated the rest
Yes,
of
it
night
has.
too, huh?
Let's go to Mike Beal.
Mhm.
He's just there for his press conference. Big takeaways from Mike Beal over the 2 draft picks that the Bucs made, also trading back in that third round to pick up an extra 5th rounder.
Yeah, there was some jokes about how, you know, they finally were able to get that trade done and acquire extra picks. They're always, you know, needling Jason about that and kind of having that back and forth in the war room. But I'll start with Josiah Trotter. He was talking a lot about, you know, obviously, you know, downhill thumper, old school type of linebacker, which he said these days is rare to find because of, you know, how much side to side there is in the college game these days. And they love him for that. He would obviously agree that he's better in run defense than he is in coverage, but he did kind of hit back at the whole idea that he can't cover and that he struggles in coverage. He said,
Okay.
I don't know if that's a narrative that the media is putting out there, but he said they believe in his ability to cover, and you know, he believes it's kind of a misnomer that he can't do that. So they do believe in that part of his game as well. All kind of on that topic as well.
Also, too, I was going to say, the running game is making more of a resurgence
Right.
now. The ebb and flow of the offense. We're seeing more 12 and 13 personnel, and I think that's
Mhm.
coming into play. I think the Bucs are getting a little ahead of the curve here.
Okay, so as Scott said, I don't know if that was picked up on the mics or not, but Scott said he thinks the Bucs might be getting a little bit ahead of the curve here because the game is kind of gearing back toward the run game and a lot more of the heavier personnel, and the Bucs may be getting ahead of that with this draft pick. And I think what was interesting too is kind of getting deeper into his thought process or their thought process about the linebackers that were available in the second round. He said they kind of had them all really close. They were all kind of
okay.
in the same sort of clump. And he said when it's that close, it kind of comes down to the conversations they have with the coaches, the personnel guys, and just, you know, their thoughts on the player and the person. Obviously, they believe that Trotter fits that on both fronts as well as anyone, and you know, maybe better than those other guys. And they said it was pretty unanimous in the draft room as far as that selection over maybe an Allen or any of the other linebackers there.
So they believe he's a big time run stopper and is better in pass coverage than people think. How about Ted Hurst? Obviously, small school guy, but big size as a receiver. Not saying he's a replacement for the greatest offensive player in team history, but what do you have to say about Ted Hurst?
Yeah, so actually, really on that point, he said that they would never. He said they never ever are going to try to replace Mike Evans. You can't really do that. But what they can try to do is replace the size and speed that they're missing now that Mike Evans is gone, and that's what they believe Ted Hurst brings to this wide receiver room. He is that big-bodied, true X receiver. And you know, they liked obviously his production and just kind of the whole package of what he brings to the table. And it's what was interesting is kind of hearing him say, now they don't necessarily expect him to come in and take over the wide receiver room right away.
Yeah,
of course he doesn't have to, But he also said there's really no reason that he can't do that, just given his skill set and the type of player he is. Obviously, there will be an adjustment from the Sun Belt to the NFL, and there's some stuff where he's going to have to adjust to a little bit maybe more of the press man that he'll face in the NFL, given what he did and didn't see maybe at Georgia State. But yeah, they're really high on everything he brings to the table and his ability to kind of create some mismatches right away.
Did he say anything? Obviously, he's not going to say what position, but kind of moving to day 3, anything in particular they have their eye on, or just overall draft philosophy?
No real specifics. He did say kind of broadly that kind of the positions and the areas of need that they think they have, whether they feel good about where they are with those positions and who's available going into day 3. He says yes, they feel good about where they are. And he did tease, as Scott said, he teased trading down again and maybe acquiring some more picks and taking some more stabs at finding some impact players. But yeah, they feel good about where they are right now with these first 3 picks, and then where they are going into day 3.
How about you, Bailey? How do you feel about these top 3 picks so far?
I feel really good. I know we talked a little bit last night about Bain and kind of getting to speak with him today. Really kind of enjoyed just kind of getting a sense of who he is. I know he was a laid back, quieter type of guy. Felt like he did kind of open up a little bit more, look a little bit more comfortable when he talked to us in the media room, and kind of just more a casual setting, just sitting around the table. And I'm so high on what he can do for this defense. I think he's the exact type of edge rusher and impact pass rusher that they really have long needed and long been looking for on the other side of Yaya Diaby. As far as Josiah Trotter, I mentioned briefly when I was on earlier, I like everyone, was really, really, really hoping for Jacob Rodriguez.
Yes.
And once he was off the board, I see where they're going with this pick of Trotter. And I like all of the stuff he does well. I like a lot. I think there's some question marks. Obviously, I do think there are question marks in coverage. The ball production wasn't really there. Didn't really have the forced fumbles and playmaking ability that a Jacob Rodriguez had, or even what CJ Allen did to a lesser extent. But I think there's room for that to grow. I think he just turned 21 last week. I think there's kind of, his best football is still ahead of him. And I think he believes that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the case. And then going into 3rd round with Tez Hurst, that I think, obviously Bain falling to the Bucs the way he did, I can't say that has to be my favorite pick so far. But Tez Hurst, I really like this pick of Tez Hurst, just from what we saw of him at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. He, was a lesser known guy coming from a smaller school in Georgia State, and he's kind of stole the show at different points in the week in Mobile. Still got to kind of watch a little bit, and that was kind of what obviously put him on the radar for a lot of people. And got to watch some of his highlights after that, read up on the production that he had at Valdosta State and then Georgia State, and just what he kind of can do for this receiver room, because wide receiver wasn't a big pressing need, wasn't a major need going into the draft, but the fact that they were able to get a guy who can fill that X position and kind of what they're missing skill set wise without Mike Evans, that is a huge win for me in the 3rd round. With the way the board fell, obviously they get the extra pick by trading down, but with the way the board fell, wasn't really feeling too strongly one way or the other about, maybe a Jennings Dunker, maybe, an interior offensive lineman, maybe going D tackle. There wasn't really feeling pulled in one direction.
Yeah.
And so when I saw and heard Gene Beckerhoff announce Tez Hurst as the pick, I was like, oh, I wasn't even really thinking about him. And I was like, oh, that is a fantastic fit for what the Bucs need. And I think it comes at a perfect time.
Yeah. The fact that they did it in the 3rd round versus, like, say, a 2nd round pick at wide receiver, exactly. I think it was able to open things up for them a little bit more. So before we put a bow on this night, just kind of looking ahead to tomorrow and day 3, what do you think are some of the top positions that the Bucs should be addressing tomorrow?
I think the class is kind of thinned out a little bit, but I think you still maybe look at the defensive tackle position. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a defensive back, a corner that maybe is maybe more of a developmental guy, but a guy that kind of could fill out that room and has some upside. And then I think tight end at some point in the day, they're going to have to address the tight end position. We saw kind of a run on tight ends as day 2 went on, but still some out there, I think, that could be interesting pieces for the room.
I completely agree. I kind of feel like with all the wide receivers that are coming to the NFC South now that, they're going to eventually have to find depth at the corner position. I'm not saying it has to be in the 4th round. Josh and I kind of spoke about the veteran aspect, trying to find a veteran later on, but they definitely need depth at that cornerback position. Just a reminder again for everybody, we're not done. We have another Pewter Report live draft show presented by PrizePicks coming up tomorrow at 11 a.m. Remember, each show we start an hour before the draft begins. So while the draft starts at noon, we'll already have been on for 1 hour. So yeah, join us tomorrow on our Pewter Report live draft show on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. We have another super chat before we close out the show. Thank you to Tome907 for the $1.99 super chat, who says, "You guys rule. See you tomorrow." Thank you so much for the kind words. I think that's a great way to end this one. If you're not already doing so, please make sure you follow us on all of our social media on X, Facebook, and Instagram. We're at Pewter Report, and our YouTube channel is Pewter Report TV. So please like, subscribe, leave a comment on this video as well. That's it for tonight's show. For Bailey Adams, for Adam Slavon, for Josh Capo, for Kat Butel, for SR, I'm Matt Matera saying thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you soon for another edition of the Pewter Report live draft show. Get those prize picks in. Out.